This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 797. Death comes quickly and goes quickly. As energy was injected into his lungs, the scene in front of him began to become clear. Densely packed micro-robots drilled into the life support tank along the pipe and began to build his great body. Where did this guy come from? Until now, Victor still didn't understand what the punch just now was. He had obviously pulled away from the masked woman, and she didn't make any forward movements. But the fist still hit his face for some reason. And his defense system should have been fully fired. It's not that he couldn't accept his defense being shattered, but at least he should be reasonable. When her fist hit his defense layer, he should at least slow down, but that guy acted as if there was no defense layer at all. If she definitely didn't achieve this by sheer destructive force, otherwise her normal fist should be able to achieve a stronger attack speed, which means that she used some unknown method to ignore all the defenses of his body and attacked. The next situation was even more incredible. At the moment of being hit, he seemed to fall into an invisible meat grinder, and all the flesh and metal on his body were instantly torn into pieces and pulled in. But he was not a mortal body. Not to mention the meat grinder, even the conventional missiles of the Titan era could not cause any damage to his body. However, it was that ordinary-looking fist that tore him apart directly. Sure enough, they were right to hide underground. The world outside is too chaotic. Victor was furious when he thought of this. He was beaten for no reason. It was the armor that escaped that was the real threat to Sarah, but the masked woman seemed to have not seen the existence of the armor at all, and beat him to death on the spot. I don't know if she chased him, but it was too late. This sun god was completely beyond his expectations. Perhaps because Serene left a heavy impression on him, he ignored the fact that this guy was a new god and seriously overestimated his strategic ability. Sarah not only wasted a precious opportunity, but also disrupted his plan to help him. He had to return to the ground quickly to clean up the ass of that stupid god. If he really waited until the Federation killed the sun god, his plan to destroy mankind would become more and more difficult. Victor became more and more anxious when he thought of this, trying to speed up his resurrection ceremony. Silence. Deathly silence suddenly came, and his thoughts did not receive any response. Strong worries instantly occupied his head that had just been formed, and his worries instantly became reality. Snap. The bright light illuminated the corridor, and a figure that he hated and was familiar with appeared in the distance. Zasa walked over with a smile of victory, and behind him stood the seventh king, who had been very close to Zasna recently. It was obvious that they took the opportunity to invade here. Don't struggle. Zasna said with a smile, I have trapped your consciousness. You will definitely not have a chance to escape from here in a few years, and your wishful thinking may also fail. Victor stared at Zasna intently. He could already guess his fate. But on what basis? Why? How did she know that he would be resurrected at this time? She couldn't have entered here in advance, because if she was still alive, she would have received the news. As if seeing his doubts, Zasna said with a smile, the answer should not be difficult to guess. Do you think that no one will notice your behavior? I heard that you have caused a lot of trouble for others up there. Haven't you ever thought about? Will he make you pay the price? Hearing this, Victor immediately figured out what was going on. In fact, he would soon think of this possibility without Zasna's reminder. After all, Zasna only knew him as an acquaintance with the outside world. But how is this possible? Isn't that mortal named Maine a liar? How dared he have the courage to retaliate against himself? You know, he is now cooperating with the Federation, and he dares to offend both himself and the Federation at the same time. And as far as he knows, Maine is not strong enough to worry about him. But he did not make a move. But how did he find that terrible weirdo? How could things turn out like this? Zasa walked up to him with a smile and knocked on his life support tank. The micro-robot that was originally building the body was instantly paralyzed and lost all its energy as if it encountered an electronic pulse and directly dispersed in the life support fluid. Don't think too much. Zasna said with a smile, you actually have no idea what is happening. This is not a conspiracy targeting you alone. You cannot understand what I am doing. You are just a small obstacle on our way forward. Yes, Zasna would team up with Marn to kill Victor in order to gain control of the Titan Council, but her ultimate goal is to find the truth she lost. And her lover. Victor looked at the figure in front of him and felt extremely strange. I don't think I really knew you before. This is completely different from his impression of Zasna. Yes, how could she cooperate with that guy? And she was able to get the support of the seventh king. How did she convince him? They were not allies before. Zasna smiled and said, we have to thank our mutual friend for this. But you don't need to know, just fall into a deep sleep here, and when you wake up again, the whole world will have changed. Victor did not give up hope. Zasna, if you really have your own will, then don't believe that he didn't really kill the sun god at all. I am helping humans solve the sun god. Zasna smiled and said, are you talking about the guy who calls himself Sarah? Don't worry, he is not a threat, to be precise. He is also our friend. Victor widened his eyes, and looked at the seventh king beside Zasna in confusion. The seventh king shrugged indifferently. I don't know what she is talking about, but the golden oath has been witnessed, and as she said, the gods are not our most important problem now. I have seen something more important. No matter what you say. He looked at Victor with some sympathy in his eyes. After listening to this, Victor really realized that what Zasna just said seemed to be true. Panic and confusion surged into his mind at the same time. Do you really want to go against me? How long do you think this can delay the situation? Haven't you thought that other titans and Voltaire won't notice? Zasna smiled and pulled off the pipe. Don't worry, Voltaire is also on our list. Chapter 798. Watching Zasna completely deal with Victor on the screen, Ma-En also assured to hand over the surveillance work to other Control Bureau employees under his command, and prepared to return to the Free City to continue his work. To be honest, Li Hongyu's skills were completely beyond his expectations. Ma-En originally thought that he felt that power because she had lightning power, but if he only took the short battle into consideration, it can be said that the level of combat power she showed has not regressed much. At most, it can only be said that it is not so comprehensive. This is also far beyond Li Hu's normal strength. According to Ma-En's feelings, Li Hu's combat power level, including martial arts, should be hovering between level 2 and 3 of the 5th level, and with the right weapons, he may be able to exert the strength of 4 to 5. Of course, this performance depends to a large extent on his opponent, because his actual strength is actually unable to truly reach level 5, but with various aspects of restraint, he can fight against enemies of level 5. Therefore, even if the fully armed Li Hu only has a comprehensive combat power of about level 4, he may actually show a combat power close to that of a level 5 ability user. For example, when he fights himself. When he faces himself, he looks like he is at level 5. This is entirely because the restrained sun god is also at level 5. If he is at level 4, then the restrained Li Hu will also look like he is at level 4. But Li Hongyu, who just killed Victor, is completely different. Without relying on the power of Thor, her comprehensive combat power should have been hovering between level 4 and 5. This powerful force that can be exerted outside the Southern Federation is also scarce for Ma-En himself. But even though he held Li Hu's freedom in his hands, Ma-En always felt that he couldn't use this thing to threaten and control Li Hongyu. He could vaguely feel that if he really did this, Li Hongyu might rather give up Li Hu directly. He even felt that even if he could still kill Li Hu, Li Hongyu would not be controlled by her brother's life or death. After all, she was a strong person standing at the top of the world. Ma-En returned to the top of the Free City. Not long after he walked out, he saw a lightning bolt falling towards here in the distance. The glass shattered instantly, and Li Hongyu stood firm in front of him, with her hands on her chest showing a confident look. I have completed my mission. As the voice fell, the thunder also came late. Ma-En looked at her and nodded. Very good, as we agreed, I will not take the initiative to hurt Li Hu. The warrior nodded. Very good, then our agreement is fulfilled. I was masked when I took action this time. If the Federation asks, you can just say that it was your subordinate. Don't involve me in these things. Since the matter has been settled, I will leave. She turned around and prepared to turn into lightning and leave. Hey. The girl's voice suddenly came out. Are you leaving just like that? You know Li Hu is still in our hands now. Aren't you curious about his fate? Don't you want to save him? She turned and looked at the Fengshen who suddenly appeared, and answered honestly, No, I am his sister, not his mother, and I have no obligation to take care of everything. He won't die now, which is enough for me. Anyway, he can still live for a long time, and it's not bad to reflect on it. And this path was chosen by him. He also has to learn to bear the price he should pay. When he worked for the Federation and committed those things, he should be prepared to be beaten to death. If your requirements for me were not very reasonable, and you had enough respect for martial arts, I would not mind letting you decide his life or death. To put it bluntly, he deserves to die. I will let him live just because I am his sister. Li Hongyu thought about it, and continued. If there is anyone who is obliged to rescue him, it can only be the Federation he is loyal to now, and you should also have this idea. You will keep his life just to trade with the Federation. Only for the Federation, his life and freedom have the greatest value. So in fact, I am not really worried that he will be trapped with you forever. His death will not benefit you in any way. Although I don't have much contact with you, I think you are the kind of person who will trade with Li Hu. After all, this is the only benefit of trapping him. Although this is not the only benefit of Ma Yin, he can't explain this to Li Hongyu. You are right. Ma Yin nodded. The Federation will indeed be responsible for his freedom. Li Hongyu nodded. It's good that you understand. I'm going to leave if there's nothing else. It seems that you are not the kind of guy who is willing to provide your strength for free. It's best if we don't meet again in the future. You are really difficult to deal with. I still like to get along with people who are straightforward. But before she turned around, Ma Yin still said, before you leave, I have a question to ask. Where exactly does your martial arts come from? I have only seen you and Li Hu master this technology in this world. Li Hongyu took 2 steps outside, as if she hadn't heard anything. Then she stopped. What did you say? Li Hongyu didn't turn around. Ma Yin also realized that something was wrong, but he still asked as naturally as possible. I see that the moves you use are very strange, and it is almost impossible for me to understand with my existing knowledge. I just want to know why I have never seen this kind of power before. Li Hongyu turned around again, with a rare surprise on her face. Do you want to ask who my master is? Ma Yin nodded. Yes, I heard from Li Hu that this is a kind of technology that can be mastered through learning. Li Hongyu asked, have you tried to ask him this question? Ma Yin paused for a moment, and then answered, I asked, but he didn't answer. Li Hongyu looked at Ma Yin seriously. What you want to say is that he can't hear. Your question, right? Ma Yin nodded. That's why I'm curious. Li Hongyu narrowed her eyes. I can only answer you. I don't remember the answer to this question completely, but I can vaguely remember that it's true that Li Hu and I are not the only ones practicing martial arts in this world. But I can't remember what my master looks like. Who is he? Even those martial arts masters who have entered the innate realm, I can't remember what they look like or what their names are. But I remember that they once existed in my memory. Ma Yin leaned forward slightly. Do you know why? Li Hongyu looked at him silently for a few seconds, and then said, let's talk next time. If you can survive? Chapter 799. Struggle, escape. The world is shrinking, the scenery is fading. Snap. When Kong Lu fell heavily to the ground, his body was pulled back by the armor, and he realized how far he had run. He raised his head, and looked at the strange scene around him. The vast barren lands stretched endlessly at the end of his vision. How would he go back? Can you take me back? Kong Lu asked tentatively. Armor? Of course. The armor replied, searching for a route. When it finished this sentence, Kong Lu saw a group of mosaics appearing on the ground a few meters away, and then a slightly distorted holographic image of an old man was formed immediately after a few seconds. It was Zhao Guanwu. Grandpa Zhao. Kong Lu shouted in surprise. The expression of Zhao Guanwu, who suddenly appeared, was a little stiff. I am the intelligent auxiliary system prepared by Zhao Guanwu in the armor. I have adopted some of his personality and image, not Zhao Guanwu himself. I am analyzing the best decision for you. Return to the operations department. The danger is extremely high. The attackers have shown extremely strong combat power. They may have defeated or even killed Victor, and may be looking for our traces. It is not recommended. Continue to analyze. The secondary plan is to reorganize and respond cautiously. We should find the nearest federal base, contact the remaining combat personnel, and reorganize the combat plan to ensure that the most suitable combat plan can be considered. However, there are the following risks. First, the attackers who are not gods are likely to free up their hands after defeating Victor, and under the instructions of the Sun God, they will make the following 2 dangerous behavior patterns. Continue to attack federal members, or return to defend the Southern Federation. And Sarah may have already noticed the existence of the armor, and it is possible to determine the right and wrong in a short time. After comprehensive calculation, this decision is feasible, but it has a high risk. Reanalyzing, seeking the best strategy. Kong Lu hurriedly asked, is there any better way? But Zhao Guanwu's figure seemed not to hear his question, and then kept a mechanical speed to answer. The best strategy has been obtained, and the highest success rate plan is to immediately launch a surprise attack on the gods, to avoid many potential risks and problems that may be caused by delaying time. It is recommended to contact the Federation for help, and it is recommended to seek help from Shadow, God of Fire, and God of Sky. But it is not recommended to contact Poseidon. Kong Lu listened to his words. Although he didn't particularly understand why he didn't recommend contacting Poseidon, at least he could still hear that the last option was the best among them. But he was used to this kind of misunderstanding. Although he didn't have much contact with Zhao Guanwu, he often paid special attention to Zhao Guanwu's news, and the things about him were always difficult for him to understand. How should he choose the last strategy, and lead all the remaining Federation strongmen to launch a surprise attack before the negative consequences of the attack occur? Otherwise he is likely to encounter many new problems. But there is a very serious problem in front of him. That is, the remote control device is in the 7th Operations Department. Obviously, he can't go back now, which means that if he wants to raid Sarah now, someone must drive this armor in person. But now Li Hu is dead, and Victor's life and death are unknown. As if sensing his hesitation, Zhao Guanwu said, the Sarah armor has an intelligent auxiliary system. Even for users who are not good at fighting, they can defeat the Sun God with the help of auxiliary functions. At the end, the armor has also been specially modified to stimulate the potential of drivers with sufficient physical strength. Kong Lu asked curiously, what activation potential? As he spoke, the whole world suddenly fell into a terrible silence. The wind stopped flowing. Zhao Guanwu's figure in his field of vision also disappeared. Then, Kong Lu felt some subtle reactions in his body. He seemed to be able to feel what he was going to do next, as if a completely new sensory system had grown in his body. He suddenly felt what was right. At this time, he also naturally realized why the world became silent. Because at this moment, in front of his reaction speed, the whole world was as slow as if it was still, and he could also feel what was going on in the dark. The armor liberated the potential of his body. The power hidden in his body, the power that he had no way to truly understand and touch, became something he could truly control at this moment. Sincere gratitude and respect also rose in his heart. Although Grandpa Zhao didn't say it, he was actually thinking about him seriously. He even set up a function for the armor to stimulate his physical potential. Perhaps he didn't want this body to be wasted. Kong Lu raised his finger almost as if following the guidance of his mind. Then a laser was fired from the end of his finger, accurately hitting the bird that was completely still in the distance. He didn't look at it, nor did he focus on aiming. Could he hit the distant target so accurately just by following his body? Although the target of the attack seemed to be still to him now, you have to know that in the real world, the bird is actually flying, but now his reaction speed can keep up with the level of the 5th level. He even had a vague feeling of foreknowledge. He felt that even if he faced a real top-level 5th level strongman, he could still hit the opponent with this armor and this subtle feeling. According to Zhao Guanwu, even if an ordinary person drove this armor, he could easily kill the strongest sun god. Because this armor was born to restrain him. And if the one driving this armor was himself, a 5th level ability user who had awakened his potential, then defeating the sun god did not seem to be a very incredible thing. With this confidence, he raised his hand again and aimed at the distance. The casual attack accurately avoided all obstacles, and gently landed on the lizard on the barren land. The weak energy just pierced its head, and then sank into the ground, and slowly dissipated. Kong Lu felt a strong sense of joy and satisfaction in his heart. Although he usually did whatever he wanted, this feeling was completely different. When he used his influence, he felt a sense of sluggishness, and he was like a baby swinging a toy hammer. He couldn't really control where he hit it, but this power was so real. It was so real that he could touch it with his hand. And this even made him feel a little calmer. Strong confidence also filled his heart. Very good, let's go to the Southern Federation. As he spoke, the armor began to move on its own, and the screen in front of him also appeared. Please send the plan information to the Federation. Chapter 800. Things happened very quickly. Not long after the 7th Operations Department was attacked, Kong Lu's message was sent to the Federation. Shadow was surprised when he received the message, but he did not resist at all. Unlike in the past, Kong Lu's decision this time made him feel that at least it made sense. When the location of the secret weapon was attacked, and the opponent did not focus on attacking the secret weapon itself, it meant that they had not yet fully mastered the information about the weapon, but it was estimated that they would soon get enough intelligence. In other words, the strongest time of the anti-god's armor will soon pass. Although a surprise attack may not be the best choice now, it is definitely not the worst. At least it can be barely regarded as a decisive move. And Kong Lu also specifically said an interesting point. Don't call the sea god, and don't let her know about this. Although Shadow didn't know how he made this judgment, Kong Lu seemed to have really realized what he warned at the time. Cooperation with the sea god was definitely not a good thing. This matter is far more dangerous than cooperation with the god of fire, and even more risky than cooperation with the god of the sky. Although the current sky god is in the same camp as the sea god, at least he did not rule the gods together with the sun god in the distant past, and his danger level is far less than that of the sea god, who looks weaker. Therefore, he also agreed with Kong Lu's judgment. The shadow faded, and what appeared in front of the shadow was a vast city with bright lights. Kong Lu, wearing armor, was already floating not far in front of him, and soon two figures also walked out of the flowing shadow beside him. The Sky God and the Fire God appeared one after another. "Where's the Sea God?" the Sky God asked first. Shadow replied, "She has something to do, and can't come for the time being, but it doesn't matter." The Sky God frowned when he heard this, but didn't say anything. Shadow continued, "If the anti-god's armor is fine, you should basically not need to do anything. This armor is very lethal to most gods. In theory, it can deal with these gods alone. The most problematic ones are the Dark Ability user and the attacker. The Dark Ability user will be suppressed by the Fire God. After all, I am not good at dealing with the gods. I will be responsible for providing support to you, and be ready to deal with the very dangerous melee ability user at any time. If the gods restrain him, then the melee ability users are basically restrained by him, because all purely physical attacks cannot really hurt him. Fists cannot hit Shadow." Shadow finally ordered, "As for the God of the Sky." Kong Lu suddenly interrupted Shadow, "Let him deal with the God of the Earth, so that I can deal with fewer gods." Shadow was very surprised by his words and tone. He had never expected Kong Lu to arrogantly interfere with his tactical decision, but he was more puzzled by Kong Lu's tone at this time. His tone was quite calm, and Shadow could not even detect any arrogance. This was not like Kong Lu at all. As if he had noticed Shadow's abnormality, Kong Lu chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I don't want to disgust you at this moment. I'm not that stupid. This is the best decision given by the Armored Intelligent Assistance System. It will be more comfortable for me to deal with the remaining gods. What we have to do is not to kill the gods that the God of War calls, but to kill Sarah under their siege. As long as Sarah is dead, we can retreat." Shadow was a little surprised when he heard this. Although he did not understand Kong Lu's decision to let the sky deal with the God of the Earth, he still had some confidence in Zhao Guanwu's creation. Shadow nodded, "Okay, then do as you say, but I really didn't expect. Since you can make decisions so calmly." Kong Lu's voice was a little confident and happy. "I have understood my past stupidity. I didn't understand it before I mastered the real power, but when I put on this armor, I suddenly understood what real power is, and the sense of security it brings." Shadow looked at him in surprise. "Sense of security?" Kong Lu smiled and said, "Yes, now I finally know how far my hand can reach, just like I now know that as long as you don't have any problems and stop the attacker who may come, I can kill the Sun God." Although this sounded arrogant, his tone was calm like confidence. Although he didn't fully understand the changes in Kong Lu, Shadow could barely feel that he was not being stupid. "Well, let's do it, you are okay." The God of Fire said, as usual, "Of course, I can restrain the Dark Ability user, provided that he can stop other gods." The God of Sky also replied, "I don't need help. If you want, I can hold the earth for a few days and nights. I don't have the ability to fight the God of War in a short time, but she also doesn't have such ability. We are born enemies. It will always be difficult for us to touch each other." Kong Lu nodded with satisfaction. "That's enough. When I fight Sarah later, you should also step back." After saying that, he looked up at the dark sky, and then raised his hand to aim at the silver moon that had just risen. "Lock the moon," he said to the armor. Several things like chains instantly ejected from the chest of the armor, and overestimated their ability to shoot at the distant moon, but they disappeared into the air after just a few thousand meters. Then, the moon fell. The brightly lit city in the distance blurred a little, and then revealed its true face of complete darkness. At this moment, Maine, who was at the top of the free city, also looked at them. "My power has been severely suppressed." Sari, who was standing behind him, frowned. "This seems to be some kind of attack against my body, and it can even bypass my secret characteristics. But if I am given some time, there should be a way to break free." The Mother Earth, who was also standing behind him, said seriously, "We may not have enough time. You may not feel it, but I can sense that there are many weapons against the gods hidden in the armor, although I am not particularly afraid of such weapons. But if only Karina and I are not restrained by these weapons, it may not be enough. They must have arranged for the God of Fire to deal with Karina, and when they realize that this body of mine is not as afraid of the weapons against the gods as the original body, they will definitely let the God of the Sky to restrain me. The situation is quite critical." The God of Wind also looked at Ma-En nervously. Facing the concerns of the God of Earth, Ma-En also replied arrogantly, "It's okay, you just need to be responsible for restraining the God of the Sky, and I will handle it." The God of Earth reminded, "I think the situation may not be that simple. Don't underestimate this armor. If you and the God of Wind are the only ones, it should be difficult to compete with it. If it doesn't work, we can retreat temporarily. It's not shameful. Ma En nodded calmly. Don't worry. By the way, are you ready for what I told you to do? He looked down at the god of wind. The girl still had some hesitation on her face. Are you sure you want to do this? Ma En nodded confidently. Let's do it. Chapter 801. The armor slightly adjusted its direction, and then a dazzling blue flame burst out from behind it. Almost the next moment, Kong Lu's figure suddenly plunged into the top of the city, like a falling meteor. Then, four completely different attacks also flew towards him. The darkness spread and climbed in the air and came to him first, but before she approached Kong Lu, the dark shadow flowed cautiously around her, and then a blazing flame emerged. The fire god slammed into her, and pushed her away from Kong Lu. What came next was the fiery light spear that Ma En deliberately slowed down, but the armor did not dodge at all, and what happened next proved that his judgment was correct. The light spear easily pierced the armor, but it was as if it was really made of gentle sunlight, and the armor did not suffer any damage, and even the speed of advancement did not slow down at all. The raging storm began to gather towards him. This time, several tiny cracks opened on the surface of the armor, as if he was releasing something through these cracks, and the space around him became extremely silent. The wind could not approach him. The last to come was the leaping Mother Earth, who rushed directly towards the flying Kong Lu. Then he suddenly had an illusion that the ground was right in front of him at this moment, and then he began to fall towards where the Mother Earth was. The armor quickly began to operate the stabilization core, and the anti-god crystals also operated and consumed at high speed inside the armor's defense layer in the form of energy, trying to offset the impact caused by the other party. The strange feeling of weightlessness was instantly weakened a lot, but it did not disappear completely. Sky! Kong Lu shouted with some anger. The god of sky finally arrived, but his appearance was quite spectacular. At this moment, he was wearing a blue robe with white clouds embroidered on it. As he kept approaching here, the scattered robes began to spread behind him, and then directly covered the originally slightly dark dusk and the setting sun. And after he appeared, Kong Lu no longer felt weightless. He immediately took the opportunity to burst out with strong speed again, heading towards the figure at the top of the free city. Their purpose here was not to fight a protracted war, but a decapitation operation. With this armor, even the strongest god could kill the opponent in a short time. As long as he was killed, all problems would be solved. Seeing him approaching, Ma En did not foolishly bump into him, but took the lead in releasing the lit-off distance field to distance himself from others, and really began to rise to the sky. However, the lit-off distance field that had been very useful in the past, when it fell on the armor, was like a gentle stream of water hitting a solid rock, and it could not push it away from its original position at all. Even the armor that Li Hu wore at that time could only reduce this effect, but this armor seemed to be able to completely ignore the impact caused by the lit-off, and the spear of the sun he just threw could not cause any damage. For myself, who can only use the power of the sun god, this armor can really be said to be almost invulnerable. It seems that there is no way for me to defeat it in a single fight. Ma En continued to rise, and distanced himself from Kong Lu. Seeing this, Kong Lu laughed loudly. You should have seen that this armor is made to deal with you. All your types of damage are useless to me, and your defense and escape are also useless. All your struggles are in vain, and can only delay your own death. Faced with his almost provocative remarks, Ma En did not react at all. He did not get angry and flustered as Kong Lu expected, nor did he have any anger or contempt as a god king. It was as if he did not notice the mortal in front of him at all. He was rising continuously, like the rising sun. Seeing this, Kong Lu followed closely. The lit-off used to distance him was useless, and the sun god was not a god who was particularly good at speed. Therefore, this armor also specially strengthened the hunting function, so it should only take him a few seconds to catch up with the sun god. However, the current situation is not the case. Ma En, who was taking off, showed a terrible speed. He could not understand what was happening in front of him. But the armor understood. The sun god used its terrible speed as a star. It always maintained a terrible speed relative to our planet. This is also the fastest speed it can move. Analyze the weakness. This way of moving is quite rigid. The moving trajectory is almost fixed, and the actual maximum speed is not as fast as ours. As long as we continue to chase and predict his moving trajectory, it will be easy to catch up. Automatic decision-making. Enhance the energy output of the mobile module. Yes, even if he did not notice the fixed trajectory of the opponent, Kong Lu could clearly feel that his speed was still slightly higher than the opponent. After all, this armor was specially strengthened in the pursuit aspect. After the energy output was enhanced, the speed difference between him and Mon became larger and larger. But at this moment, some cracks appeared on Mon's surface. The flames tore his skin apart, and the golden light pierced his flesh. He turned into the sun. The scorching energy storm instantly descended on Kong Lu, but whether it was the pure high temperature or the various dangerous particles carried in it, they were naturally eliminated when they approached the armor. Automatic decision-making enhanced the energy output of the defense module. Kong Lu smiled. He was not surprised that he could easily block this move, not only because the armor's own defense was enough to deal with this level of burst attack, but also because before the armor enhanced the energy output of the defense module, he vaguely felt that this would happen. It was like he had felt Mon's powerless struggle in advance. His death was doomed. While he thought so, the strong gravity fell on the armor suddenly, causing the armor to stagger a little. Automatic decision-making enhanced the energy output of the stability module. Detected a large number of projectiles, enhanced the energy output of the interception module. Thousands of blazing light spears are being fired at this armor. If it weren't for the existence of this armor that completely restrains the power of the sun god, any one of the beams would be able to take away Kong Lu's fragile life. However, at this moment, they all dispersed in front of this armor. What a terrifying number and power. Kong Lu looked at the scene, and for some reason, he suddenly realized what the sun god was doing. The sun god is using his strengths. Unlike other top-level ability users, he has theoretically almost endless energy, and he is trying to use these saturation attacks to consume his energy. Gravity, solar storms, ascension, pursuit, and these light spears are all for this purpose. Chapter 802. This is the right idea. Kong Lu knew that this armor did have an energy limit. Although they obtained a terrifying amount of anti-god crystals through Victor, and Grandpa Zhao compressed this energy into the armor, and used it as energy to drive various anti-god weapons, and made particularly efficient modifications. This gave him the ability to almost ignore the influence of the sun god. However, this ability does have an output limit. Although it looks like there is no limit at all under such efficient use, it is completely different to face a truly unlimited power. The terrifying power hidden in the opponent's body is beyond the 5th level. Kong Lu did not expect that the sun god would notice his weakness so quickly. Fortunately, this does not really pose a threat to him. Yes, the sun god's idea is correct, provided that he only uses the energy in these parts used to eliminate the opponent's attack and pursuit. If he continues like this, he will not be able to hold on for a long time. But these are just basic defenses, and he has not yet launched an attack. Choose the best strategy to resolve it, Kong Lu said confidently. The armor replied, the best strategy has been selected, releasing the black hole anchor. He raised his hand and crossed the surrounding space, and then the dark energy drew a strange arc in the air. The scorching storm that had swept the world like a wave suddenly changed direction and hit the arc. The beams that were aimed at him also deviated from their original trajectory and sank into the strange-looking arc at a faster speed, and Kong Lu took the opportunity to continue chasing Ma In forward. The source of this arc is the black hole fragment. Victor also provided this thing to the Federation, and after Zhao Guanwu implanted it into the armor, he also found a more sophisticated and accurate way to use it. He did not try to use it as an attack. If he used it in that way, the fragment would be easily consumed quickly due to the instability of the form, and there was no need for the armor to use such a weapon. So he used it as a kind of defense system that can be used repeatedly. The arc did not appear for a particularly long time, but it was enough for Kong Lu to approach Main again. Moreover, he could repeatedly consume the anti-god's crystal to create black hole points. Although this would consume a lot of energy, it was far less than the level required to deal with that kind of infinite attack. With this, he did not need to worry about Main's overload attack. I am not lying to you, Kong Lu said with a little ease, your death is doomed. This armor is specially designed for the sun god. As a god, you have no ability to resist. Of course, if you want to continue to struggle, I am willing to play with you again. Anyway, I know what the result will be. Main did not react at all. It was at this time that Kong Lu noticed with some surprise that the scenery in the distance was changing rapidly, and the boundless deep blue was invading the clear blue sky. Wait, shouldn't it be dusk now? Then Kong Lu instantly realized that their pursuit had covered a very long distance. Although he didn't feel how long it took, they actually had extremely terrifying speeds. This was a speed that Kong Lu could not understand in the past, so he was completely unaware. They were already close to the edge of the Southern Federation. This was good news, because it meant that the opponent had no place to escape. However, at this moment, Main changed his death trajectory, and then, falling into the sea. Kong Lu, who was filled with doubts, had no idea what was happening, and then he was about to fall into the vast ocean that had completely covered the blue sky. It was at this moment that he had a premonition of something. Get out of the way! The armor instantly burst out with a terrible force, deflecting the direction of advance, and at the same time, the waves burst out as if they had life, and the terrible beast was also pushed into the sky by this terrifying force, and then opened its bloody mouth and bit the position where the armor was just now. And at the top of the beast stood a wild woman wearing a grass skirt. She glanced at Ma En hiding behind her with a little indifference, and then continued to chase the arrogant Kong Lu with the terrifying beast under her feet. Run! Kong Lu shouted in panic, don't let her. Reminder, there is a strategy against Poseidon in the armor. Hearing this, Kong Lu instantly felt a strong sense of relief, and the panic that just broke through his chest also disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. Use the anti-Poseidon strategy, he said very calmly. After speaking, the armor automatically adjusted its direction, and while running away, it faced the terrifying beast that was chasing him, and then he saw that the beast was preparing to attack with thick fog. Analysis completed, Weapon C divider selected. As the words rang out, the armored right arm immediately raised a piece of armor slightly, and aimed the raised part at the terrifying beast. The surrounding fog. As the dazzling red light gushed out, the fog around the beast instantly faded a lot, and its terrifying swimming speed also instantly decreased a lot, allowing Kong Lu to open up the gap with him. Now he must catch up with the sun god and complete the assassination while the opponent's speed decreases. But just as he thought so, the sun rose from the sea. It came to the side of the terrifying beast. The sea god standing on the giant beast turned his head to look at Maine. I didn't expect you to ask me for help. Maine stood beside her calmly. I know you will help me. You are not as short-sighted as other gods. The sea god neither agreed nor denied. Hee, this time you owe me. This is why he summoned the gods to the free city during this period. His purpose was not to really leave these gods who were of no use at all, but to show his attitude as the king of gods. And this is all for the sea god to see. Whether it is Maine's previous understanding or through communication with other gods, it is easy to draw a very interesting conclusion. In fact, the sea god is a guy very similar to Saran. Otherwise, they would not have governed the gods together. Of course, they must have many differences, but as the leaders of the gods, they are similar. The sea god also cares about the future of the gods like Saran. Therefore, it is not difficult to infer that when this god saw the conflict between the Federation and him, he must have realized what irreversible consequences would be for the gods if he really lost. The Federation did not ask her to join the war. It must be due to similar considerations. And when he sent the god of wind to explain his intentions, the god of the sea agreed to a temporary alliance as he expected, and did not mention their minor conflicts at all. After all, she is the queen of the gods. Difficult, difficult, difficult. Chapter 803. Mortal. She looked at the armor with an arrogant look. You really underestimated us. The sea god didn't say it, but in fact she had already made up her mind to help Maine. In fact, when the Federation found her and tried to form an alliance, she had already decided to rebel. It was a very stupid decision to find an alliance with me to deal with the sun god. Perhaps it was because the Federation saw that they had a conflict that was almost hatred with Saran, so they felt that they would stand against the sun god. In fact, they were right, provided that this sun god was Saran. She and Maine did have some conflicts, but these were nothing compared to the hatred with Saran. She had more serious conflicts with countless gods over a long period of time. Maine only provided temporary shelter for Karina, instead of trying to kill her. As an immortal god, she could distinguish different events more clearly. Maine's offense to her did not disappear because of this war, but it would not affect her judgment of this war. Unless you are particularly stupid, it is hard not to see what she should do. The battle is not over yet. Ma En said, hanging beside her. Don't be careless. The sea god said with a little arrogance. I have seen that this armor is specially made for us. It does have weapons that can restrain me, but most of its weapons are aimed at you. It is not as difficult to restrain me as it is for you. And I am not just using my own strength now. It is impossible for the Federation and Titan to prepare weapons against this little guy in advance, and it is even impossible for them to have such weapons. Don't worry, I won't underestimate my opponent in a fight. Come on. As she finished speaking, the fog around her became thick enough, and then the giant beast under the sea god pounced on its prey like a killer whale leaping out of the sea. Seeing this, Kong Lu instantly burst out with a strong speed and retreated, then raised his hand, and aimed at the fog around the giant beast again, releasing a dazzling red light. This did indeed reduce the monster's movement speed, allowing Kong Lu to keep a distance. The armor also sent an analysis. The sea divider is being released, and the situation is being analyzed. The surface of the other party's entity cannot be analyzed, and the detection signal cannot be returned. Intelligent analysis is being carried out, and it is speculated that this entity is controlled by the sea god through divine power. Hearing this, Kong Lu had a judgment. He raised his hand and aimed at the monster's open bloody mouth and fired the sea divider again. Almost at the same time as he reacted, the monster suddenly closed its mouth, and those dark red energy bullets hit his face. But these dark red energies were like heavy objects falling into the ocean, instantly sinking into his body and disappearing without a trace. The movement of the giant beast was not affected by these attacks. This scene was completely beyond Kong Lu's expectations. Although he did not hit the position he wanted to hit, the sea divider was not only able to cause damage to the sea god, it should also have strong destructive power. However, the behavior of the giant beast closing its mouth just now also fully verified the idea that emerged in his mind. Yes, he had seen through it. The body of this giant beast is his weakness, and it is a weakness that can be hurt by the sea divider. The next step is to find a way to create an opportunity to pry open his mouth, and then release the sea divider in his body. When thinking of this, Kong Lu's heart suddenly rose up with strong tension without warning. Then, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Where did the sun god go? But when he realized this, it was too late. The radiant sun's light instantly flooded the entire world, and this time, he didn't feel any damage, and the armor didn't need to increase energy output for defense, but this only made Kong Lu feel more nervous. The sun appeared above him, and then the strong gravity swept everything. Except for Kong Lu. But he had anticipated what was about to happen, or to be more precise, he had already seen it. The ocean was rising. The terrible gravity captured the ocean without any resistance. All the seawater in his field of vision was surging towards the star directly above him, and he was wrapped in the center of the tsunami targeting the sun. In just a moment, the seawater spread over his head. No matter which direction he looked, he could see the ocean. While he was stunned, the hot red energy suddenly burst out, trying to attack all the seawater that was trying to approach him. However, facing the entire ocean itself, these attacks had almost no effect. The rigid intelligence system just mechanically tried to destroy the entire ocean, not realizing that such an attack could not shake the terrible tsunami that was about to come. But just when he was desperate, Kong Lu felt like he had broken some kind of boundary. Then he said clearly, "Concentrate the attack and form a defense circle." Following his command, the armor no longer attacked the entire ocean randomly, but began to release short high-frequency attacks in a rhythmic manner, and these energy bombs directly formed a defense circle around him. The seawater that was about to sweep over him was also completely shattered when it approached. However, at this moment, the giant beast suddenly rushed over from behind Kong Lu, and he did not notice the existence of this monster at all. When Mon raised the entire ocean, he hid in the sea. And just now, he jumped out of the sea behind Kong Lu. After seeing the giant beast, the armor began to retreat half a beat slower, and instantly burst out with strong power to try to escape. However, this time the giant beast flapped its wings that were almost completely retreated, and the pores on its back also sprayed seawater. It instantly burst out with several times the terrifying speed. Even though Kong Lu could clearly see the entire long process of him approaching him, it was difficult to control the armor to avoid this attack. But he still had a way. Use. Bang! At this moment, he suddenly felt something hit him from behind, and this sudden force was also terrifyingly strong, instantly interrupting his voice and retreat trajectory. How could it be possible? How could such a terrifying force approach him so quietly? Before he could figure out what was going on, the beast suddenly bit him. Crack. Just like chewing gum, the metal shell was instantly shattered by him, and the armor surface of more than 10 centimeters was instantly torn off by the terrifying beast, and his claws directly grabbed his chest. While he tried to fight back, countless weak winds also penetrated into the internal structure of his armor along the bite marks of the beast, and quickly destroyed all the delicate structures inside. Then, the beast's claws also fell suddenly on his chest. Although this move was much weaker than the previous bite, the armor also lost most of its defensive capabilities as the breeze penetrated, and the claws instantly shattered the strongest chest. Kong Lu was about to fall into the cockpit. But at this moment, clear white gushed out. Kong Lu was forced to close his eyes by the pure eyes. Snap! The figure of a heavy object falling to the ground woke him up. He opened his eyes and looked at the man who fell to the earth opposite. Although the whole world was covered by the terrifying pure white, Kong Lu could still barely judge that the man was standing at the same height as himself. In other words, although they couldn't see it, the ground should be under their feet. And the man who turned into a mortal body and fell into the world should be the sun god, who had just turned into a star. Kong Lu looked around in surprise. Wait. Where are the other enemies? Although this doubt appeared in his mind, he soon put it behind him because he soon realized that there were more important things to pay attention to. Until this moment, he suddenly realized. At this moment, he was no longer wearing armor. But at this moment, he was wearing the anti-sun god armor that Li Hu had worn before. This new armor was also the anti-god material implanted into the armor by Zhao Guanwu. Then, he looked at his right hand. There was a dagger tightly held there. A certain mission arose in his mind, and he instantly knew what he should do. Kong Lu raised his leg and walked towards Ma Yin. While he was observing the environment, Ma Yin was not just standing there motionless. When he fell here, he could first feel that his divine power was greatly suppressed. It seemed that there was no concept of the sun here, although it was a very subtle feeling. But he had a vague feeling that this was a place without the sun. This was not the surface of the planet they were on. And when he tried to retreat and move forward, he did not really change the distance with Kong Lu. In the pure white, movement seemed to have lost all meaning. But when Kong Lu took a step, he seemed to be moving forward without any influence. It was as if this place was protecting his opponent. This was really a very powerful weapon, which could almost trap him. Of course, this place could not actually trap him, not just because he had other ways to teleport, even if he did not consider the Control Bureau or other abilities, just fighting as the Sun God. Because he could feel that this place could not last long. This piece of pure white was being burned by his endless power. It only took a moment, and this place would be completely burned to ashes by the terrible divine power it suppressed. But this does not mean that the situation is optimistic, because he can also clearly feel that the seemingly unremarkable dagger has the power to kill gods. Just as Zhao Guanwu once said. Kong Lu is also very clear about this. He is running towards Ma Yin. Although his armor looks like it is completely destroyed, his movement speed at this moment is not much weaker than when he used the armor, which can be regarded as the 5th level. In the past, although Kong Lu had a 5th level body, he had never exerted such a speed. He felt as if he understood how to use his power through the armor, and as he ran closer and closer to Ma Yin, he could feel his body getting lighter and lighter. He was almost flying. Can't escape? Kong Lu said as he ran, speaking of which, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have grown like this. Your death will make me a real strong man. Ma Yin asked, are you going to be my enemy? Kong Lu laughed more and more wildly. Be my enemy? If you insist, it's just that you are blocking my way forward. If you hid when we invaded the Southern Federation, you wouldn't end up like this. At this moment, your fate is doomed. Your power can't hurt me. And I can kill you easily. He was getting closer and closer to Ma Yin. And Ma Yin, who heard this, looked at him and raised his hand. Then he made a finger-snapping motion. Bang! Kong Lu, who was wearing armor, was hit like a glass bead. Kong Lu's eyes widened suddenly, not understanding how the other party had hurt him. But then he immediately followed his instincts that were different from the past, raised his hand, and threw the dagger out. He suddenly burst out with the 5th order physical strength. The dagger was also pulled by gravity in the air, but after only a few slight tremors, it broke free of this force as if it had life, and stabbed directly at Ma Yin, who could not move. The dagger stabbed Ma Yin's heart accurately. The death of the god killer came. Kong Lu, who was thrown away, struggled to get up and looked up at the scene representing victory. However, the next scene was beyond his comprehension. Because Ma Yin raised his hand and grasped the dagger that was stabbed in his chest, and then held it tightly for a few seconds, the dagger disappeared in his hand, and he seemed to be unaffected. The bright red blood flowed out of the wound, but it seemed to have no effect on him. And soon, as the flesh and blood moved, the wound disappeared on his body. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? Kong Lu's eyes were red, and all his doubts were stuck in his throat and difficult to spit out. Ma Yin asked again, have you made up your mind to be my enemy? This gave Kong Lu a little hope. No, I surrender immediately. We will no longer be your enemy. We will withdraw from the Southern Federation immediately, as long as you let me leave alive. By the way, killing me will not do you any good. My family is very powerful, and we are also friends with Zhao Guanwu, but he is. Ma Yin glanced at him with contempt. I'm not talking to you. Have you made up your mind? Kong Lu blinked when he heard this, not knowing what happened. I felt that I saw Zhao Guanwu's figure. No, Zhao Guanwu's figure did appear in front of him. Then, Kong Lu also felt the full power, peace of mind and calmness in his body, and the sense of control over what was going to happen. All of them were suddenly taken away with the appearance of the figure. Then, he felt unbearable and terrible pain all over his body. Ah! The pain that he had ignored instantly occupied his whole body, causing the pampered Kong Lu to fall to the ground with a scream. Spare his life, Zhao Guanwu said apologetically. How about this if? Ma Yin's eyes showed a king's implicit anger. Do you think I'm a fool? This is the last chance. No matter who you are, either show up or be ready to fight me. Zhao Guanwu's expression froze instantly when he heard this, and then marks like cracks began to appear on his skin. The white wings stretched and opened, tearing the false shell. Chapter 804. Kong Lu stared blankly at the scene in front of him. He watched the angel break out of the shell, and the hope in his heart was completely shattered as the shell of the body broke, and then there was a strong fear. At this moment, he realized that he was indeed not smart, but he also understood the scene in front of him. He also instantly felt how small he was, and how dangerous this world was. He was different from the sun god, who was fighting him head-on, and was completely different from Shadow and Li Hu. How dangerous and terrifying are the truly unrestrained 5th-level ability users. They will not give him any chance to resist and struggle. He has been completely controlled before he realizes what is happening. The slender white palm patted the shell on his body, and the bright and slender beautiful wings curled up slightly. She slightly raised her frighteningly beautiful face, with a childlike innocent curiosity in her eyes. How did you survive? She was not surprised that she would be discovered. Even if Ma Yin could not directly realize who she was, he could definitely feel the strangeness of Kong Lu. In fact, she did not try to hide this. After all, she always thought that the sun would eventually set. As for seeing through that she was not Zhao Guanwu, it was even simpler, because she was not good at imitating others. Sometimes she was not seen through simply because she knew how not to be seen through. But Ma Yin did not mean to answer. Are you going to fight me on behalf of heaven? The cherubim shook his head. No, I'm just trying to kill you. I'm sorry. I couldn't do it. Ma Yin looked at the cherubim without saying anything, as if she was not satisfied with her answer. But the cherubim did not want to explain. A long silence. After a long time, the cherubim blinked. Then, as if she did not understand Ma Yin's eyes just now, she suddenly asked, Do you have anything else to ask? Her tone was like a teacher who was about to patiently explain scientific problems to children. Ma Yin also vaguely realized that there seemed to be something wrong with her brain. Aren't you going to explain anything? Did you intend to kill me just now? The cherubim seemed to suddenly remember something and said, Oh sorry, I want to kill you to fulfill the prophecy of the returner. Unfortunately, the dagger of God seems to be of no use to you. Can you tell me what's going on? She spoke as if she was just asking about some interesting gossip. Ma Yin looked at her coldly. So you think this matter will end like this? Since you want to kill me, you should also be prepared to accept the revenge of all the gods, right? Hearing this, the cherubim was stunned, and then she blinked again. But this time, after she opened her eyes, the aura she exuded became completely different. Sorry. She showed an apologetic look. What you just saw was my true face. The way I'm talking to you now is the way I usually use. You may not understand it yet. I am the cherubim, a creature created by the destined returner. I am not a human, not a god. I am not any of the races you are familiar with. I am a life completely different from you. So I can't fully understand your thoughts, but I can find a way to communicate with you through the Lord's protection, but it will be more difficult to communicate with you. After all, you are more unpredictable than them, but I can also feel. You should be able to accept my true face more or less. Ma Yin quickly understood what she meant. If she was not lying, then this guy just now was not deliberately keeping silent and changing the subject. It's just that when it comes to the so-called true face, she simply didn't realize what she was expressing through her attitude. The cherubim continued, As for my offense to you, I am also deeply sorry. I didn't know you were so difficult to kill. If I had known you were so powerful, I wouldn't have done it. After all, I don't need to complete all the prophecies now. Although she claimed to have adopted a certain communication method, it still sounded problematic. But Ma Yin could still understand what she wanted to express through her slightly awkward words. She didn't need to complete all the prophecies, which meant that she had no reason to be an enemy of herself. Speaking of this, the cherubim seemed to be choosing a so-called communication method. Then, her face showed a fake apology that was more sincere than before. That's right. I shouldn't underestimate you. I can promise that I will never try to fulfill the prophecy of destroying the false god again. If you want, I can also sign the contract with those devils. The dagger can also be left to you, and I can also tell you where it came from. Before you were born, Saren had made many transactions with me, and in the most recent transaction, he gave this dagger to me, and signed a contract that I can only use it after the birth of the sun god. You can also propose any other conditions you have. I believe you should also understand that there is no point in a direct battle between us. It will only waste the power of the false gods in heaven. Neither of us can really solve the other. Ma-En smiled contemptuously. Don't treat me as Saran. I also have enough time to waste. As far as I know, you should have many prophecies that you want to realize. I don't mind delaying time to a dangerous situation for you. For example, delay until Shishao wakes up. The cherubim did show a look of surprise on his face at this moment. This is not a good idea, and it is not good for you. Ma-En smiled. I said don't treat me as Saran. If you continue to anger me, then Shishao and I will have two identical enemies. At that time, she will naturally become my ally. But you are lucky. I have other things to deal with now. I can temporarily forgive your offense, but you need to make up for the mistakes you made. Pure curiosity appeared in her eyes again. How to make up? Ma-En asked. You seem to like to pretend to be someone else. Can you pretend the power of others? The cherubim answered directly. Yes. What do you want to do? Ma-En did not answer, but raised his legs forward to bypass the cherubim. Walked towards Kong Lu. Kong Lu, who had been completely stunned, instantly came back to his senses and returned to the cruel reality. At this time, he also remembered his identity, the loser of this fight. I can also negotiate terms. He shouted, I can also make a deal with you. The family behind me has quite rich resources. I can sign a contract, whether it is so or... Although Kong Lu knew that his betrayal would be discovered by the Federation in the end, he had lost his remaining sanity and only wanted to survive at this moment. He didn't want to die. It hurt so much before he died. However, Ma-En seemed to have not heard his words and reached out to press the armor part on his head. Gently pried it open. Then the strong fear made his begging for mercy almost turn into a scream. The flames drowned his voice. Chapter 805. What a cunning thing. The fire god kept burning, his eyes moving around, trying to find his opponent. The dark ability user was not his opponent. After all, they had a natural restraint relationship, but this guy was much more difficult than the fire god thought, and he could almost dodge his attacks every time. Although he didn't need to kill the other party, he just needed to drag it until Kong Lu killed the sun god, but the other party's quick dodging like a mouse also made him feel a little bored. He really wanted to kill this annoying guy before Kong Lu came back. Thinking of this, he looked at the surrounding situation. There was nothing unusual about the sky and the earth within his naked eye. They were also in a stalemate. The wind god disappeared not long after the battle started. He should have gone to help the sun god, but as far as he knew, the armor was also good at dealing with the wind god, and she couldn't make any impact even if she tried her best. But the mysterious attacker didn't show up. Could she have gone to help Maine? But Shadow should be paying attention to that, so he doesn't need to worry. Don't hide? He shouted impatiently. Fight me head on if you have the guts. Karina didn't answer him, and continued to move at high speed. Like Kagami, her goal was to delay time, and the other party didn't know that she was not really loyal to Man at all. She and Man only had a loose verbal commitment. If she really felt that her life was in danger, she would definitely run away immediately. This was also what Man promised her. At this moment, she was indeed prepared for this. Although Ma-En was very confident, the other party seemed to have exactly the same confidence. As an ordinary girl who had entered the abnormal world, she had no way of judging which side was closer to the truth. Therefore, she could only be nervous and timid, and constantly tried to use all the methods she could think of to delay the battle as much as possible. Fortunately, the situation seemed to be deadlocked as she hoped. If you come out and fight me head-on, you may still have a chance. The fire god sneered and mocked. If you delay like this, you will only be surrounded and killed by our returning companions. Hearing this, Karina also had some worries in her heart. However, at this moment, the sun rose. The bright light of the sun instantly pierced her worries. Snap! The headless body fell from the sky. All the members of the Federation who saw this scene immediately recognized the body in fancy clothes. Back! The angry female voice sounded. As the words fell, the blue sky began to flow, like a curtain being pulled, and was suddenly pulled back to the goddess sky, revealing his appearance. He looked at the woman, who was stepping on the tsunami with a shocked face. Then the sun that had just risen also set again, turning into a mortal body, and descending beside her. The wind god who had never been seen also appeared, and followed them with a slightly dissatisfied look on his face. What's going on? The god of sky asked with a dark face. Why are you standing next to him? Who asked you to do it alone? The god of the sea asked with a gloomy face. Hearing this rhetorical question, the sky god instantly shut his mouth. This sentence also exposed his little thoughts. In fact, he also vaguely sensed the sea god's thoughts. In fact, normally he would also support the sea god's approach, if the target this time was not the sun god. Ma-En glanced at him coldly, but did not teach him a lesson on behalf of the sea god. Then, he took a half step forward and looked at the fire god, who had retreated several thousand meters, and the shadows standing beside him. "You lost again," he said, just as I expected. The fire god turned his eyes away directly, not daring to look at Ma-En at all. Seeing this, Shadow also knew that he had to take responsibility. He took a few steps forward. "Respected King of Gods, I apologize for Kong Lu's stupid behavior. I am willing to discuss this war with you seriously on behalf of the Federation at this moment. In fact, I always think this action is quite stupid. If you are willing, I am willing to discuss a ceasefire agreement with you, of course. We will compensate you for your losses." Although he did not inform the Federation, Shadow immediately made the right judgment. And just now, he also received news that Victor has been temporarily dead. Although he claimed to be an immortal, his death was so neat, which also showed that their war with the sun god was not wise. In fact, when the sun god appeared, he felt that the next development would not be very good. Kong Lu's body also proved this. It's just that those idiots can't remember the horror of Saren at all. Obviously, he has not been dead for a long time. His attitude is very sincere, and he is probably willing to take out a lot of precious things as compensation. Seriously speaking, the value of these things is likely to far exceed the anti-psychic medicine that Ma-En originally wanted to get. Unfortunately, he couldn't ask for the anti-psychic medicine directly. The eyes of the sea god who listened to Shadow's words also became bright, because she knew very well the value of some things in the Federation, and this was also a good opportunity to consolidate the power of the gods. She looked at Ma-En and wanted to say something. "Too late," Ma-En said indifferently. The sea god showed a surprised look, but the wind god standing behind them smiled proudly, as if he had expected it, although she actually knew nothing. Facing Shadow's unexpected look, Ma-En's face showed the arrogance of a king. "I gave you a chance last time, and even earlier, I also gave you a chance. When I said you can still regret it, it means you really can regret it. But if you don't grasp it, then I won't give you another chance." All the gods present looked at him in surprise. Shadow also realized that something was wrong. "I am now contacting the top leaders of the Federation. They should have agreed to a ceasefire. I am also confident that I can convince them to provide you with sufficient compensation. What do you want, an agreement? Knowledge? Power? We may also have something you don't know about Saren." Ma-En interrupted arrogantly. "I want war, and you will get war. Go back. I am not like you, so I will give you time. You can tell your leaders and rulers to prepare for death. They made a mistake, and now it's time to bear it." After saying this, Ma-En gathered his strength, turned around and ignored them, as if he really didn't intend to continue to kill them. But watching Ma-En turn around and leave, Shadow and other members of the Federation realized deeply. The situation was really bad. Chapter 806. Ma-En knocked on the door. "Can you come in?" No answer came from the inside. Ma-En did not hesitate to open the door, and walked in. He instantly felt the soft and warm sunlight falling on him, but soon he realized that this soft warmth only existed in his senses, not on his retina. In front of his consciousness, there was a blurry soft light flowing outside his sight, and then this light slowly gathered into a state close to human form. He could barely see the outline of 2 arms, and a head, but his lower body was a little shapeless. "It shouldn't be time yet?" he asked. Ma-En walked in front of him and took out a dagger-like thing. "Does this thing look familiar to you?" Abnormal entity, death of god. Abnormal strength, 6-5. Description: the Titans brought several corpses of gods and made cruel wishes like fairies. Features: God Killer 5-5, January 1st, release power and kill gods. Sacrifice 6-5. Kill humans in exchange for the ability to kill gods of the same level. Saran's tone became curious. "In other words, you defeated the cherubim? Very good, this weapon is back in the hands of the gods, but you'd better not abuse it, although the consciousness of the gods can be killed. But if other gods see you use it frequently, it may cause a more serious crisis. If you have to use it, it's best to do it in secret." Ma-En turned his hand and put away the dagger. "You didn't mention its existence." Saran replied, "Yes, I can't mention it. I have a bet with the cherubim. If I die, she can try to use this thing to kill the new sun god. Before that, she can't go against me. And not being able to leave a warning is also a condition of the bet. In fact, I never thought that I would really die, so I was willing to make this bet with her. Of course, this can actually be regarded as a transaction, and I also exchanged other benefits with her. But these are no longer important. Ma did not dwell on this issue. The treaty they signed at the beginning guaranteed the safety of Saran, otherwise the other party would not agree to hand over his power so easily to him. So Ma could not threaten Saran in any way. What do you know about her? Ma asked. She mentioned the prophecy. Saran thought. The destined returner left many prophecies before leaving, including the destruction of the gods. Of course, those who imitate us prefer to use the word false god. Although it is a prophecy, it is completely different from the prophecy of Shishao. Their prophecies will not come true naturally, and they are not the things we know about the future. On the contrary, their prophecies can only be fulfilled through the actions of the angels. But as they continue to fulfill what those destined to return have said, these prophecies that actually have no practical meaning will become real prophecies. And the guy who said these prophecies will become a real prophet. Even more than that, he became a person whose words came true. In fact, this is not a prophecy, but the words he uttered have become reality in some way, which will also give him the so-called divinity. When enough prophecies are fulfilled, his last words will also come true. He will come back. Mon showed a thoughtful look. So their purpose is to bring back the destined returners. Saran nodded. If you can, you'd better stop them as much as possible, even if they don't fulfill the prophecy of making the gods disappear from this world, as long as the destined returners come back. All the prophecies will come true, I will die, and you may die too. In addition, there are many terrible things happening, such as all living beings will believe in him, heaven will become as he said, and all angels will become what they are in the story. It sounds okay, but the essence of this matter is quite cruel. By then, the new reality will cover the old one, and we will no longer exist. Even if there is a guy with the same name as you, he will not have your memory, and even his personality, consciousness and soul composition will be completely different from you now. He is the end of the world. Ma asked, before you fell asleep, how far away is this end of the world from us? Saran said in a daze, oh, I almost forgot that your concept of time is different from ours. I think time is very tight, but if you look at it from your perspective, you don't need to worry too much about this matter now. Even if everything goes well, it may take them hundreds of years to realize the prophecy. The Federation and Shishao have also confirmed this. You don't need to pay special attention to it. But you better be careful. After all, you and him should be considered competitors. To be honest, I have seen many reality twisters. Among all the twisters I have seen, he can be said to be the most dangerous one. You know, when he was alive, you could almost say that he was actually immortal. Anyway, I couldn't feel any power directly from him. Although he had various miracles, they could all be explained by other reasons. In my opinion, he exchanged this price for more terrible power. And you haven't seen him with your own eyes. Although he looks like a mortal, he is also quite terrible. Although I could kill him by raising my finger at that time, I can also feel that if I really did that, it will only make him more terrible. Ma nodded. I understand. I have asked the cherubim to give up this prophecy. She shouldn't be a problem, but I'm a little curious. What is she? This guy looks like another creature. Saran continued, yes, there are two types of angels. The more common ones are more similar to you humans except for mental problems. After all, they are close to humans. And most races in this world are not that different from you humans, because essentially you are all life from the same source, and you are all creatures nurtured by the ocean. There are also many humanoid creatures that are extremely similar to you. But the original angels are different. They are not your kind. These things are all creations imagined by that mortal. They are lives that appeared out of thin air. They are tools he uses to make himself return, although he may not think so. And what's worse is that these things must be different from his original imagination. As I said, after his return, all the prophecies will be fulfilled, and these angels will become what he originally imagined. But this also means that they are not like that now. The things in that mortal's brain can already be considered monsters, and they haven't even grown into their original appearance, which makes them almost deformed monsters. But don't underestimate her because of this. At this point, the blurry figure of Saran became clearer, and his tone became serious. You may think she is a little stupid, but that is the perspective of looking at the same kind. If a human behaves like her, we can regard it as stupid to the point of weirdness. But she is not, she is just weird. And don't think that she is not your opponent just because you won this time. Even if I can leave the Southern Federation now, she is the first few enemies of the same level that I don't want to accept. She basically won't show her full strength, because as I said, she is not our kind. She has no desire to win, she has no self-esteem, she will not shed tears, nor will she be happy because of the fulfillment of the prophecy. She doesn't have most of the emotions we are familiar with. She has no friends, and she won't be sad because of anything. Her purpose of existence is only to fulfill prophecies. Unlike her master who thinks she is immortal, she truly has the ability to predict, and she can sense the existence of the future. That is why she will give up those more difficult prophecies, and invest more energy in those more efficient prophecies, which means that she is not without a chance of winning. She just judged it as not worth it. And similar to the shadow, she can also exist in many places at the same time. Almost every moment, she is dealing with dozens of different prophecies. According to me, she is even like some kind of cold machine, right? Mon thought for a moment and said, "It sounds like that." Saran heard the implication of his words. He agreed, "Yes, but the actual situation is obviously not the case. If it were that simple, you and I would just need to let her keep the judgment that it is not worth destroying the gods. In fact, at the beginning, the cherubim that the destined returner wanted to create might be a pure tool, a sharp blade for him to fulfill the prophecy, but as I just said, his prophecy was not accurate, which caused the cherubim to deviate. If you want to say it, the cherubim is indeed a resurrection machine. But she is a machine made of flesh and blood with a hot body temperature. This also makes her unpredictable. She is a tool to resurrect those who are destined to return. She is also some kind of weird monster." After saying this, Saran seemed to suddenly remember something and said firmly, "She should have signed a contract with you, right?" Ma-En immediately thought of the problem. "Is there a problem with the contract?" Saran smiled. "I like to talk to smart people, yes, but it's not that there is a problem with the contract itself, but I suspect that she may have a way to cancel these contracts, although this may require a heavy price, and it should not be done casually, but I still think that after a certain point, she must have a way to cancel these contracts, because she has signed too many contracts, and I think she should not sign many contracts in the long run, including many contracts with me. And the contract was originally created by her, and the balancer." After hearing this, Ma-En also realized that she might be lying. However, he was not angry at all because of being deceived. "So, I should be careful?" Seeing Ma-En's attitude, Sierra-En also smiled. "Very good, it seems that you have fully understood what she is, and my deal with you is not wrong. You really have to pay attention to the contract with her, and other contracts cannot be completely trusted. Because I also took the initiative to sign many different and similar contracts with her, but she did not refuse because it was not a hell contract, so I think she is probably using the contract to study all these constraints. However, you don't need to be afraid of choking. You still have to sign the contract with her. Just realize that the contract cannot be maintained forever, and don't let her realize that you realize this. And there is also a very important thing we need to deal with." Ma-En asked curiously, "We?" Sierra-En nodded. "I will help you. In return, I hope you can take care of other gods. But I won't ask you to sign any contract with me. Although I have had many battles, we are still allies in this dangerous world. When we encounter something that wants to destroy humanity, we are allies. Many gods don't know, and many don't want to say. But it is obvious that you can see that we are derived from you. In fact, we were created by you a long time ago, and we are also your allies. That's why we have so many similarities with you. We are part of you. I hope you can consider what I said, but it doesn't affect my help next." Mon asked doubtfully, "What will you help me with?" Saran smiled. "I will teach you a trick. In fact, the cherubim you met this time are also weakened. I mentioned that there is a bet between us, right? This bet can only be established when I die. At least she has to think so naturally, so she can't know that I am not dead. This will also prevent her from knowing your secret. If this bet does not exist, she would have seen through your secret long ago. But based on my understanding of her, although this effect may continue for a while, as for why it can continue, I can't tell you for the time being, but you should be able to think of it." Mon certainly thought of it. "Saran and cherubim have other bets." Saran continued, "But even if this effect can last, she will slowly find your weaknesses through her prophetic ability. I don't want her to know too much about you, and I don't want her to have a way to threaten the survival of the gods. So I will teach you an interesting trick, and this trick may also help you in other places. Let's put it this way, after Shishao was sealed, I immediately found a way to avoid prophecy to ensure that even if she comes out now, her prophetic ability to me will be greatly weakened. But your situation is special. You can't keep my power forever, so you can't use the trick I just created. So I thought of a way that you can use too." Chapter 807. Solar breathing. This is the name of the move that Saran taught him. Although he did not understand the principle at all, and the Control Bureau could not analyze it, Saran claimed that as long as he followed his instructions and carried out certain strange activities every day, he could completely disrupt his future. Saran said that he could understand this kind of activity based on the essence of stars, which could produce a large amount of material that would cause a huge burden and interference to the prophecy, forming a kind of interference belt that could cover the prophecy. Of course, this was just a wrong explanation for Maine to barely understand. As for the real principle, it was quite complicated, and there were many pre-knowledge systems that Maine was completely unclear about, so he could not explain it. And there was no need for this. Maine only knew that this move could be maintained very simply, and its effect was also very clear. He could counter almost all types of prophecy abilities. Saran also emphasized that this almost all included Shin Shao and Cherubim, and only a few special prophecy abilities could bypass the anti-prophecy technique he created. And that kind of special prophet, according to Saran, might not be born within 1,000 years. Mon doesn't need to worry. Of course, if a higher-level prophet can definitely crack this move, but if there really is such a guy, then the anti-prophecy ability may be meaningless. Of course, this prophecy ability cannot make Mon completely ignore the cherubim. After all, he is not the full-fledged sun god, and this technique is still different from that used by Saran. The cherubim can still make a simple judgment on him, and she can also concentrate all her strength. Saran also specifically reminded him that the cherubim had more than just the ability to predict. Similarly, if Quan Sheng Shishao wanted to deal with him, it would be quite dangerous. But even if it wasn't perfect, it didn't matter, because the most important problem had been solved. Now Maine didn't have to worry about being seen through, nor did he have to worry about his secrets being discovered by the prophet. And he couldn't completely counter these two prophets because they were the strongest prophets of the contemporary era. Their prophetic abilities were already at the same level as the power of the sun god, or even stronger. But there were not only these two prophets in this world. Although Saran hadn't seen them active like this, he speculated that there were slightly weaker 5th-level prophets in the Federation and the company. And for these weaker 5th-level prophets, Maine was basically invisible. After figuring out the situation of the cherubim, Maine returned to the Free City. Although this was an unquestionable victory, it didn't mean he could just ignore everything. In fact, he had more things to deal with. "You're back." When he just appeared, he heard the girl's surprised voice. The god of wind gradually took shape in front of him, and the joy on his face could not be suppressed at all. Now the Federation probably dares not to continue to be our enemy. After this battle, Shadow wants to sign a truce agreement with us directly. We should have completely destroyed their will to fight, right? Mayan nodded. This war is basically over. The girl nodded, and then asked curiously, "But why don't you sign a truce agreement with him directly?" "I don't care about this at all, but you should be able to see that the god of the sea seems to care a lot, and now she is waiting for you. Are we really going to go to war with them?" Although she said she didn't care, she immediately asked if the war was real. Mon didn't answer directly. "Where is Poseidon?" Before he finished speaking, he heard the sound of waves coming from outside the door. Snap. The door was pushed open roughly, and the woman walked directly to Ma-En with fierce steps. "What exactly are you thinking?" But what she said was unusually calm. Ma-En looked at Poseidon and asked calmly, "Are you talking about the armistice agreement?" The wind god's eyes flickered back and forth between them, feeling this strange atmosphere that came to an abrupt end, and cautiously stepped back a few steps, trying to leave their sight. Poseidon raised his head slightly and looked at him and said, "Yes, you should know that signing a truce agreement is not a bad choice for us, not to mention that we can take the opportunity to harvest a lot of spoils. You don't really want to fight with the Federation, do you? If so, I must warn you that the war between the gods and humans will not have a good result, especially now that we still have such a seal. This is not my judgment of the situation at the moment, but because we are born in the human brain. The gods can help humans, plunder humans, rule humans, and slaughter humans. But they must never really want to destroy humans." Ma-En also looked at her. "Of course, I know this very well. The gods and humans have a special relationship. My purpose is not what I said at the time, but I do have my own reasons. You can understand it this way. The purpose of my war is to achieve a longer-term peace." Poseidon stared at him for a few seconds, then nodded, "Since you understand." She did not ask what Maine was going to do. Hearing this, the wind god was also slightly relieved. She thought they were going to quarrel, but what Maine said was also good news for her, because if he didn't really want a war, she could sleep well. And now with Maine watching, she could sleep more peacefully. Just when she thought so. "Very good, then let's talk about business." Poseidon's eyes became serious. "You should not have forgotten that you kidnapped my daughter." Maine nodded. "I do want to talk to you about this. You said she is your daughter, the Dark Goddess, but the problem is that she seems to have a way to derive power to places outside the Southern Federation, and she is not afraid of the anti-god's crystal at all. Poseidon was not surprised. I don't know how she did it, but I know she is my daughter. Mon asked back, how can you be sure that she is your daughter? Do you have any evidence? The sea god was a little angry and laughed. You ask me how to be sure? I am her mother. How do you think I can tell? Do you think I can't recognize my own daughter? The wind god didn't dare to look any further, and his eyes drifted to the window. Without waiting for Mon to answer, the sea god put away his slightly unhappy look. But I don't intend to convince you, because I don't intend to take her away by force. She can stay with you, but from now on you are not allowed to send her to the battlefield. In exchange, if you really encounter a situation that requires her to take action, you can come to me for help. But you must never let her take risks. If something happens to her, I swear I will never forgive you, understand? She didn't make any specific threats. But looking at her expression, Mon could feel that it was different from last time. She was serious. Of course. Mon agreed. Chapter 808. He learned the news while having breakfast. Kong Chen put down his knife and fork, took the newspaper almost instinctively, and spread it in front of him skillfully. His eyes stayed on the words, but he was completely unable to put them together into any meaningful words. The visitor patted his shoulder, and then walked towards the master bedroom with a little apology. Not long after, heart-wrenching cries came from inside. Then, there were hoarse roars, irrational questioning and insults. Finally, there were some careful comfort sounds mixed in the short sobs. Kong Chen closed the newspaper and looked up at the clock. He stood up and walked to the door of the master bedroom, raised his hand and wanted to push the door open. However, as soon as he touched the handle, his movement stopped. After a few seconds of silence, he said to his wife inside, I go out and take a look. After saying this, he turned and walked out. After going downstairs, Kong Chen drove to the nearest federal building. The scene outside the car window was no different from usual. The number of pedestrians did not change. The brand new high-rise buildings did not become old. The bright sunshine brought a comfortable warmth. And his only son had just died in the Southern Federation. They probably didn't tell her, but they told themselves. Kong Lu didn't even have a complete body when he died. His head was cruelly torn off, and his body was thrown from a high altitude and smashed to pieces. In this case, the ability users present could not preserve his body. Even if they did, there was no possibility of saving it. The boy's appearance began to appear in his mind, and countless memory fragments began to flash. He had never realized so deeply that he was a bad father. If he hadn't been too busy with work in his early years and had no time to take care of Kong Lu, if he hadn't been too strict when he was a child, if his mother hadn't been too doting when he was a child, if he hadn't been so indulgent after he started his career. If not. Countless has flashed through his mind. These are no longer meaningful. The man parked the car and walked towards the main entrance of the building with steady steps. The moment he crossed the threshold, familiar memories also flooded his mind. He had been semi-retired for many years, and he realized very early that he couldn't move forward. And he had gone far enough. Think about it carefully, he made almost no mistakes at work, and no one could blame him. But why couldn't he do as well as he did at work in the family? Kong Chen didn't think about this problem carefully, and it was too late now. He stepped into the teleporter and walked out again. Kong Lu was dead, and he couldn't change anything. But there was good news. The sun god rejected the armistice proposed by Shadow. Although he has been away from here for many years, his skills are still not too rusty, and he still has many friends to use, but before looking for them, he has someone to see. Are you here? He knocked on the door. Xiao Guanwu replied, come in. Kong Chen pushed the door open and looked at Xiao Guanwu, who had already packed up his things. Apparently, the other party received the notice from the Federation earlier than him. Why did he die? Kong Chen asked an almost accusatory question before he realized what he had said. The old man sighed and looked at the junior, who was still quite capable. I prepared armor for him that can be used remotely, but what he got involved in was too dangerous, and the decision he made was too reckless. Even I couldn't stop him. The one who killed him was the sun god, one of the most terrifying creatures in our time. If before this we could still think that he might be far inferior to Saren because he was just born, then now we must realize how dangerous he is. Xiaochen, you may think that I am talking without any pain, but I must advise you. Let it go. Kong Chen replied, he is my son. Xiao Guanwu looked at him and sighed, you can't get revenge. Kong Chen replied without any emotion, I know, I didn't think I had to kill him, I know myself. But I can use all my methods to disgust him and make everything go wrong for him. Didn't he refuse the armistice agreement with the Federation and say he wanted a war? Then we will give him a war. I know we will definitely negotiate with him in the end, but what can I do before that? Xiao Guanwu asked, what can you do? Kong Chen replied, I don't know, but I can always do something. Xiao Guanwu shook his head, go back and accompany your wife. To tell you the truth, your son is a bastard. Even if he didn't get into trouble today, he will die in someone's revenge sooner or later. Kong Chen continued, I know, but I can't accept that he died in front of me. He is still so young. Seeing this, Xiao Guanwu said with sympathy, I understand, but we have to learn to look forward. This is a cruel world. Gods and monsters are like the natural laws of this world. Just think of him as being killed by a meteorite falling from the sky. Kong Chen said, so you won't help me? Xiao Guanwu nodded. This is his own choice, I reminded him. We can all choose our own path, and you have the right to choose your own path. But you better think about it again. Kong Chen nodded slightly to him. Thank you, Mr. Zhao, for your help over the years. After that, he turned and left with a resolute look. He didn't listen to a word Xiao Guanwu said. Yes, this may be unnecessary, and maybe he can't really hurt the other party, but at least he can make the other party unhappy as much as possible, and unlike his son, he is very good at this kind of thing. He won't expose himself to the other party, nor will he confront the other party head-on. The other party will not be aware of his existence. Even many people in the Federation may not realize what he has done. He has many friends. First of all, the old people of the Nye family, and their younger generations are participating in this matter. Kong Chen took out his mobile phone and dialed a few numbers. Hello. A slender white hand rested on his shoulder. Kong Chen turned around suddenly, but saw nothing. But a clear voice came to his ears. Well, you are the fourth one. Then he felt someone pushing him hard, and his body slammed into the wall. But what came from the front was not a firm and cold touch, but a scorching heat. He couldn't even scream, and was drowned by the scorching pain. Looking at the scene in front of him, the cherubim nodded slightly. It should be fine. Kong Chen, who was pushed against the wall, had already melted into the wall, and his incomplete outline was like a bloody sun. Chapter 809. Not long after, the members of the Federation who died one after another outside the Southern Federation, and the red outline like the scorching sun, soon made them realize that this was the war that Maine said. The fear dissipated instantly, and spread throughout the Federation. No one thought that the Sun God could so easily penetrate the Southern Federation, and could also let various senior members in the Federation buildings die quietly. What's more terrifying is that even if the Federation dispatched several top-level ability people, they didn't figure out how the Sun God was killing outside the Southern Federation, and they had no way to stop it. Maybe the highest-level buildings can defend against such attacks, but there are only a few of the highest-level buildings in the entire Federation, and all the locations are confidential, and it is impossible for everyone to hide. At least it's not that time yet. Therefore, the Grand Council quickly stopped the invasion of God's plan, and various discussions broke out within the Federation. Some people think that they should find a way to make peace with the Sun God immediately, no matter what the cost. Some people thought that more resources should be invested to suppress the Southern Federation. They had underestimated the enemy before. As long as they invested enough resources, all problems would be solved. There were even a few people who thought that they should go to Xinshao to make another deal, and let her kill the Sun God. However, this idea was quickly rejected by all the slightly smarter congressmen. Wanting to make a deal with Xinshao meant giving her more initiative. And she was much more dangerous than the Sun God, who was slaughtering the members of the Federation at this moment. After several anxious discussions, the Senate finally decided to find a way to negotiate first. Nie Qingyu, a federal congressman who was originally part of this plan, was promoted to the leader of the negotiation team. Nie Qingyu cursed when he saw the news. This looks like a promotion, but everyone knows that the Sun God is slaughtering federal members, especially those who want to oppose him or those who have supported this action. The leader of the new negotiation team can almost be said to be the most prominent position in this war. To put it bluntly, taking on this responsibility is basically a suicide mission. Normally, the Federation should find a poor guy with no background but ability to be responsible for this matter, rather than a family member like him, but who made him happen to be in the department this time. As for the person who made the final decision on this work, he really didn't have any background. Although the Nye family was ranked in the Federation, they were not core members. According to the ancient saying, his family should be considered a branch of the family. Although there is no such division method within the family, everyone can feel where they are. Now, he has become this unlucky guy. If he survives by chance, even if he is lucky this time, if he dies here, the Federation will find other more suitable guys to replace him. Yetching you can't think of any other words except unlucky. He was even half forced to come to this project. He has no interest in the affairs of the gods. Now his main work is related to Ma-En and the Secret Alliance intelligence. He was caught by Kong Lu only because Victor and Ma-En have some personal grudges. However, Victor is nowhere to be found now. He said he could be resurrected within 3 days, but now it has been 7 or 8 days since he was beaten to death in public, and he has not shown up yet. The Federation did not provide any useful information. What should he do? Yetching scratched his hair and stared at the dense reports and information on the screen. These things were of no use to his next action. He had many outstanding strategic personnel under his command. After all, the Federation still attached great importance to this matter, and they really hoped that they could successfully make peace with the Sun God. But the various plans submitted by these professionals were completely unfeasible. In fact, this was not because they were too useless, but because the situation they were facing was quite tricky. Even if they could analyze enough intelligence from limited information, they could not make any useful plans. The Sun God was too strong. Facing such a dangerous target, any action must be cautious enough, and they also had no useful information about the attack of the Sun God, and now they had no way to counter it. They had no way but to watch the sun rise. Yetching grabbed a few strands of hair and racked his brains to think about how to start the negotiation. I heard you got promoted. A light-hearted joke came from outside the door. Ingzi pushed the door open naturally and walked in front of him. Yetching looked up at him, but didn't say anything. He was in no mood to joke at the moment. You look a lot thinner. Ingzi sat casually on the sofa for guests. What's wrong? Are you completely overwhelmed by the new job? Yetching looked at him unhappily. I'm about to die. Can you please stop making sarcastic remarks? Shadow smiled. I'm not here to make sarcastic remarks. You probably can't think of any solution now, right? Then why don't you consider the suggestion I made before? Yetching looked up at him. You mean to find Ma-En? I am also considering this option, but can he handle the Sun God well? The reason why he was able to win last time was largely because Saran didn't prepare in advance. But this new Sun God will not only be wary of this, but he also has so many subordinates. If we only had to deal with him, I wouldn't be here today. Shadow shrugged. Then you can try it. It's a waste if you don't try. Yetching smiled bitterly. Things are not as simple as you said, and you are sending Ma-En to deal with the Sun God now. Isn't it just to completely anger Sarah? This is not what the Federation wants. Shadow replied. I didn't say to let him do it, and I don't know what to do specifically. You can talk to him first. Yetching looked at him and asked, your purpose is not to help me, but to solve the problems you are worried about, right? You think there will be other problems if you leave Ma-En alone, right? Shadow nodded and admitted, yes, Kong Lu doesn't listen to me, but you should know that what I said makes sense. Although I recommend you to find him, I don't think that Maine can solve the problem, and to be honest, I don't care whether he can make peace with Sarah. But since Maine wants the anti-psychic potion so much, you can use it as a bargaining chip and ask him to help you find a way to convince Sarah, although as I said, I have no confidence that he can deal with Sarah. But maybe he can really do it. Yetching nodded. But this also means that we have to break the contract with Victor. I only have one last question. Is it worth it? Shadow nodded, of course. Yetching nodded, okay. Chapter 810. Soon, Ma-En received a message from the Federation. Even before he began to remind the Federation in order to keep a low profile, they could not wait to reply to him. Obviously, the actions of the cherubim had made the Federation desperate to find a cure. Therefore, he also accepted the Federation's request quite naturally. He came to the meeting place, in front of a villa actually controlled by the Federation. He knocked on the door. No answer. Ma-En raised his hand to the handle and tried to twist it. The door opened. He walked in. As soon as he stepped into the main hall, he saw a familiar figure at the door. A woman in formal clothes was sitting in front of the coffee table, pouring tea for herself with a slightly indifferent look. Please go ahead. Tang Xuowan said, I still want me to pour it for you. Ma-En walked to sit opposite her. I didn't expect it to be you. This is not true. Tang Xuowan said unhappily, I didn't want to come here on my own. The Federation thinks that we have worked together before, and I am the most suitable person to do this. If you hear about the mess the Federation is facing now, you should understand that I have no choice. They asked me to come, so I had to come. Although it was the first time they sat down to talk after the unpleasant parting, Tang Xuowan did not show any anger, as if Ma-En was not the enemy who killed her sister. But there was no reunion between them. It was like two acquaintances who just met. Ma-En also asked almost businesslike, So they are ready to make a deal with me? Tang Xuowan drank a sip of tea herself. Can you still defeat this new sun god? This doesn't seem to be the Federation's current goal, but Ma En also answered naturally. It depends on the specific situation. It is definitely not as simple as I said at the beginning. But I can help you solve him as much as possible. But in this case you must pay me in advance. You probably don't have too many choices. Tang Xuowan asked curiously, is this antipsychic medicine important to you? Ma En did not answer directly. I have reasons to want it. Tang Xuowan reminded with good intentions. This is not an easy job, and the situation is quite critical now. You may not know that the Sun God has found a way to project power outside the Southern Federation, and many high-level Federation officials have died in his hands. He is the strongest monster in the world, and he has many very strong helpers. Are you really sure you can handle it? This time is not like last time. Ma En said indifferently. There is no loss in trying, whether it is for me or you. Hearing this, Tang Xuowan looked at him for a few seconds and did not respond immediately. Then, as if she had made some judgment, she said, then I will assume that you can handle this matter, but now the Federation has no intention of going to war with Sarah, and they have completely given up the fairy method of invading the Southern Federation. Now they just want to find a way to make peace with Sarah. In fact, at the end of that battle, Shadow proposed to negotiate with Sarah, and also proposed to give a huge amount of compensation, but Sarah directly rejected the negotiation itself on the spot. He declared that he would go to war with the Federation, and he did so. Obviously, he's not someone who can be dealt with by just a few nice words. Ma En nodded and followed suit by pouring tea. Really? It's okay. I can talk to him slowly. Tang Xuowan asked, aren't you afraid that he will attack you? Ma En said confidently, he doesn't have to do that. To be honest, although I heard that Sarah seems to be very cruel, it's actually because you invaded the Southern Federation, and then again. I'm not afraid of him either. Tang Xuowan raised her eyebrows in surprise. Are you that powerful? Forget it. Let's get back to the point. Anyway, the Federation's intention is very clear. If you can get him to sit down and talk to us, and let us sign a ceasefire agreement that both sides are satisfied with, then we will provide you with as much antipsychotic medicine as possible. Anyway, this thing is not so scarce in the Federation now. If you ask me, even if you ask for a high price now, the Federation may agree. Ma En asked, what do you mean by a ceasefire agreement that everyone is satisfied with? Tang Xuowan answered directly, as long as the Federation signs it, it will be a ceasefire agreement that everyone is satisfied with. Ma En nodded, okay, I will consider the conditions carefully. Seeing that he seemed to be ready to agree, Tang Xuowan hurriedly said, there is one more thing I haven't said. The Federation has already decided. If you agree to this cooperation, then I will contact you on behalf of the Federation. You can communicate with me immediately if you have any questions during this period. You can even take me to meet the Sun God. After all, there are still many specific compensation issues that need to be handled by professional members of the Federation. Ma En was a little surprised to hear this. You also want to negotiate? It is quite dangerous for ordinary people to approach Sarah, especially for a member of the Federation like you. He might kill you if he is in a bad mood. This is not true either. Tang Xuowan smiled. I know, but I have no choice. You should also know Nechingyu, who is in charge of this matter. His family is more influential than our Shu family, but he has to take the most risky position. Not to mention the tragic death of Kong Lu, he is a member of the 5 major families. If a small character like me is still in the company like before, I may not be involved in such a thing, but since I decided to return to the Federation, I don't have any choice. Ma En nodded, okay, but I don't need your help for the time being. I have a lot of things that I can handle by myself, but I can leave you a contact number. If I want to negotiate, I will tell you in advance. If you can't make it, you can also tell me the conditions of the Federation remotely. Tang Xuowan nodded. It's up to you, as long as you can handle this problem. Ma En nodded slightly to her, stood up and said, that's it, I try to see if Sarah can be contacted smoothly. As for the specific reward, we may have to discuss it later. As you said, this matter is indeed more difficult. I may also propose more conditions, but you can prepare the antipsychic medicine first. Tang Xuowan still sat. Okay, I go and tell them. Looking at Tang Xuowan sitting still, Ma En hesitated a little. But in the end, he still said according to his thoughts. By the way, I'm sorry about that. Tang Xuowan shook her head slightly, stopping him from continuing. She did not accept or reject Ma En's apology. That has nothing to do with the current matter, let's deal with the current work. She paused at this point, and then said this, Anyway, I still hope that our cooperation this time can be a little more pleasant. Although this cooperation was completely based on lies, Ma-in nodded, of course. After that, he turned and left. Chapter 811. Although Maine can complete the transaction with the Federation at any time and then take the antipsychic medicine and leave, he can't really reply to them so quickly. It would be too stupid to do so. Under reasonable speculation, this kind of thing is almost impossible to achieve any results within 10 days or half a month. And he has to think about asking the Federation for some spoils. His first thought was to take the opportunity to obtain something that can improve his strength in normal times, and it must be used to exert its strength. It is difficult to use it alone. For example, a certain item cannot give any help to the user, but it is indestructible. This ability can be fully released through the Control Bureau. But Maine soon denied his idea. Although it is reasonable from the perspective of interests, it is too suspicious. This idea does not belong to the sun god Sarah, but to Maine, the controller of the Abnormal Control Bureau. And asking for this type of abnormal entity is also suspicious. Because these things are not practical for normal people, they can only be used in certain special circumstances. As long as the observer is sharp enough, it is not difficult to make some reasonable speculations. Not to mention those smarter people, if he had this information in front of him, he would have noticed something was wrong. And his use of the identity of Sarah was suspicious enough. If he exposed something else in the future, a truly smart person would easily combine these characteristics, not to mention that he was asking for something from the Federation. In other words, if Marn or anyone else used these items in the future, it would be easy to detect the problem. Then, he immediately figured out what he should do. He should think about this problem from the perspective of the sun god Sarah. But it depends on what the Federation can give. Now he has more important things to deal with. After the war with the Federation ended, the Earth Mother, who had fulfilled her promise, left temporarily, and she also took away Maine's promise, and no longer had to worry about what he would do to him. And after talking to him about Karina's problem, the sea god did not stay for long. Although they temporarily formed a kind of loose covenant, they were still two forces after all. Now there are only Karina, the wind god Sari, and himself in the free city. The lively city gradually became deserted. Until today. She's here. The wind god yawned and gathered in front of Maine. After saying this, she closed her eyes and turned to walk out the door, but she turned into wind and dissipated after a few steps. As she finished speaking, the visitor had already pushed the door in. Very good. Li Hongyu walked in. It seems that I was worried for nothing. As she promised, the warrior returned here after Ma-in won. Ma-in said calmly, then let's talk about what we didn't finish talking about last time. Li Hongyu sat down cross-legged opposite him, and raised her hand to signal Ma-in to sit down as well. Seeing this, Ma-in also sat down in cooperation. I remember you said last time that you vaguely remembered something. Li Hongyu nodded and said, yes, although I didn't say it at the time, I was really shocked by your asking that question. You are the first guy to ask me this question, because no one else can notice this matter. I have tried to ask many people about this matter, but no one can hear my question. Their reaction was as if I didn't exist in this world at all, when they asked the question. Ma-in nodded, your brother can't realize this problem either. Li Hongyu nodded, yes, I want to ask you first, how much do you know about the past? Ma-in shook his head, I only know that there is a lost past, but I don't know anything about the past, but I am not completely unrelated to this matter. You can think that my birth is related to this matter. This is a lie mixed with some truth. Li Hongyu nodded, anyway, there is no loss. I will tell you the basics of what I know, but don't be too happy. I don't know much, and I can remember a few of these by luck. This should be related to the few martial arts moves I have practiced, but there may be many other reasons. Let's start with how I realized the problem. I don't know when it happened, and I can't figure out which of my memories are true or false, so don't believe them all. Ma-in nodded, I will make my own judgment. Li Hongyu nodded, I should have been an adult when it started. It seems that it was after Li Hu and I separated, and it seems that it was before Li Hu and I separated. I can't figure this part out at all, but one day after adulthood, I suddenly realized that there seemed to be something wrong with my past. I recalled the scene when I was a child, the buildings that seemed to be in ancient times, the hundreds of warriors in training clothes lined up in neat rows in the square, and the most painful part for me, my master's wife. I can't be sure, but I always feel that they seem to be my parents. Even if they are not, they should be no different from my parents to me. At this point, her words became a little more sad. But she soon calmed down and smiled and said, it's strange, I can't remember them. But I feel sad because of these two people I can't remember at all. It's really inexplicable, But I can't resist this feeling, and I don't intend to do it. Back to the topic, after a certain period of time, I always think of the memories that I didn't leave messages before, and gradually formed a vague childhood scene in my mind. In my feelings, that time was hard, happy, and stable. It is incompatible with the world now. Li Hongyu's eyes also fell into memories, martial arts training, martial arts competitions, boxing gyms, and various sects, masters, disciples, senior brothers and junior brothers, senior sisters and junior sisters. These things can't be found in the world today, not even a trace is left. After thinking of these, I also went to various parts of the world, but I couldn't find anything. Li Hu and I are the only remaining evidence, and as I kept finding it, I was disappointed. Later, I started having nightmares. She smiled a bit embarrassedly. As a warrior, I should be fearless, but I did start having nightmares. At first, I thought something was wrong with my martial arts practice, but later I figured it out. That's something I don't want to think about. Some scattered dreams have all kinds of scary things. Sometimes I dream of a beam of light falling from the sky, and I always try my best to escape, and every time I am illuminated by it, I have a strong fear of being seen by some scary thing, which will wake me up instantly. Sometimes, I see a huge hand reaching down from the sky, as if it is grabbing something, and every time this happens, I will hear a scream of despair, as if some poor person has been caught by it. But these dreams are short-lived, but there is a nightmare that I will think of repeatedly. I remember someone holding my hands and running, but I turned my head and looked behind me, where there were two tall figures standing, and there seemed to be something in front of them that made me very scared. But what makes me more painful is that every time I turn my head, I will suddenly remember as if I saw it for the first time. Their blood. After saying this, Ma Yin suddenly noticed that at some point, 2 tear marks crossed Li Hongyu's face. Chapter 812. Qiao Yin tore open the flesh membrane on her body, and stood up with her naked body. There was no way to get rid of it. After she came back from Ma Yin's dream and met the weird astronaut, she was being hunted by this bastard, and every time she was resurrected, that thing would appear beside her regardless of any conditions. She even resurrected in the interior layer of this planet several times. She had been to hell and heaven, but she still couldn't get rid of this thing. Sometimes she even chose to resurrect on other nearby planets, but there was no way to stop him from appearing. After experiencing all this, Qiao Yin basically determined the nature of this thing. He could appear beside her after meeting certain conditions, and during this time, she had figured out what these so-called conditions were. As long as she thought of his existence, or wanted to use Ma Yin to solve Xiaoyao, he would appear. As soon as the thought fell, the astronaut also appeared in front of Qiao Yin. "What do you want?" Qiao Yin asked. "I don't have any grudge against you. Although I have lost most of my magic now, it's not a good idea to be my enemy. Well, considering the dragon scales on your body, you may not be afraid of me, but you can't have any effect on me. I'm not the kind of undead who can be easily restrained." She has been running away for a long time. Although she was running away, Qiao Yin was not really afraid of the other party. Her immortality was beyond this era, and she was not afraid of attacks that specifically targeted the undead, such as sealing and sleeping. She had almost perfect immortal power, and even the ways to resurrect were countless. Therefore, she also wanted to take the opportunity to find out what the other party was. The other party who heard this seemed to be temporarily convinced by her, and did not attack immediately. Perhaps, he was also looking for a way to kill himself, but Qiao Yin knew very well that he could not find a way. The pursuit during this period should have made him understand this to some extent. He also used many ways to kill himself, as if he wanted to find a loophole in his immortality. "You want to say?" A dull voice came from the space suit. "What?" He was not answering Qiao Yin's current question, but rereading the question when they first met. At that time, Qiao Yin was thinking that in order to revive her lover, she had to find a way to kill Xiaoyao, and the way she thought of at that time was to ask Ma Yin, who had contact with her. At that time, she planned to use an important information in exchange for Ma Yin's help. This guy raised such a question at that time. What did she want to say to Ma Yin? In fact, Qiao Yin also realized that as long as she didn't think about asking Ma Yin for help, and didn't think about this guy, she could temporarily get rid of his entanglement. But Qiao Yin couldn't give up the chance to revive her lover. And now, she didn't plan to tell this guy her intelligence. Although Ma Yin was not her only way, it didn't pose any threat to her anyway. "What I want to tell Ma Yin is that I have a way to revive my lover." The astronaut raised his finger. The released energy instantly cut off her head. Liar. Death briefly possessed her again, just as it had taken away her lover before. She felt the mud and sand pouring into her lungs and throat, constantly eroding her flesh and blood. Chow Yun raised her hand and paddled downwards, trying to swim towards the depths of death. She wanted to find him. However, before she could flutter a few times, she felt a terrible resistance coming from the front. Just like that, she was spit out by the giant beast called Death, with a bit of disgust. Back to the world of the living. She opened her mouth. The sound of crying suddenly came out. All kinds of noisy sounds poured into her ears, and the harsh light made her unable to open her eyes. She also used the fatigue of this body to make her head empty. If you don't think about anything, nothing will come. The nurse picked up her fragile new body, put her in a transparent box-shaped container, and then pushed her forward in a certain direction. In the slight shaking, Chow Yun also began to think about what she should do now. She began to think constantly, with the little strength she had left. The situation she was facing now was difficult to resolve in a short period of time. She had to find a way to escape safely, and she had to find a suitable way to achieve this plan. The magic she could use now was no match for that thing. She might have to find helpers, or some suitable monsters to stop it, but her resurrection was not so precise, otherwise she would have been resurrected directly beside Marn. As soon as this thought came to her mind, she saw a bloated arm stretched out in front of her, and then cruelly strangled her fragile neck. Sinking again. The new life that had just come to this world returned to the embrace of death, and she took this opportunity to swim downwards again, and she still wanted to try to find his figure. But she took advantage of this longer time to think about countermeasures. She had tried many methods, but none of them worked. What kind of hatred did this guy have with Ma and that made him slaughter her repeatedly like this? Or did he really have a grudge against Ma En? He seemed to just want to know what he wanted to tell Ma En. Maybe he would leave as long as he told him, and maybe only the matter itself was important to him, and maybe he would not do anything at all. This idea was indeed naive, but not completely impossible. But after hesitating for a moment, Chow Yun gave up the idea. This was not a good idea, and to be honest, even if he wanted to know the answer, he didn't have any need to kill himself repeatedly like this. In fact, if you think about it carefully, it's not so much that he wanted to know what he was going to say. He was more like stopping himself from approaching Ma En with this news. And those occasional questions were more like some insignificant gossip. But what was the meaning of that news? Yes, she did learn some very interesting things in that dream, which was a dream generated with the help of her memory, but many things in it were things she had never seen before. And these creatures did exist. Those plants and animals, as well as magical structures and various precious arts, all existed at a certain point in time in the past reality, and they did not come from her era and memory. That is to say, either these things came from Mon's head, or there was someone else dreaming at that time. A guy who was born earlier than her. Chapter 813. Li Hongyu didn't have many secrets. For her, the past was like a moon in the water that could not be touched. She had just realized the existence of this matter, and she didn't know what was hidden. This was also completely within Ma En's expectations, and if he wanted to find his memory, he would need to rely on the anti-psychic medicine. These days, he also took the opportunity to see a lot of treasures owned by the Federation. But among all the things, only the anti-psychic medicine was the closest to his goal. Therefore, Ma En didn't make trouble again, and began to slowly prepare for acting. The following days were very peaceful. The cherubim occasionally killed 2 Federation politicians with ideas, and the gods of the Southern Federation began to gather towards his location, forming a force that could not be underestimated. Although the gathered people were all low-level ability users, this kind of power had no practical use when facing high-level ability users, but it was completely different for the leader of a certain force. This could help him gradually control the Southern Federation in practice, and also form a confrontation with the Federation. During this period, he also began to gather the former believers of Saran. Originally, these believers might still have some fluke mentality, and wanted to resist Mon. But after his several comprehensive victories, they also gave up such ideas. Mon did not intend to share their power with them. Although this seemed like a punishment for their behavior, it was mainly because he had to conceal his identity, but these guys were not unable to provide anything. As the price of forgiving their crimes, these remaining believers handed over the industries that Saran originally controlled. In fact, Saran did not put too much thought into it. After excluding the believers in the industry, there was not much that could be used by Mon. But there is something quite important. There are more than a dozen documentaries that have been made. These documentaries are either directly introducing the sun or introducing the sun under other names, such as cosmic science films and cultural documentaries. There are also several movies and TV series about the sun that have been shot. All these things are in the warehouse of the Sarin Company and have not been officially released, because the Federation has always been blocking him from strengthening his power in this way, And this is also the first condition that Main intends to propose. The Federation not only wants him to release these works, but also helps him spread them. Although he has already used the power of the sun as a star, if these films can be spread, then his power in this regard will be further strengthened. For example, the liftoff he used to distance himself from others, the pure gravitational effect, and the moves he used when joining forces with Selly can continue to become more powerful and comprehensive. Especially the few moves he used alone are far from reaching the limit of the 5th level. The Federation cannot refuse this condition. Then, there is the Armistice Agreement. The conditions proposed by the Sun God are also unreasonable. He prepared a rather overbearing one-way armistice agreement. The Federation can no longer try to encircle the gods, unless one of the gods attacks the Federation. The same applies to the entire Southern Federation's alliance of gods. In return, he will temporarily cease fire for 3 months. This treaty is quite loose and arrogant. After 3 months, Marn can still launch an offensive against the Federation at any time. In other words, this contract will only bind the Federation after 3 months. Of course, Marn will claim to cease fire with them, but in fact, he will not really counterattack after 2 months. But he would not really sign a binding treaty with the Federation. The Federation could only choose to believe him. Of course, what the Federation really hoped was that he could stop the massacre of the top leaders, and the 3-month respite should also allow them to think of some ways to protect the top leaders. This is also the reason why the top leaders of the Federation agreed. But it doesn't matter, because by then, the agreement between the cherubim and him would have been outdated. Then, there is the third condition. The Federation needs to hand over the weapons they have that are specifically designed to restrain themselves. Of course, Main did not intend to take away all the weapons that could affect him, but those weapons and accessories created specifically to restrain the Sun God must be destroyed by him. Among them, the weapons belonging to the Titans will be teleported back to the underground because of the contract, so in fact, the Federation's remaining weapons against the Sun God are very few, and Main does not need them. But he can indeed destroy them, and use them to extract energy. This condition is relatively harsh. After all, the armistice contract is unilateral, so if Main wants to continue the war at that time, they will only be more uncomfortable. But they still have no right to choose. And finally, it was his trophy. And Marn actually saw something that he really cared about. This thing was not only in the interests of the Sun God, but also a very valuable weapon within the Federation, and it also fully met Marn's needs. He would definitely need such a weapon in the foreseeable future. And this weapon Marn had used before. It was the weapon he had borrowed when he dueled with the genius Knight Ivani of the Church. The Shashing Spear. To be precise, it was the prototype of the Shashing Spear, Falling Feather. When borrowing the Shashing Spear, Shadow told Ma-In that the weapon originated from a certain abandoned plan of the Federation, and a set of 5th-level anti-heaven weapons should have been cast in the original plan. The 4th-level weapon Shashing Spear he used at the time was a simplified version of the 5th-level weapon Falling Feather in the plan. The person who proposed this plan was Xin Xiao. She originally planned to directly attack the heavens after getting these weapons to cause irreversible damage to them. Unfortunately, the plan was urgently stopped by the top leaders of the Federation. At that time, Shadow said that this was because the Federation felt that Xin Xiao was doing it for its own selfish interests, and now Ma-In has also learned the reasons behind this matter through various channels. In addition to the Federation wanting to restrain Xin Xiao, it is also because, as they said, the Federation believes that Xin Xiao wants to take the opportunity to strengthen her divine power of salvation in this way, and eliminate competitors by the way. The Federation believes that she wants to strengthen her control over reality, by destroying the creations of other reality twisters. After all, there are only so many realities they are in, and the fewer twisters there are, the smoother the control. Especially the Destined Returner, its influence on reality will definitely interfere with other twisters to a certain extent, especially for equally domineering reality twisters like Xin Xiao. And if she can destroy heaven, the Federation estimates that she can also promote some potential salvation to strengthen her terrifying divine power that has actually surpassed the peak of the same level. Heaven may not really bring doomsday to this world, but as long as there is such a possibility in some future, Xin Xiao can strengthen her own salvation power by destroying heaven, which is also what the Federation fears. Unlike Saran, although she is also at the top of the 5th level, Xin Xiao has not reached her limit. Although she has not surpassed the 5th level, she can still become stronger. After seeing this, Ma-In also had a sense of déjà vu. Although it cannot be completely matched, this seems to explain the attack of Xin Xiao's power to some extent. Even if this is not the main reason, it has more or less pushed it to make the decision to attack itself. Back to the topic, when Ma-In was browsing the federal inventory, he also found the existence of this falling feather. The situation is not as Shadow said that year. The Federation really stopped the development of weapons completely. At least this falling feather is almost completed, but at that time the Federation hid the progress of the entire project. But at this moment it is no longer important. In the face of the invasion of the Sun God, this thing can also be abandoned, and it may even be a good thing for the Federation if the Sun God takes away this weapon originally made for Shishao. After all, this also means that Shishao will not get this weapon. At least the Federation will think so. Not to mention that this may also promote the war between the gods and heaven, which is obviously good news for them. When Ma-En saw this weapon, he was immediately tempted. First of all, as Ma-En, he has the motivation to get this weapon, because he knows that he is likely to conflict with heaven. At least they have a potential conflict. Heaven has some needs for his sister. Maybe this problem will never break out, but if heaven really wants to do something now, then he does not have enough countermeasures now. This is a war that may come at any time, and he is not sure of victory yet. But it would be different with the help of this weapon. Luo, you should not be able to make him stop worrying about heaven. After all, this is not a complete set of weapons, and it has not even been cast, not to mention that the user is not the once free Shinshao. But this is definitely a card that can make heaven think again and again. More importantly, it is quite reasonable for the sun god Sarah to ask for this weapon. The struggle between the gods and heaven has been going on for a long time. It is not incomprehensible that the sun body is preparing for a war with heaven in advance. It can even be said that this is quite easy to foresee. In fact, Ma-En thinks this is also the reason why the Federation will release this weapon. They also deliberately guided Sarah to choose this weapon to let the sun god change his goal, so that those high-level officials of the Federation can temporarily leave his sight. Even in the eyes of the cherubim, his decision should be very reasonable. It can almost be said to be seamless. As the sun god, Ma-En mainly asked for these, and there were some scattered requests, but those were not important to Ma-En at all, just for the identity of playing the role of the sun god. Although there were many conditions, there were basically no problems. After preparing the conditions, they were proposed. The following developments were slightly beyond Main's expectations. Because no accidents happened during this period, the whole process went quite smoothly. First, the moon goddess walked into the palace and announced to the sun god Sarah that she had a friend who wanted to meet Sarah privately, and then Main walked out of the palace in front of the gods. Then, there were several changes in the celestial phenomena, but there was no vigorous battle. After a few days of immersion, Mon found the Federation with the news of success and the contract. He did not say much to the Federation, nor did he explain how he did it. After the Federation held an emergency meeting for several hours, it agreed to the peace treaty he brought for Sarah. Therefore, the sun god Sarah also successfully obtained what he wanted. Abnormal entity, falling feather, unfinished, abnormal strength, 5-4. Description: the Federation assembled various experts headed by Shin Shao and Zhao Guanwu to jointly tailor a weapon for Shin Shao. It is the main weapon of the Anti-Heaven series set, but it was not completed because it was urgently stopped. The construction of the Anti-Heaven nature was only 70% completed and failed to reach perfection. Moreover, the weapon itself has not been finally packaged, and has not been cast into a spear that can be used by Shin Shao for high-intensity combat. It is quite fragile, and cannot be used as a weapon. Features: Heaven Killer 5-4. The energy field that specifically counters the power of the Destined Returner can quickly dissipate the power of heaven. This weapon actually has the disadvantage that the body is quite fragile. If someone uses it normally in battle, it is likely to break directly in a high-intensity battle. If it is serene, he may find some way to use this energy. But Main does not need to consider these, because he does not really need to use it as a weapon. He just needs to use this characteristic on himself, so that he can become an anti-heaven weapon. If he can use the falling feather and the sun god power at the same time in the Southern Federation, then the cherubim should not be too threatening to him. Of course, Main cannot use this power directly at will. But this does not mean that he cannot use this weapon. Although Luoyu itself is very fragile, if he can find a weapon that can carry Luoyu, he can also transfer this feature to other 5th level weapons. Therefore, the Federation's little thoughts are meaningless to him. In addition to these, the more important thing is Main's own reward. First of all, it is the anti-psychic medicine. This time he directly asked the Federation for 5 anti-psychic medicines. The Federation announced that this is all the medicine they can trade. Whether this is true or not, at least this amount should be enough for him now. In addition, he also saw something that can help him in the next work. Main did not intend to take the anti-psychic medicine without any preparation. Although the last time he took the medicine was because of Gulen's mischief, it caused some changes in the situation. But obviously the antipsychic medicine could not work properly on him. Ma-en did not think that his use this time would be particularly smooth, but he did not intend to leave the medicine there after getting it. If there was anything he really wanted to do, it was to regain his memory. Ma-en didn't have a strong desire for his memories, and he wasn't in a hurry. He wasn't really that interested in who he used to be. He already knew who he was now, and even if he got his memories back, it wouldn't make any drastic changes to him. Ma-en knew that he didn't need to find his past. When facing the world he could see, he knew what he cared about, and what he didn't care about. Although the latter was far more than the former. And he could feel that those who once loved him still loved him, whether it was Qinyuan or Yu. He could also feel the vague feelings he had for them. But Ma-en was still moving steadily towards this goal, and didn't give up looking for his memories. Because he had to know what he had lost. Chapter 8:14. In order to find out what he had lost, Ma-en planned to take the antipsychic medicine again, but this time, he would not be unprepared like he was then. After all, he had no time at all at that time, and had to change the future direction before his opponent came. Otherwise, with his personality, he would not have taken the antipsychic medicine in such a hurry. He must be well prepared before doing this kind of thing. Therefore, he took this opportunity to ask the Federation Lion for something that could help him in the process of taking the medicine, and it would not look too suspicious. Abnormal Entity, Memory Explorer. Abnormal Strength, 4-5. Description: a supernatural instrument jointly created by the Federation and the company. When used by a certain number of operators, it can quickly lock the desired memory after entering the command, and analyze the connection between memories at high speed, and shuttle between different memories. It can find the forgotten memories of others, but it does not have the function of repairing memories. Features: Memory Probe 4-5. You know how to move forward in memory. This prop was also something that the Federation did not show him last time. Ma-en probably wanted to ask for the Federation's reward to Sarah, so they let him see the existence of this thing. Obviously, this is something they use to do dirty work. Unfortunately, this machine has no way to restore one's memory. It can only move in the memory that one has not actually lost, but it may be effective after combining it with the antipsychic drug. And if he falls into his own or someone else's memory again, at least he can find the way forward. Although it is not difficult for the Federation to connect his memory to something like this, it is no longer a problem for him now. Even if the news of his amnesia is released now, it will not have any practical impact on him now. His danger level will not be reduced at all. And strictly speaking, everyone is now amnesiac. The only difference between them and himself is that they don't remember that they have lost their memory. What Ma-en really cares about is that he cannot be detected by the Federation that he has the ability to extract. This is the secret that will really cause danger to him. It may even cause his death. Therefore, he cannot try to get something that only he can use from the Federation. The memory machine he asked for is also something that can be used without the Abnormal Control Bureau. And this is why he chose this second prop. Abnormal Entity, Plump Soul Worm Mature Stage, Abnormal Strength, 5-1. Description: this is a kind of artificially created creature, which looks like some kind of fat white worm. When it matures, it will have a 5th level mental strength, but this creature can hardly use its mental power. And although their minds are not easily injured because they are large enough, their bodies are quite fragile. And if someone directly eats their bodies alive, the soul worm will instantly dissolve in their bodies, and greatly extend the soul life of the user. Features: Clumsy Mind 5-1. Your mind is quite fat and bloated. Easy to digest 5-1. If your body is eaten, your mind can be used to extend the lifespan of the eater's soul. This is a rather strange thing, and ironically, as a tool to extend lifespan, it is of almost no use to federal politicians. Because according to the research of psychics and soul experts, it has long been known that the lifespan of human souls is far greater than that of human bodies, so this is not particularly difficult to think of. After all, humans almost all die of old age, and it is basically unheard of that anyone died of soul exhaustion. Even if someone's soul is destroyed first, it is often because they were killed or some kind of accident, rather than normal natural death. Therefore, this life extension item can be said to be completely useless for federal politicians. Even the politicians who have extended their lifespan the most are far from reaching the limit of their soul lifespan. And Ma-en also noticed something very interesting about this thing. That is, the way it is used is to eat, which means that the race that created this creature should be a strange race whose physical lifespan far exceeds the soul lifespan. They will die when their bodies are still healthy. And now in this world, there is no group that can correspond to this characteristic, let alone this race can have this level of biotechnology. However, these are not important. The key point is that this completely meets Ma's needs. First of all, this thing can be used directly. Ma's request for this thing will not arouse any suspicion, and it is also very suitable for use by the Abnormal Control Bureau, and it is very consistent with his purpose this time. Although this clumsy psychic ability is also weak after being used directly, this is not the only way for Mon. After obtaining the clumsy mind of the soul worm, he can continue to use the ordinary floor telepathy, and use the latter to drive the almost immobile former. Although this may seem a bit clumsy in frontal combat, it can be regarded as a 5th level telepathy ability at other times. Although it is piecemeal, it can be used barely. When searching for one's own memories, the negative effects of this clumsiness are acceptable. In fact, the Federation also has a device that can enhance the telepathic ability of others to the level of 5-to-1, and the mental strength of the enhanced person will not have the problem of clumsiness. And this request seems to be quite reasonable, but Maine did not choose that prop. Because if you want to use this prop, you can only use it directly, and you can't use it through the Abnormal Control Bureau, which is completely inconsistent with Maine's idea this time. He not only used these abilities. Maine also consumed a lot of his unused spoils this time, and then relied on the energy extracted from them to solidify these 3 abnormal characteristics in himself. Abnormal entity, Maine. Abnormal strength, 5-to-3. Characteristics, mental power 5-to-3, clumsy mind 5-to-1, telepathy 4-to-5, memory probe 4-to-5. Now, he permanently possesses this barely 5th level telepathic ability, and can find the direction in his memory no matter what. He did this naturally after careful consideration. After all, the ability he used was not his own, and it was possible to fail or disconnect. And in order to find his own memory, these potential risks must be avoided in advance. Of course, if the antipsychic drug took effect in a normal way, these preparations would actually be useless, but Ma-en didn't think things would go so smoothly, and he didn't intend to rely on fate for his success or failure. After completing these preparations, Ma-en greeted his gods in advance, arranged his subordinates in the Control Bureau to prepare, and then walked into the abnormal control room. He looked up and glanced outside the door. There were various mental instruments including memory detectors, and around these professional equipment stood Selly, Chin-Lon, Kania, and various Abnormal Control Bureau employees. Some of them were concentrating, and some were a little worried. Ma-en retracted his gaze, and opened his mouth to swallow the antipsychic drug. Chapter 8:15. The cold light hit Ma-en's face. The dizziness instantly climbed up his neck, but when they hit his skull, it was like hitting a solid wall. The huge heavy heart easily resisted this feeling. Then, his mind instantly became clear. Then he saw the familiar glass wall. The scene in front of him was very similar to what he saw when he closed his eyes. He could almost instantly judge his situation. He was in the containment room. The memory probe kept shuttling in Ma-en's brain, and then he instantly realized that the scene in front of him was more similar to the containment room before he closed his eyes. That was when he first obtained the power of the Sun God. At that time, that power took him into the memory of Saren, and it was the memory of the past Saren. At that time, Saren and Shenshao were working together to fight against some kind of fungus monster. And after that, he also took the opportunity to enter his past memory. At that time, he recalled his childhood with Qinyun, and that Qinyun in the past knew that he had superpowers, but soon he moved to the next scene. He was doing bad things with telekinesis in a street, and even killed a victim by mistake during a robbery. Then came Shenjiao's fist. Then he seemed to be taken to the Abnormal Control Bureau in the past and locked in a containment room, and then it seemed that a red alarm sounded, and the glass in front of him was completely shattered. Obviously, the containment room he was in at that time was closer to the scene in front of him. Ma-en tried to raise his arm. Unlike last time, he could control his body this time instead of being a spectator, and the arm he saw was his current appearance, not the young arm in his memory. Ma-en could feel that he could explore this world built by his own memory. However, this is not the real past after all, but his own memory. So if he is too far away from his original memory, the memory he comes into contact with may become more and more distorted. For example, if he can go to a place he has never been to in this memory world, what he sees is definitely not the real scene. The best case is his imagination based on his understanding of that place. Of course, this imagination can also reflect the real appearance to a certain extent. This requires Ma-en to judge for himself. However, he did not expect that the situation was really as he expected, and the antipsychic drug still did not work properly. Or this is the effect after it works normally. It may have taken effect in the eyes of outsiders, but I have never heard that people who took the drug before would feel that they have returned to the past. The specific situation outside would require him to ask after returning to reality. Now he had better follow his memory and find the truth of his past. Coming back here was a little beyond Ma-en's expectations. In fact, he was a little suspicious that the scene he saw last time was some kind of eye-catching trick of the faceless man, but now it seems that this is his memory. He reached out and pressed the cold glass. The sharp alarm sound instantly pierced Ma-en's eardrums, and he immediately relied on his psychic ability to determine that this was the alarm sound he heard in his memory last time. And then the familiar dark red light outside the corridor also lit up. The terrible sound of the wall collapsing came from behind him. Almost reflexively, Ma-en immediately retreated to the edge of the side wall of the containment room. That is, in the next moment, he saw the indestructible white wall being smashed, and then a dark mist-like entity rushed out, and there was a structure similar to limbs under it scratching frantically. It looked like a light mist, but when this strange creature smashed the wall, it made a sound of a heavy object, and its scratching claws easily tore the glass on the front of the containment room. It didn't even look at Ma-en, and rushed out directly. But when it touched the edge of the glass, several human corpses fell out. These corpses were left here as if they were hooked by the hard glass, and bright red blood also flowed out of their lifeless bodies, dyeing part of the world in front of Ma-en red. Just when Ma-en wanted to observe the surrounding scene, the terrible destructive force destroyed the remaining part of the wall that he could see. When it was completely far away from here, Ma-en realized that something more terrible had passed through this room just now. But he didn't see anything. At this time, Ma-en also understood why the terrible black fog monster didn't try to hurt him. Because it was running away. Ma-en turned around and prepared to follow it to see if he could figure out what the monster in his memory was, but he didn't have to figure out what these two things were. If he couldn't catch up, he could also take the opportunity to look at the surrounding scene. Hey! A steady male voice suddenly came from behind him. Ma-en turned around. Behind the ruins of the wall stood a man with a mustache, and he was wearing a cheap suit that looked like it came from 2 centuries ago, and he had a funny top hat on his head. The mustache man looked at Ma-en with curiosity. Let's go? Ma-en could feel what decision he had made at that time. Let's go! He followed him without saying anything. Ma-en followed the mustache man out of the wall. When he stepped into the corridor behind the containment room, he immediately saw 2 strange figures. The guy standing closer looked a bit like a human male. He was wearing loose casual clothes made of obviously luxury goods, with a slightly fat body and a kind smile on his face. But his skull was a weird inverted triangle, and his exposed teeth were quite sharp, like some carnivorous animals, and his eyes were swollen like fish eyes, like some kind of deformed hybrid. But his demeanor had a strange sense of decency. Let's go quickly, they are coming. He tried his best to suppress the urgency in his tone. And there was something even more terrifying behind him. She also had a face similar to that of a human, but that beautiful face had basically rotted away, and her face was covered with brown hair similar to fungal mats, and there were several holes in her neck, through which you could see some structures similar to trachea and esophagus. However, these structures were made entirely of materials similar to vines. Her body had basically lost its human characteristics, and only maintained the outline of an upright creature with 4 limbs, with materials like tree trunks and branches replacing the original flesh and blood body. Her feet were made entirely of things similar to tree roots, and her way of moving had completely changed to crawling. Hearing the former's words, she pulled at her almost rotten face, smiled and revealed her bones. Then she made a childish voice like a child. Go, go. Chapter 816. Although both of them looked like some kind of monster, both the fat man with the inverted triangle head and the woman whose flesh and blood body was almost completely replaced by plants and fungi seemed to have some kind of fear in their hearts. It was as if they should feel fear just by being here. However, Ma-en did not feel the same emotion from the man with the mustache. He adjusted his hat leisurely, looked around patiently, and then chose a direction to move forward. The man with the mustache walked quickly, and then ordered quite naturally, "We need to find a door that can be opened. If I am not mistaken, there should be one in front, but now I don't know how many things have run out. If you encounter monsters or guards, you will be responsible for dealing with them. You also know that I am not a battle master." Although he was giving orders, his tone of voice did not sound like a leader among the few people. It was more like a magician introducing himself to the audience. And the man with the mustache spoke as if he was a celebrity that everyone had heard of. The fat man with the deformed skull nodded, of course. The brown hair on the tree girl's face began to wriggle. Kill them. The mustache man nodded, and his eyes fell on Ma-en. Ma-en, sensing the change in the atmosphere, also said, "Yeah." Although his attitude was very cold, the mustache man nodded with satisfaction. "Also, if I find the door, I will need some time, and it may attract others. No matter what, you want me to buy me enough time. You should have no doubts." The fat man nodded, revealing his sharp teeth. "Of course, no matter who wants to touch you, they have to ask my fangs first." The tree girl also murmured in agreement from her chest. Ma-en replied, "Okay." After hearing that they all agreed, the mustache man's steps quickened. "Yes, there is nothing wrong with your brains." He spoke in a more relaxed tone. The fat man smiled and said, "Of course, my brain is half a circle bigger than yours. By the way, is that true?" The mustache man did not turn around. "Which one?" The fat man shrugged. "Of course, it's the God's eye thing, you really." The mustache man turned his head and looked at him. "Guess why I'm here now? It's fake. If I had that ability, you would never be able to see me here. No one can escape the sight of that eye, not even me. Is your story true? Have you really eaten a goblin?" Hearing this, the fat man's face fell instantly. "It's true, but I regret it. The situation is completely different from what I thought. After eating her, I got several curses on my body, otherwise I might not be so unlucky to be caught. More importantly, she is not as delicious as the legend says. Anyway, I don't recommend you try it." While chatting, the scene in front of them finally changed. Almost in an instant, the corridor that had no end in sight suddenly showed some subtle changes. Then before Ma-en realized what was going on, they came to a crossroads. The mustache man casually pulled out a black cane from his sleeve and threw it forward casually. The cane pointed to the right. "You choose." The mustache man asked, "Left or front?" The fat man looked at Ma-en and the tree girl, then looked at the mustache man in confusion. "Don't you decide the direction?" The mustache man showed a look of realization. "Oh, you don't know, my luck has never been very good." Ma-en looked at both sides. He couldn't detect any difference at all. The fat man scratched his head, "Then go to the left." The mustache man nodded. "Let's go." He still walked in front. At this time, Ma-en finally spoke. "You all seem to be celebrities." The lights in the corridor flickered instantly. At the same time, Ma-en could feel that the memory space he was in was slightly impacted, but this impact was almost completely restored to its original state when the lights were turned on again, and it did not cause any real problems. It seems that as long as he doesn't go too far, he won't destroy the stability here. Hearing his words, the fat man turned his head and looked at him in surprise. "It's okay that you don't recognize me, but how come you can't even recognize the master? As far as I know, his outfit has hardly changed, right? He wears this outfit every time he shows up. Everyone says that all his abilities rely on this outfit." The fat man who said this also looked at the clothes of the mustache man with undisguised greed. The mustache man waved his hand as if he didn't notice. "Master is a nickname. You can just call me a magician, and this is the famous Duke. If you haven't even heard of his name, then you should at least know the 4 great gourmets. It is said that this Duke is the gourmet with the pen name Don't Eat Vegetables." The fat man also admitted, "No need to say, that is my pen name. Everyone in this circle knows it. You may not know this little sister at the end, and I have never heard of her name, but it seems that she should be the legendary living tree, and it is an extremely rare individual that parasitizes humans." The tree girl opened her mouth with fluff sticking on it. "I am a human." The magician glanced at the rotten face of the tree man. She should not have entered the 3rd stage yet, and if I am not mistaken, this guy should be a well-known expert in the thief world, and the island theft case should be done by her. I didn't expect this guy to suffer from tree disease in the end. The tree girl opened her mouth, but this time she said nothing. "What about you?" The magician looked at Ma-en. Ma-en introduced himself. "I'm Ma-en. I'm probably not famous." Looking at the reactions of these people, they really didn't seem to have heard of this name. Perhaps he wasn't a particularly famous character at this time. Of course, he might not have been a celebrity until he lost his memory. After all, he should have liked to keep a low profile in the past. The magician nodded. "Very good, Ma." Boom! A terrible roar sounded, and the wall of the corridor a few hundred meters ahead was suddenly knocked open. Some kind of slender creature flew over at an extremely terrifying speed. If it weren't for its long body, Ma-en might not even be able to form a vague outline of this creature in his mind. But when its figure disappeared, something else followed. It was a floating black robe. "Fuck!" The magician cursed. The black robe turned its hood around, as if turning its head. Then, Ma-en felt that he was seen. Everything was broken. Chapter 817. Ma-en opened his eyes. Everyone was at their positions. preparing to detect his memory fluctuations. Kanya frowned at what was displayed on the instrument, and Sari also cast a questioning look. What happened? Maine didn't know exactly what happened just now. The moment he was seen by that thing, all his memories came to an abrupt end. That scene didn't seem to be something that happened in real history, and now thinking back, it is very likely that he was killed by the rope at that moment, so the memory suddenly stopped. Death can be said to be something completely beyond his memory. In other words, if he died in that memory, it is very likely that the process of recalling would be destroyed. However, it seems that what he just went to is indeed his past memory, which means that if he can avoid being killed and continue to move forward with his memory, he may really find more things. Is my mind retrograde? Although he had guessed the result, Maine still asked. Sally shook her head. You just took the medicine. I can only feel the slight changes in your mind. Kanaya also looked at Maine. How long do you feel it has passed? Maine replied, at most 10 minutes. Kanaya frowned. The instrument can't observe your memory changes normally. This thing is like a bunch of garbled code, but it seems to have some very strange places. If you ask me, this garbled code seems to have been squeezed. If you feel that you have experienced more than 10 minutes, then this phenomenon should be explained. Wait a minute, I will adjust the instrument to see if I can stretch this compressed garbled code. Ma-en nodded. When you are ready, say so. I will take the medicine again. There are still 4 reversal pills this time. Considering that 2 should be left as backup, he can now at least enter the memory twice more. However, having 4 pills now does not mean that there will only be 4 pills in the future. Reversal pills can be produced in the Federation, and now that Victor and the power of Shinshao are gone, it will not be difficult for him to get reversal pills again. Okay. Not long after, Kanya looked up and said outside. Ma-en nodded to them, and then swallowed another reversal pill. The fat man scratched his head, then go to the left. This time, Ma-en did not feel that he had opened his eyes, and he had already arrived at the intersection. I think we should go straight, Ma-en said. The Duke looked over curiously. Do you have any ideas? Ma-en replied, my intuition is very accurate, and I am also very lucky. In the abnormal world, the meaning of this sentence is obviously not that simple. Either this is an excuse for Marn not wanting to talk about his abilities, or he really has luck and intuition that can be called abnormal abilities. No matter which possibility it is, this sentence has its weight. The Duke glanced at the magician, then listened to Marn. Marn immediately noticed the problem with this sentence. The last time he came here, he hadn't introduced himself, but it didn't matter. After all, the place they are now is made up of his chaotic memories, and this order doesn't make any sense. In Marn's memory, he has already introduced himself. But this also reminded him that sometimes he could pay attention to this problem, or use this characteristic. Then go forward. The magician nodded. Just don't go in the direction my cane points to. After what happened just now, Ma-en has gradually figured out what degree of change will not excessively affect the stability of his memory space. What are you good at? Ma-en asked. The Duke showed a thoughtful look. What are you good at? This is a good question. What I am best at is tasting food. I have the world's top tongue, the best sense of smell, and the best comprehensive perception ability. And I am also good at finding delicious food. Unfortunately, my cooking ability is mediocre. Fortunately, I have many chef friends. If I can escape successfully, I can treat you to a good meal. The cooking skills of my friends are definitely beyond your imagination. As he spoke, he was about to drool. The tree girl also continued, I like spreading and birds. The magician knocked the wall next to him with his cane, and then turned to look at Maine. Maine should mean what you can do in the next battle, but I said in advance that I am not good at fighting at all. If you ask me what I am good at, I can only answer you to run away. If you want to go out, you have to protect me. The Duke said, as if he suddenly realized. So this is what you mean? I was wondering why you were still talking about hobbies at this time, but I forgot that you don't know us very well, so let me introduce myself briefly. First of all, I have a stronger physical fitness than most people, and I am not afraid of injury. My mind is also very clear, so those spiritual creatures can't affect my judgment too much, and I am different from magicians. I am very good at fighting. After all, as an excellent gourmet, I must have the ability to obtain ingredients, and most of the precious ingredients in this world are not so easy to get, and most people are unwilling to take risks for food. Therefore, I am also good at capturing opponents alive, and the freshness of ingredients is also very important. In addition, I can do some tricks. But those are not worth mentioning. The tree girl pulled up her ragged face and showed a bright smile. Killing people, I like it too. Ma-en nodded. You could understand that I have a similar ability to telekinesis, Whether it is close or long distance, I can destroy it well, and I can also use telekinesis to protect others. Hearing this, the Duke smiled happily. Great, then the master's safety will be left to you later. While he was speaking, there was a sudden movement in front. Then, the furry gray figure rushed out of the corner, jumped directly to the wall on the left side of the corridor, and then ran towards them at a very fast speed, and the red eyes also reflected the bloodthirsty desire. Werewolf. The Duke squatted slightly. Protect the magician. Bang! He flew out like a cannonball, and the terrible power that burst out instantly made Ma immediately determine that his physical strength was at least the stronger level among the 5th level. He ran over with a grin, and stretched out his hand at the moment when he was about to spray the opponent. Grab the giant wolf's head. The chaotic flapping sound instantly drowned the Duke, and the Duke seemed to have hit nothing, still maintaining the original speed, and continued to fly to the end of the corridor, and the giant wolf's figure instantly disappeared. Instead, a group of bats were flapping and flying towards them. Chapter 818. The Duke flew out with a slightly stunned expression, and countless bats fluttered towards them. Seeing this scene, Maan raised his right hand before the tree girl. Spiritual Power 5-3. Blood-red flowers bloomed in the air, and these bats instantly turned into red liquid and scattered in the air, as if they had hit an invisible high-speed train. But this scene did not make Maan feel that he was close to victory. Because there was only blood. No bones, no fat, no muscles, no internal organs. These bats are made of pure blood. The moment he realized the problem, Maan released a powerful telekinesis again, separating the scattered blood with telekinesis, and keeping them far enough away to prevent them from gathering together. The following changes also prove that his judgment was correct. These bloods did begin to generate a kind of mutual attraction, as if they wanted to gather into something again, but Maan's telekinesis also successfully prevented them from merging. Sensing this restraint, the incomplete bats began to gather together, and quickly turned into a state similar to that of a human. However, whether it was the 2 slender fangs or the sharp claws, they all showed that he was different from ordinary people. He still maintained the posture of rotting on the wall, and opened his mouth to the front. Some invisible force rolled over like a tsunami, instantly destroying the 7 or 8 layers of telekinetic shields built by Ma-En, but finally stopped in front of the 9th layer of shields. Then Ma-En felt that the attraction between the blood he separated disappeared, and at the same time, the back of the monster with its mouth closed suddenly burst out with bright red blood like wings. The blood quickly solidified in the air, and turned into dark bat wings. He has taken back his power. We must find a way to destroy his immortality, the magician said, as he hid behind the tree girl. This also made Ma-En notice something interesting, because there were many hollow parts in the tree girl's body, but he couldn't see the magician's figure from there. Find a way to control him. But the magician's voice could still be heard from behind. Ma-En directly used his telekinesis to crush him, trying to suppress him. At this time, the tree girl looked at the attacker half a beat late, but at the same time as she cast her eyes, bursts of light blue mist suddenly burst out from the other party's body, and then in the cover of the blue mist, many light orange flowers drilled out of his skin, and green lines began to spread on his body. Seeing this, the attacker instantly turned into blood, and Ma-En took the opportunity to use telekinesis to bind the scattered blood again, but this time he chose to bind all the blood in the same telekinesis layer, because he saw the scene behind. The giant meat mass, like a muddy stream, was crawling towards here at a terrifying speed. This terrifying monster, nearly 4 meters high, had completely lost its specific shape, but his vague facial features could still be barely seen. And his huge, bloody mouth, with a mouthful of sharp teeth. Almost in the blink of an eye, he hit the telekinesis shield cast by Ma-En. The powerful impact instantly broke more than a dozen layers of the newly rebuilt shield, and barely resolved the impact of the meat mass. At this moment, he also closed his mouth. The blood that was struggling in the air just now has been swallowed by him. Although there is no specific shape, Ma-En can still see that the meat ball tried to swallow a few times, and then he seemed to be relieved, and the fat began to shrink towards the inside of the body. A few seconds later, the naked Duke appeared in front of him. The magician walked out from behind the tree girl, and threw a set of clothes to the Duke. Did you get him? The Duke burped. No, I can't kill him. I have heard of the legend of this guy. Several of us should not be able to really kill him. After all, he can't end his own life. But you also know that I have a good stomach. With my digestive ability, I should be able to keep him in good condition in the next few hours, and not cause us any trouble. After we get out, I find a way to get rid of him myself. Seeing that he seemed fine, the magician nodded. Let's go on. We must find the door before we encounter anything really dangerous. And if someone attacks us at that time, you may have to pay more attention. I can't hide behind someone when I open the door, and you can't stop the enemy at that time. I will just abandon you and run away." The Duke nodded. "Of course, and I think Brother Ma-En's defense just now is pretty good." At this point, he looked at Ma-En and smiled with his fangs. Ma-En also nodded in cooperation. "If it is necessary at that time, I will do my best to protect you and let others be responsible for destroying the enemy." But at this moment, he was actually a little absent-minded. Because although it was very weak, he still noticed some subtle changes when he just made the move. At this moment, his mental power is slightly stronger than before entering the memory. That's right, his mental power can keep changing, or it will gradually recover to the level he should have as his mental state heals, so it is normal for his mental power to become stronger. The problem is that this recovery is basically carried out at a uniform speed, so he knows very well how much he will recover every day. And the mental power he just showed is slightly higher than his normal strength. Although this degree of change has no effect on the battle, it reveals some potential possibilities. In other words, he is speeding up his self-healing. Although the speed of time in the memory is much higher than that in the outside world, his mental recovery speed is much faster than when he was in the outside world, which is completely beyond Ma-En's expectations. Could it be that when he is in the past, his strength will naturally recover, taking advantage of the rest time? He also calmed down and felt it. Yes, he is indeed recovering at a faster speed. But what surprised Ma-En was that although his physical sense recovery speed was higher than in the outside world, it was not fast enough to bring so many changes, which means that this change was not completely proportional to time. And now thinking back, he did not feel this change when he first left the memory. The staff of the Abnormal Control Bureau did not notice anything unusual, which means that his changes at that time should be so weak that they were difficult to detect. In other words, just being in the memory at this moment, he can speed up the recovery of his mental strength. And this change does not seem to be completely affected by the outside world or his physical sense of time. Chapter 819. Considering that he noticed that he became stronger after the battle, perhaps this could explain the self-healing, because he actually moved forward in this memory. Think carefully. When did he suffer from mental trauma? After being attacked by the unmemorable, his memory should have been lost at that time. If so, perhaps his mental trauma and memory loss are highly related. It may even be the same thing, but because he lacks understanding of the mind and his own abilities, he cannot realize that they are actually the same wound. If so, the current situation can also be explained. If his mental trauma is essentially lost memory, then when he finds back some of his memory, then his wound will naturally heal. After a simple guess, Ma-En also tentatively asked, "Do you know something that looks like a hooded robe?" And it's quite. Boom! The entire corridor shook violently several times, but the other people did not notice the change. Ma-En took a moment to speak. "Dangerous." The Duke turned to look at him in surprise. "You've never been out before?" Even the vines in the tree girl's body moved a few times. On the other hand, the magician, who seemed to be the most knowledgeable, had no abnormality at all. "It's not strange. We live in a huge world. Some people's worlds will never intersect in this life, not to mention young people like Ma-En. It's normal that they have never seen the God's Eye. And it's a good thing." He showed a bit of fear when he said this. The Duke looked at the magician and said, "It's not that easy for you to escape from the God's Eye." The magician did not answer his question immediately. The robe has no body, and the dark face cannot be seen clearly in the hood. This is the most classic image of the God's Eye when it appears. Sometimes it will turn into a huge eye, sometimes floating in the air like a hot air balloon, and sometimes it is huge enough to cover the entire sky. But no matter what, no one has seen its true face. They only know that it is a member of the Terror 5. And once it sees you, no one can escape, not even me. Yes, I did not let him catch me that time, but I did not really escape that time. I can only tell you, don't be lucky when facing it." Ma-En hesitated, but still asked, "What are the Terror 5? The terrible vibration instantly blurred his eyes, and then a long and almost eternal violent rumble sounded in his ears, making him instantly lose the ability to judge the sound. Dizziness surged up instantly, and then Ma-En felt his neck shaking uncontrollably, trying to throw his head and soul out of here. But after stumbling a few steps, he stood again. It's not accurate to say that he stood still. In fact, his body did not change at all from beginning to end, and all the feelings just now remained in his spiritual world. But Ma-En could also feel that he seemed to have hit the limit of his memory space just now. But think about it carefully, the situation of these people should not cause the memory space to be so unstable. Could it be that they are too powerful, and even being mentioned in the memory will bring terrible effects? You don't know? I really doubt whether you have escaped from a prehistoric cave. The Duke was the one who spoke, and the way he looked at Marn was a bit like looking at a primitive man. The magician went on to explain, even if he was in a prehistoric cave, he could have been caught here. The giant prison we are in now was built by the 5 terrible people, and it is used to lock up all the abnormal entities they don't like. Of course, it is not very accurate to say 5 people. No one knows whether they are all humanoid creatures. For example, the God's Eye I just mentioned, although its main image is very close to human culture, it is really impossible to judge whether it is really human. If you say it's a monster from the universe, it's not at all inconsistent. The tree girl also echoed, God's eyes, monsters. The magician continued, but we are more inclined to believe that they are humanoid creatures with hidden identities, not only because their behavior style is very close to humans, but also because some of them have members who show their bodies. For example, the magic fist of the terrifying 5 people is the man who stands at the top of martial arts, Wang Sheng, who is praised as the unprecedented martial arts master. Even if you don't know their names, you must have heard of Wang Sheng's name. Mine did not ask who Wang Sheng was without knowing the tact. But this passage also revealed some very interesting information. In their opinion, the terrifying 5 people should have been the information closed to the world, but it seems that even such people should have heard of Wang Sheng. What caused the latter to be more famous than the former? And there was something in this passage that he was quite curious about. Mine followed the magician's words, and asked as naturally as possible, how good is his martial arts? The magician smiled and said, don't be misled by what you see on TV. They all say that practicing martial arts well can strengthen your body, and that a good martial arts master can fight tigers and lions. Those are all lies. A true martial arts master can easily sink a mountain, and a genius like Wang Sheng can do things that are far beyond the scope of destructive power. You should have heard of breathing, which is a kind of skill that can explore the body through breathing and maintain body balance during battle. When Wang Sheng breathes, he can suffocate enemies within a few miles around him. Mayan listened to these almost ridiculous and funny words and asked in confusion, it doesn't sound like something particularly difficult to do. It seems that Fengshen and he can achieve similar effects. The magician smiled and said, you misunderstood. His opponent suffocated not because Wang Sheng really sucked away the surrounding air, and he did not maintain a vacuum zone around him. It's just that when he breathes, he doesn't allow others to breathe. And not all of the opponents who died of suffocation needed air to survive. The Duke added after hearing this, but it is said that as long as you master some breath-holding skills, you can survive under his aura, but this is also unreasonable. Because as long as it is a creature that is ever needed to breathe, it will suffocate to death in Wang Sheng's breathing field regardless of whether it has gotten rid of the need for oxygen. In other words, this attack has nothing to do with your breathing. But as long as you have learned the tortoise breathing skill or something, you can completely ignore his influence. If you ask me, this guy is more evil than some reality twisters. Chapter 820. Shikwan should be the most high-profile one among the 5. Almost everyone knows his identity. In fact, it should not be difficult for you to think that he dares to act like this, which means that this guy has no fear. You should know that the Terror 5 have many enemies, but no one has been seen looking for Wang Sheng for revenge. The Duke added, this is also because he has no ordinary relatives and friends. This guy can reach today's martial arts level because he is a madman who devotes his life to martial arts, and his friends should all be martial artists. If not, such a high profile will definitely attract retaliation from some madmen. The magician then added, and he doesn't have many enemies himself, because he likes to cut the grass and root out the roots. He will kill any opponent cleanly and neatly, and those who hate the Terror 5 will not provoke him at will. After all, even if he really wants to kill someone, most people with abilities can't escape. I can't beat him either. Hearing this, Ma-En asked curiously, I see, what level is he? The magician suddenly stopped and turned to look at Ma-En. What did you say? Boom! The entire corridor collapsed instantly, and endless darkness suddenly flooded into his sight. The originally shaky memory was completely shattered into indistinguishable tiny light dust, and then the world in front of him became bright again. Ma-En returned to reality. Saili restrained her emotions and looked over. You didn't encounter any danger in there, right? Just now, your spiritual energy had some abnormal fluctuations. Ma-En shook his head. Did you notice anything? Kanya reported seriously. This time you entered a few seconds longer than before. Although I can't detect your memory correctly, after I adjusted it, the signal of the detector can still be detoxified. First of all, I can be sure that you are indeed moving in the memory. And there seem to be many places around you that can be advanced. As long as you find the right method, you should be able to move towards your deeper memory. By the way, your memory just now had 3 unstable fluctuations. These 3 fluctuations are successively increased. The second one is about 3 times the first one, and the last fluctuation that makes you open your eyes should be more than 10 times the second one. And in the middle, the memory space can't hold up. Ma-En nodded. Is there any way to strengthen the stability of the memory space? This memory collapse was completely beyond his expectations. After feeling the impact of the first 2 problems, Ma-En felt that his judgment on the stability of the memory space was a little vague. And when he asked the last question, he didn't think it would cause a collapse of memory. In theory, this problem should be nothing compared to the first 2. And at the end, the magician turned his head and looked directly at him, as if he had said something very strange. From what they said, it can be judged that martial arts should exist in the eyes of the public, which is why they think Ma-En should know Wang Sheng more. But they also mentioned that they should not believe what they saw on TV. This also shows that the martial arts in the eyes of the public are not exactly the same as what they know. So even if the public knows Wang Sheng's identity as a martial artist, it does not mean that they must know how strong he is. He didn't even know the 5 terrors, so it was normal that he didn't know Wang Sheng's strength. Or, while Ma-En was thinking, Kanya also answered, normally, we have many ways to stabilize the memory space, but your memory space is completely different from everyone I know. First of all, the memory detector can't even accurately reflect your feelings. It can only output something that is similar to garbled code, as if your past memories have been encrypted, and this feature does not exist in your current memory at all. So none of the conventional methods I am familiar with can be used. She paused at this point. But if you can maintain stability for a longer time and expand the memory space you can reach, you should be able to strengthen the stability of the space in disguise. But if you want to expand the space, you have to find more memories first. Ma-En nodded. Very good. Do you think you need to make any preparations? He still has 3 antipsychic medicines. Although the memory was broken inexplicably, the timing of this break must also mean something. Although he can't make an accurate judgment now, such information is undoubtedly very valuable. And to be honest, this was the most successful time for him to explore his memory. Although he encountered a few minor setbacks, he really entered the past and walked through his past memories. He even unearthed some forgotten secrets. Now it seems that as long as there is enough antipsychic drugs, he can really find enough of his memories, even if it is obtained by rewatching, rather than recalling them in the true sense. But this is enough to satisfy his purpose. Ma-En just wants to figure out what he lost. And it is very likely that as long as he goes deep enough, he will truly recall his memories. The question now is whether these 3 antipsychic potions are enough. Originally, Ma-En thought that these 5 antipsychic potions should be more than enough, but now he may have to find a way to get more. Of course, he can also use the ability of the Control Bureau to extract this trait, but the antipsychic potion itself needs to be consumed before it can take effect, and even if it is extracted, it will be consumed. However, he can copy the antipsychic potion by consuming a large number of items of the same level, but this is a bit wasteful. After all, there are so many items of the same level, it is better to strengthen himself more. Unless his 5th level items have completely overflowed, it is suitable to use it this way. Kanaya replied, I don't think there is anything to prepare. I think we can test your memory first. Maybe I can find some useful methods at that time, but now, I can't do anything about your memory. Ma-En nodded and asked, the Federation's antipsychic drugs should be produced. Kanaya nodded, yes, although I don't think they produced it themselves, I think the Federation must have a way to continuously obtain antipsychic drugs. They have invested it in many projects over the years. And every once in a while, there will be a lot of antipsychic drugs in the inventory. Although I can't guarantee that the source they have is inexhaustible, it is definitely enough for us. If we work a little harder, we can even transfer the resources reserved for other projects. Ma-En nodded. Very good, get ready, and enter the memory again. Chapter 821. But he is the only one who is so high profile. The Duke said casually. The others have not revealed their identities, if they have some kind of human identity. The tree girl also said, terrible God Fist. The magician continued to chat. If God Fist is the most upright among them, then the most mysterious one among them is Dream Man. Ma-En said again tentatively, oh Dream Man? This time the magician did not look back, he nodded as he walked. Just like his name, this guy can walk in dreams, and sometimes appears in hallucinations, but no one has seen him in the real world, and every time he appears, he has a fixed image. The Duke said, this is quite similar to you. The magician replied, I always appear in my real appearance, but the image of Dream Man is probably fabricated by him. After all, he is called a human by you, so you should be able to think that he is basically humanoid, but not a living person. The Duke took over and said, in the stories I have heard, he should appear as a male corpse, not the kind that is clean and fresh after death. Marn, have you ever seen someone drowned? Marn shook his head, no. The Duke continued, the dream man looks similar to that. It is said that his abdomen is completely swollen because he drank too much water. It looks like it will explode at any time. It is said that his body is dry, but wherever he walks, there will be wet footprints. Of course, these are all hearsay. The magician showed a look of fear. What you said is not wrong, but there is one thing you didn't mention, that is his eyes. I can hardly recall what it feels like now. When you look into his eyes, you will feel that you have seen a lot of things. You will feel that the colors are beyond your senses, and you will feel that you will always be attracted to it. There are colorful scenes that you can never see in your lifetime. Then, you will feel like you have fallen into a lake. Although you can't see anything clearly, you can clearly realize that you have fallen into a calm lake, and the lake surface is like a magnificent sapphire. You will know all this, even if you haven't really seen it with your own eyes. But you just know it. The Duke said in surprise. Have you ever met a dream man? The magician smiled a little uncomfortably. Yes, I didn't really escape from the hands of the God's Eye, but no one knows that I have successfully escaped from the place where the dream man is. Although I don't know what he wants to do to me, or if he is just passing by. But I almost drowned in his eyes. Yes, now I remember. His eyes are blue, like two sapphires. Feeling that the atmosphere was a little weird, the Duke quickly took over the conversation. However, although the image of the dream man is widely circulated, almost no one has ever seen him really take action. Most people think that this is because when he takes action, he rarely leaves any traces. But everyone says that the cannibal king was assassinated by him. The Duke's face flashed with contempt when he said this, but no one present knew what the Duke was expressing contempt for at this moment. The magician gradually came back to his senses. Yes, there are also people who say that the Giles massacre was also done by the dreamer, but no one has evidence, because everyone only knows his image, but no one knows what his ability is. He can be said to be the most mysterious member of the Terror Five. Although everyone knows what he looks like, and knows that he will appear in your dreams, no one knows what he can do specifically. At first, some people suspected that he was some kind of psychic or spiritual creature. Many people even thought that he only appeared in dreams because he couldn't leave there at all. He was some kind of pure dream or spiritual creature, but this speculation was quickly overturned. Because many powerful psychics dreamed of him, and almost all of them believed that the dreamer was not a creature living on the spiritual level, nor a psychic. They all claimed that the dreamer was definitely not their kind. I am not a psychic, so I don't know how credible their statement is. Mine continued, but since they are psychics, their judgment is likely to be closer to the truth than ours. The magician nodded. Yes, so there are still many speculations about the dreamer. Some people think he is a natural phenomenon, just used by the terrifying five. In fact, he has no self-awareness at all. Others think he is some kind of evil spirit who drowned, but he never hurt others, so no one knows what he did specifically. Of course, none of this makes sense. If I hadn't run away, I might have known what he could do, but I couldn't help it. The magician finished this sentence with a slightly joking tone, and then his expression became a little more serious. There is another inference that I think is closer to the truth, but this inference has no factual basis. To be more precise, if this inference is correct, then we may never be able to confirm his true situation in this lifetime. The Duke also showed a fearful look. I agree with that statement. Obviously, this is also a rumor that many people know. Marn felt that the past worlds seemed to be very dangerous. The magician nodded. Who has ever made such a statement? In fact, this so-called dreamer is not a dreamer at all. He has never entered anyone's dream from beginning to end. He just mastered a certain ability. He can turn the reality he is in into a dream. So everyone can only see him in dreams, because as long as you get close to him, the real universe around you will be transformed into a dream by him, and of course you can't find him when you are awake. And this can also explain why no one knows what he can do. The Duke said seriously, because he has never done anything in reality. The magician nodded. Everything he has done has become a dream, and as in the most common case, everyone will forget those things in the dream. And I can guarantee that even if you have the ability to remember dreams, he can actively use the characteristics of dreams to cover up his actions. Mon said, otherwise, someone must remember it. The magician agreed. Yes, because I have the ability to remember dreams, but I can't remember that dream at all. In my remaining memories, I seem to have thought about this conjecture. I may have escaped from the dream with this conjecture. But I don't have any evidence, Because when the dream ended, I woke up in my own bed. The Duke said faintly, or maybe there is no dream in this world. It's just that the dreamer is walking. Chapter 822. Mayan sighed. These guys are really more terrifying than each other. Even if they are at the same level as himself, and only consider the abilities they know. Mayan can feel that he should not be their opponent. The ability of the dreamer sounds completely unsolvable, and he has seen how dangerous martial artists are. In the past, the man who stood at the top of martial arts must be incredibly terrifying. Although they did not explain the ability of the divine eye in detail, he has seen it. Just being seen, he died. This also made him more curious about how terrifying the last two guys would be. The Duke nodded. That's why they are called the Terrifying Five, because no matter who they are all terrifying. The magician also nodded. They are almost the nightmares of all ability users. If possible, I hope I will never see any of them in this life. At least it is better not to meet them again in the future. The tree girl also echoed, horrible, terrifying. Mayan then asked, what are the last two of the Terror Five? He felt vaguely that he would hear familiar names among them. For example, Shinshao. The magician did not hide it from him. The fourth one calls himself Eternal. He usually appears in several forms. Sometimes he looks like a chaotic energy body, and sometimes he is a translucent humanoid. The latter makes most people think that his body is actually human, and those weird forms are the scenes caused by his terrible ability being used. I don't need to explain to you in detail what abilities he has. Just tell him what a person with abilities is, and you will understand why he is also a member of the Terror Five. He is a person with time abilities. Mayan also half cooperated and half sincerely showed a surprised expression. Time? This is really a very scary ability. Moreover, in today's world, he has not heard of any person who can affect time. It may be related to the fault in the past, but it is also possible that this kind of person is very rare. After all, this is the ability of time. The magician nodded seriously. Yes, first of all, he can stop time. Just talking about this, you should be able to feel how terrible he is. For most living beings, he can directly stop their time. And this will also make many effects on them stop. Therefore, many people with strong abilities will lose part of their original power after being stopped. Of course, if you are strong enough, or more precisely, your ability to move is strong enough, then he can't stop you so easily, but he can also reduce the speed of our time flow to a level close to stillness. The Duke should be in this situation. Although eternity cannot really stop his time flow, it can slow it down to almost the same as stopping it, so he can also make it almost still. In this case, eternity can definitely kill him easily, and if it is another ability user with much stronger defense than the Duke, eternity can also create opportunities for his companions to attack. And it should not be difficult for you to think that even if you encounter an opponent who is difficult to slow down, eternity can directly increase the flow of his own time to achieve the effect that the world is almost still for him. At the same time, he can also strengthen the time flow of his companions, which means that unless you have the same terrible speed ability, he can always make you almost still. But fortunately, the latter seems to be more difficult than the former, or there are some negative effects, so in most cases, eternity will only use the former to make the enemy still, but this makes no difference to us. And what I said above are the most basic abilities of eternity. In fact, eternity now almost never uses his abilities in this way. He will use many more subtle and sophisticated methods to affect time, but those are not so easy to explain. I won't go into details. The Duke nodded, and said a little reluctantly, yes, what the magician said is almost the principle of his ability. He didn't mention the various abilities of eternity that are really terrible, and the abilities he used when he just debuted are much more complicated than what the magician said. I remember when he just appeared, he especially liked to create dozens of different time flow areas on the enemy's body, and through this chaotic time distortion, he directly tore the enemy into pieces like tissues. And you have to know that this is not an ordinary energy or material attack, and there is not much defense that can be effective against the flow of time. Similarly, this trick can also be used on the soul. Also, he can create a time shield that is almost absolutely still. As long as the attack is limited by the influence of time, it will not be easy to penetrate his still field. For example, I will never be able to pass through his still field with my body, and if he uses such a still field to wrap up the magician, I am afraid that this escape master will have no way out. Feeling that the Duke was teasing him in return, the magician did not refute. He continued, this is his basic move before. Now most of his moves are difficult to understand, so we can't explain to you what he is doing and how he does it. It can only be said that unless you have a way to fight against the time ability, you will never be his opponent. And although he can't go back to the past, he has a way to go to the future. In other words, Even if someone really forces him to a dead end, he can go directly to a safe future node to resolve the crisis, and this can also give other members of the Terror 5 time to deal with the problem. This guy is almost invincible. Maybe Shenquan has a way to deal with him. But the worst thing is that he and Shenquan are companions. If they were independent strongmen, these 5 people would not be so terrible. The real problem is that 5 such guys have joined forces. Now you know how dangerous the world we live in is. Ma-en showed a worried look. Hearing you say that, I feel that it is really not easy for me to survive in this world. Seeing that he seemed to be scared, the somewhat successful magician smiled. Don't be so scared. This world is so big, not everyone can encounter them, and although the Terror 5 occasionally attack us for no reason, most of the time, they are doing other things. And even if we encounter them, it doesn't mean that we will die immediately. Suddenly, the magician's eyes lit up, because a door appeared in the wall within their field of vision. Chapter 823. Protect me. The magician walked to the door in 2 steps. Then he half knelt down, took out a few small tools from his sleeves, and began to fiddle with the door lock in front of him. Ma-en also instantly lifted his body with telekinesis, flew to the magician's side, and quickly created countless telekinetic shields around him to protect him from any threats. The Duke also jumped here suddenly. While in the air, his body began to deform, and dense muscles began to emerge from the fat. In just a few seconds, he became a muscular giant nearly 4 meters tall. The tree girl turned directly into a beech vine, quickly climbed here, and reorganized into a human form. While the magician fiddled with the door lock, the atmosphere around him seemed to become a little tense, and Ma-en even felt that the walls on both sides were slowly moving inward at a speed invisible to the naked eye. They are coming, the magician said quickly. Prison guards. The Duke bared his fangs and said, Don't worry, I take care of you and you be fine. As the words fell, the corridor in the distance also showed some ripples, and then several figures appeared directly in Ma-en's field of vision. The 3 people standing in the front were wearing the same combat uniforms. Not only were their bodies tightly covered by black clothes, but they also wore completely covered tactical helmets on their heads. But they did not hold long-range weapons such as guns in their hands. Instead, they all held a light golden short knife in each hand, and their postures were like ancient royal guards. Behind them stood a tall and thin figure that was even more peculiar. To be precise, he was more than 3 meters tall, but his figure was much thinner than that of an ordinary person. However, after excluding these, he actually looked like a normal human being. What was more strange was that he was not wearing any tactical clothing, but was wearing a robe like a monk, and a human skull that looked like it had shrunk was hung around his neck. It's a living tree, said the man with 2 swords in the front, strengthen the anti-parasitic program. As he spoke, the visors of the tactical helmets of the 3 people also bulged out a little. Then the 3 of them leaned over and rushed towards this side at the same time. These people just ran forward a few steps, and then they floated up as if they had lost gravity, and then a strong force suddenly broke out behind them, and they flew directly towards Ma-en and the others like arrows. The first one to take action was naturally Ma-en. He threw several telekinetic cannons, and created several walls in front of them. However, they seemed to be able to see this telekinetic attack and raised their hands to swing the sharp blades in their hands at the invisible force. Then, they directly tore apart the walls and shells in front of them. And Ma-en could feel that it was not only the places where the blades touched that were destroyed, but also a large area around these short knives was damaged by them, almost creating a perfect defense circle around them. But at this moment, green vines suddenly emerged from under them and began to trap them. Several people instantly waved their short knives again and frantically cut the vines. And Ma-en also noticed that this time their blades did not destroy all the vines around them, but could only cut off the parts that the blades could touch, as if that kind of range destruction was only for abilities like telekinesis. Although they were cutting very fast, and were still flying towards Ma-en and the others, the cut vines did not show signs of decline. Instead, more small vines sprouted directly from the wounds, and the speed of their spread was no slower than their flying speed. It was at this moment that the tall and thin man uttered words. Then, the air began to roll, and the flames rose. The flames appeared in the air like evil spirits, fiercely pounced on the vines that tried to stop the double-blade man, and wrestled with them directly in the air, instantly burning most of the vines. The vines also began to regenerate at a faster speed, and the surface began to turn dark blue, and then the speed of the fire evil spirits' destruction of them was reduced. While the tree girl was in a stalemate with the spell, the Duke, who had turned into a muscular monster, also slammed into several people. As he moved forward, his muscles began to swell, filling the entire corridor from top to bottom, from left to right, and turned into a meat rock flow similar to the one not long ago, except that the fat last time was completely replaced by strong muscles, and a big mouth, like an abyss, appeared again at the front of the muscles. During this process, Ma-En was not idle. He tried to get his telekinesis close to these people, wanting to destroy their combat uniforms that seemed to have many functions. Although the biofield would weaken his telekinesis, the destruction of equipment would not be affected by the biofield. However, when the evil telekinesis of Manx Island approached them, it was like a stone sinking into the bottom of the lake without any effect. Their combat uniforms seemed to be able to restrain telekinesis abilities. Ma-En frowned slightly. In fact, his telekinesis was not usually used to attack directly, but to cause damage by accelerating other substances, so that he could exert his power more normally. But the problem is that he doesn't have any handy weapons at the moment, and the surrounding environment is not suitable for him to perform. Realizing the problem, Ma-En did not continue to attack the three people, but began to use telekinesis to isolate the conscious flames that were attacking the vines. This time, his telekinesis successfully completed the mission and directly caught the flames. There was no obstacle. "Go to help the Duke," Ma-En said. Hearing his words, most of the vines also stabbed at the Duke, who was fighting with the three people, and a small number of vines rushed to the tall and thin man standing at the back of the corridor. Seeing this, the man also raised his hand in the direction of the vines. Black mist surged out of his fingers and began to form a barrier around him, and the vines that rushed to the front withered and fell to the ground as soon as they touched the black mist. Moreover, this withering flowed along the body of the vine, spreading to her whole body at a terrifying speed. Although the tree girl immediately cut off the affected vines, many vines that went to help the Duke still withered. Seeing this scene, Ma-En immediately used telekinesis to gather the black mist again, and the effect of the mist on the vines could not cause any negative impact on his telekinesis, and he still did not feel any obstruction. It seems that the obstruction is the effect of the combat uniform. Feeling this, Ma-En directly fired several telekinesis cannons at the tall and thin man. Chapter 824. As Ma-En expected, the tall and thin man had no defense equipment against telekinetic attacks, and he was obviously not particularly good at hand-to-hand combat. Even with the existence of the biofield, the invisible telekinetic cannons directly punched several holes in his chest, and even wiped off the skull on his head, revealing the burning flames inside. The tall and thin man showed a strange smile. Although he did not look like an ordinary human, and his expression did not seem to be worried about physical attacks at all, Ma-En did not hesitate at all and released telekinetic cannons at his whole body again and again. Whether he was afraid or not, he had to try it first. As his flesh and blood were torn apart by the flying shells, the tall and thin man also revealed his body hidden in the flesh and blood. His head and chest were burning with flames, similar to the flaming evil spirit he had just released. The body below the waist turned into black smoke, which looked like the black smoke that should have been on the flame was inexplicably reversed. This scene also showed that ordinary physical attacks could hardly hurt him. However, Ma-En's ability was comprehensive enough. He directly created a telekinetic layer around the smoke and flames, directly trapped them inside, and began to try to squeeze him inside. As if sensing this force, the flames also began to shrink towards the inside of the smoke in an instant, and in a short moment, they were completely immersed in the black smoke, and then the shape of the black smoke began to change slightly. The dazzling lighting penetrated the telekinetic layer, and hit the wall more than 10 meters away. The black smoke in the telekinetic layer had turned into dark clouds, and then immediately dissipated completely. Black mist emerged again where the lightning struck, and the wall where the mist still existed was like a rock that had been chiseled open, gushing out clear spring water. Then the spring water wrapped in the mist turned into a giant ferocious waterman, rushing over at a very fast speed, and Ma-En once again created a telekinetic layer around him to try to capture him. But this time, he just waved his fist, and easily smashed Ma-En's telekinetic layer. Obviously this was a more destructive form than before, and Ma-En did not continue to try to trap him. His purpose was not to kill this guy, but to delay time until the magician finished the door. Most of the tree girl's power also went to support the Duke, and Ma-En also planned to wait for them to decide the outcome first, and then join forces with them to kill the last guy. Therefore, he did not withdraw most of his power from the magician, but continued to release several medium-level telekinetic cannons at the waterman, and created multiple layers of telekinetic layers in front of him to hinder his progress. The waterman's charge was indeed interrupted by him. And at this moment, something happened. Several flowers bloomed in his body, and these aquatic plants began to grow roots crazily, and then began to absorb his body made of spring water. At this time, the waterman who was still charging also instantly collapsed and fell to the ground. and the black mist was circling and rising. But at this moment, the mist suddenly began to shrink rapidly. However, his action was still too late, and the black mist was instantly torn and flew in different directions, and was directly separated into several smaller mists. Among them, a group of mist turned into dark clouds again at a very fast speed, releasing lightning that was obviously weaker than before, and still escaped from Martin's captivity again, and fell to the wall again. But just as he fled this time, the battle on the Duke's side had come to an end. The abdomen and chest of this muscular monster had been completely thrown away at this moment, and his lungs, heart, and intestines were all exposed. Some of them looked like they were about to fall out of his body at any time. Moreover, the flesh and internal organs on the edge of the injury emitted a faint golden light, as if suppressing his healing. However, the situation of the other people in front of him was even worse. Among the three people, one of them had his upper body completely crushed, and another was lying on the ground, with all kinds of colorful miniature flowers growing all over his body, and even miniature shrubs appeared on him. The last survivor also looked quite bad. At this moment, there was a smoke bomb under him, and the translucent purple smoke that came out seemed to protect him from being parasitized by the tree girl. He leaned against the white wall. The blade he held tightly also emitted dazzling golden light, slightly bent as if preparing a powerful attack. The seriously injured Duke squinted his eyes, and did not act rashly, obviously fearing the terrible attack that the opponent was preparing. Now his front was completely open, and he looked like he was in danger. Seeing this scene, Ma-En immediately mobilized all the available power, and instantly dispelled all the purple mist around the survivor. At the same time, several vines seemed to be caught by someone, just brushing the edge of the dispersing purple mist and stabbing the last survivor. He swung the blade in panic, but when he tried to resist the vines, the Duke rushed towards him with his internal organs that were about to fall out at any time. A heavy fist hit his head instantly. Blood burst out like jam. Lightning took the opportunity to escape and turned into a tall and thin man again, but before he could stand up again, he saw the tragic death of all his companions in front of him. The Duke showed him a hideous smile. It's not too late to escape now. Although he did not want to fight anymore, they were indeed in the upper hand now. But the tall and thin man did not react at all. He was not angry or afraid of the death of his companions, but his body began to swell immediately after seeing this scene. Ma-En instantly tried to squeeze him with telekinesis, but his telekinesis just wrapped the other party, and the slightly swollen tall and thin man exploded instantly like a punctured balloon. And this time, he did not reveal some element, but real blood. Blood instantly splattered around, passing through Ma-En's mind power without any hindrance, as if the blood was no longer in this space. At the same time, as the blood flew out, his deformed bones and internal organs were also exposed. It seemed that he had been a kind of flesh and blood life from beginning to end. As his blood flew out, the blood in the bodies of the other three dead people also gushed out. Ma-En also tried to block the movement of their blood, but received exactly the same feedback. The blood instantly gathered completely, and a dark red monster emerged from the pool of blood. It had the same height as the tall and thin man just now, but its body proportions were closer to normal, and the originally empty waist now had 3 pairs of arms, which looked much more coordinated. The 4 heads of the monster stared at them intently, ready to start the real attack. Chapter 825. The Duke cursed, "It's the blood demon." Although he didn't know what the so-called blood demon was, Ma-En could tell from his tone that it was obviously not something that could be easily dealt with, and it was completely beyond the Duke's expectations. The blood, which was completely unaffected by telekinesis, also hinted that the situation in front of him was not right. How to deal with him? Ma-En asked immediately. The Duke held his ragged abdomen with his hands, and did not answer Ma-En's question. How long will it take? He roared at the magician behind him, and stretched his hands into his body. This attitude also clearly showed that he probably didn't know any particularly feasible methods. Right away. The magician also shouted immediately. After hearing this, the Duke directly pulled out his stomach, and he pinched the mouth on both sides with his hands, and quickly tied a knot, looking at the blood demon, who was looking at them. However, when his eyes fell on the blood demon, this tall and thin monster that had never taken any action disappeared from the spot in an instant. Then the tree girl's body paused, and then countless dark red blood needles exploded from her body, turning her into a dark red hedgehog in an instant, and the tattered facial bones fell to the ground with the impact. Countless flowers immediately began to bloom on the blood needles, but they also withered quickly. Then, the tree girl's body made of plants began to ooze blood, as if it had encountered some terrible and irreversible curse. The Duke, who saw this scene, immediately threw away the stomach bag he had clenched. The dark red needles easily penetrated the surface of the stomach, and then blood, which was much redder than the needles, began to flow out of the punctured stomach bag, and then quickly turned into a skinny and pale monster. After appearing, this horrible monster that looked like a ghoul ignored the Duke who had just eaten it, but stared at the blood demon in front of it, then showed its sharp teeth and bit it. "It will be done soon. Now," the magician shouted in front of the door. Ma-En turned around and flew to the door instantly, and at the same time, he used his telekinesis to hold the Duke's internal organs, and dragged his body, which was close to the limit, towards the door. The Duke, who didn't have to walk by himself, also took this opportunity to shrink his body, and return to the appearance when he first met Ma-En. The magician stretched out his hand and turned the handle, and then showed a look of surprise. "The door is open." After he opened the door, he rushed in without even looking. Ma-En was also ready to follow in, but he turned his head to look at the tree girl, who was bleeding all over her body. In the real past, did she die here too? She is hopeless. The Duke rushed into the door and said, "Let's go." Hearing what he said, Ma-En immediately turned around and followed him in. The soft white instantly filled his senses, not only vision, hearing, but also smell and touch, all of which were occupied by the soft white, and Ma-En also instantly realized that when he passed through the door, he also came to the gap between memories. And he could feel something like water around him pushing him towards some memory space that was closer. For most people, they can only follow this force to enter the next memory. And what determines the direction of progress is not some deep connection, but simply the structure of the memory space. It is like a lake with many high and low drops, and it is also connected by rivers. Ma-En looked around, and did not move forward with the force. What he wanted to find were some clearer and closer memories, such as the situation before he completely lost his memory, which led to the doomsday of the fault, or the closest scene before the doomsday. With this idea in mind, he began to drag his body. Countless lakes in the form of light balls appeared in his perception. Some were too far away, some were so high that they were almost untouchable, and some were so huge that they were difficult to enter. In the haze, Ma-En could feel with the ability of the memory probe that the height between these lakes was almost equivalent to the difficulty of entering, and also deformed to represent the time of the memory. The more difficult the memory is to enter, the closer it is to the fault. But although these lakes have height differences, the spatial relationship between them is still chaotic. For example, two lakes with the same height may go in opposite directions when heading to the third lake. There are too many lakes. Ma-En couldn't tell which ones he really needed, so he could only find a lake that was higher than his current position, and that he could reach before he ran out of energy and started moving forward. Although it was upward, there was no direction or distance in his memory. Just like these memory spaces that were both light balls and lakes, Ma-En didn't really see them. Although he could clearly know their existence, temperature, and smell, he didn't get them with familiar senses. Although he didn't see their colors, he recalled their colors. This is memory. Staggering, Ma-En fell to the bottom of the lake. The lake water instantly poured into his ears, nose, mouth, and even eyes. He could feel his body constantly passing through the purple lake water and falling into the boundless depths, until he fell out of the lake. The dazzling sunlight instantly awakened Ma-En's consciousness. The noisy pedestrian shouted angrily, and the dense footsteps made Ma-En lose his direction for a moment. But he quickly adapted to these inexplicable colors and sounds, and the world in front of him gradually took shape. Countless high-rise buildings that looked like they were in the future stood on both sides of the street. There were many translucent tracks in the sky, and occasionally a small number of aircraft would quickly shuttle through them. And he was surrounded by people. Countless men and women in strange costumes were shouting strange slogans beside him at this moment, holding various signs in their hands, and moving forward with very firm steps. And he had no choice at all, and could only be pushed forward by them. As the sound gradually became clear, Ma-En also heard a few words clearly. F***K it. Overthrow these tyrants. Looking in the direction they were heading, Ma-En also knew what they were shouting. Far in front of the street, there stood 5 statues. The statue on the far right looked like a robe without a body, but there was a huge and weird eyeball in the hood, and next to it was an equally weird and strange stone. The statue on the far left was a drowned corpse, and next to him was an old man dressed as a martial artist. Only the statue standing in the front was completely unrecognizable by Ma-En. She had a beautiful and strong body like an ancient Greek statue, and her right hand was tightly holding a hammer, raised high as if she was about to hammer something, but the most eye-catching thing was her face. That face was so beautiful that it was almost like a legendary fairy, and even gave Ma-En the illusion that it was not a statue, even though she looked completely made of stone. Because he could hardly imagine who could reproduce such beauty on a stone sculpture. And it's not just about whether she looks like a human. She does have pointy ears like a fairy. Chapter 826. All the people were rushing towards those buildings, as if they were starting a vigorous riot, and at this moment, the ignorant Ma-En also became a member of this riot, even though he didn't know what his purpose was. However, in his real memory, there might be a reason why he appeared here. Although he hadn't seen the statue in the front, it was not difficult to infer from the other statues that these 5 statues were the members of the terrifying 5 mentioned by the magician, but why would he go to overthrow them now? And why do they have 5 statues standing in the center of the city? The huge rope was thrown heavily, and put on these statues one after another. These statues were basically several dozen meters high, so the rope that could hold them was obviously not something that ordinary people could throw out. Ma-En didn't see anything that looked like a giant rope bullet launcher. In other words, this riot must have had the public participation of many people with special abilities, and he who appeared here should also belong to this identity, which means that he seemed to be hostile to them. When he thought so, the statue of the caster in the front had been pulled down by someone. As the giant statue landed heavily on the ground, the crowd cheered loudly, as if they had won a great battle, and the same thing happened to several other statues. Perhaps in real history, he also had telekinesis to push these statues, but at this moment he did nothing, just hiding in the crowd and watching silently, trying to understand what was happening in front of him as correctly as possible. This is a discontinuous memory, with only sensory information. If he does not observe carefully, he may make a completely wrong judgment based on these fragmented information. For example, these 5 statues seem to mean that the terrifying 5 people in the memory are completely public at this moment, but in fact, in the eyes of others, these statues may represent other things. Perhaps these things have other explanations in the eyes of the public, such as these things are works of art, or these things may be symbols of several philanthropists' companies. The terrifying 5 people may be conveying some information to the ability users, while concealing the truth from the public. Although it seems that the ability users are using superpowers in front at this moment, there may be ability users who are using psychic abilities to make these things seem reasonable. It is even possible that this is a secret abnormal city that is not open to ordinary people. In any case, he cannot make a judgment blindly. Now he is in a chaotic and fragmented memory. If he makes a wrong judgment, he may not be able to find the right direction to move forward according to these judgments. And in the observation, soon Ma-En noticed something very interesting. Although the first statue fell heavily to the ground, it looked intact, while the next few statues that were pulled down one after another were completely broken into slag. This seemed to verify Ma-En's strange feeling. Sculptures of this level were indeed not something that ordinary sculptors could easily cast, but why were the other statues not in a similar situation? While Ma-En was observing, everyone also pulled down the last sculpture. The god's eye fell heavily to the ground, and also broke into stones cleanly. The cheers reached their peak as the last statue fell to the ground. The strong sound waves formed by the vast crowd even gave people the illusion that the surrounding buildings were about to be overturned. However, the sound stopped abruptly. The terrible white light forced Ma-En to squint his eyes. When he overcame his discomfort and raised his eyelids to look over, he saw an almost absurd scene. A huge eye appeared in the originally clear sky at some point, and a dazzling white light like a giant searchlight was projected along its line of sight, covering the crowd around the statue. And there was no one there at the moment. The screams that came one after another instantly pierced Ma-En's eardrums, and the crowd that was originally pushing Ma-En like a tide instantly began to move in the opposite direction at a terrifying speed. But the light of the searchlight was moving towards this side at a faster speed. Ma-En flew up instantly and began to accelerate wildly in the direction away from the searchlight. As he stood up, many people who saw this scene also burst out their abilities. Some of them teleported and disappeared on the spot, while others turned into pure light and fled here. But more people with abilities were not as powerful as them. Most of them were even slower than Ma-En. The slowest ones were immediately swallowed up by the white light along with the crowd. Ma-En did not forget the result of the last encounter with the God's Eye. He pushed his speed to the limit in a very short time. This was the maximum he could do without his body falling apart. With the speed of the eye just now, he should be able to escape smoothly. However, just as he thought so, several figures appeared in front of him, moving towards this side. Ma-En could immediately feel that they did not belong to the crowd that had just rioted. These figures also flew around immediately after they appeared, and one of them rushed straight towards him. It was a middle-aged man with a stern face, wearing a plain training suit, and the way he moved in the air was like stepping on the ground, running in the air. Seeing him approaching, Ma indirectly released several telekinetic knives and began to create telekinetic walls in front of him to try to make him hit directly. However, just when Ma En just gathered his telekinesis, he saw the other party shaking his fingers like a conditioned reflex. A flash of silver light passed by. Ma En blinked. He had returned to the control bureau. Kanya raised her head. This time it's longer than before, and the fluctuations are a little different. Although Ma En was still listening to what she said, his attention was no longer on her, because at the moment, when his telekinetic walls were easily penetrated, he had an inexplicable feeling. Spiritual Power V4. You have excellent spiritual power, including clairvoyance, telekinesis, mental resistance, cognitive impairment resistance, memory erasure resistance, and other basic spiritual abilities, which are naturally improving over time. There are 1,385 days left to reach V5. After he successfully escaped from the Abnormal Control Bureau in the past and entered deeper memories, he met the God's Eye and other ability users again, and was defeated by the latter. No, it should be said that at the moment of being defeated, his spiritual power has also been upgraded to level 4. At this level, he should be able to resist most attacks in reality, and with the increase of power, the time he can use the power of the sun will definitely be increased. At this time, Ma En also had an inexplicable feeling. Even if his spiritual power reached level 4, if he was asked to go back and face the silver cold light again, it would still be dangerous. Maybe he could avoid the initial attack if he was well prepared, but unless he developed a method to deal with this kind of attack, he would die under the silver cold light sooner or later. I am afraid that only when he reaches the level of 5-5 can he be evenly matched with the opponent. Although telekinesis is no longer his main means of combat, such an attack should not pose any threat to him in reality, but in memory, such an attack can easily take his life. In other words, if he wants to move forward more smoothly in his memory, he may also need stronger telekinesis. And maybe he will encounter a situation similar to the one in his memory at some point, such as a powerful psychic, who may make him forget to use the ability of the Abnormal Control Bureau. Of course, in this case, Qin and others can still use it for him by force. However, even if it is difficult to put him in this situation, it is not impossible. For example, Gulen has a way to invade the Control Bureau, and the influence of the unmemorable should also be applied to the members of the Control Bureau. In addition to this potential situation, he has several reasons to improve his mental power. First, this can further increase the time he uses other abilities. Second, this can also allow himself to do more things as main, which is also very important. By then, he will be equivalent to 2 top-level ability users. Moreover, mental power is not only telekinesis, but also related to his mental resistance, including resistance to memory erasure and self-healing ability. That is, if his mental power can become stronger, it will be more likely to retrieve his memory. It is even possible that when he directly reminds him of his past memories. Strengthening mental power is equivalent to finding memories. Of course, the most important thing is that he can improve the strength of his mental power now. According to the known situation, as long as he continues to go deeper into the memory, the speed of self-healing can be increased, and the method to achieve this goal is also obvious. First, he should try to go deep enough every time he explores the memory. Secondly, if there are enough antipsychic drugs, the mental power can also be strengthened to level 5. And as long as one of the things is done well enough, assuming that his next 2 explorations can reach the depths of the memory extremely smoothly, and not be killed by any threats, then the remaining 2 antipsychic drugs may also achieve the goal. The latter is also true. If he has enough antipsychic drugs, then even if each time he enters the memory is only a few seconds, he can be forced to recover to the strength of level 5. Or both can achieve his goal. Moreover, raising the power to level 5 should be much easier than completely recovering the memory, and the amount of antipsychic medicine required should be much less than the latter, so it will be very simple in general. Moreover, after carefully considering the overall improvement that will be brought about by raising the mental power to level 5, Ma En even thinks that it is possible to consider seizing the production line of antipsychic medicine for this purpose. If there is no problem, Mon said, I will go in again. Sari gave him a positive smile. No problem. It seems that the use of this drug is quite safe. There should be no problem. Unfortunately, your memory has a secret-like power, so it is difficult for us to help you. But as long as it is safe, it's fine. At first, she was a little worried, but now it seems that this mind-reversing drug should be completely risk-free. Mon did not hesitate and took the second to last pill. Perhaps because of his improved mental power, or perhaps because he was already familiar with it, the entry process this time was much clearer than the previous times, and he could see with his own eyes that the surrounding environment began to change. The figure outside the glass began to distort, and the containment room began to shrink into form. In just a few seconds, the containment room turned into a somewhat messy bedroom, with a monitor that looked a bit makeshift in front of him, and he was sitting in a chair in front of the computer desk. The other things in the room were no different from ordinary bedrooms, and there were no decorations or items that could particularly show the owner's personality, which was quite in line with Ma's expectations for himself. In the past, I was not the type who would rely on external things to express myself. Ma and cast his eyes towards the monitor. Perhaps the computer contained more traces of his past life. The icons on the computer desktop only had the usual monitors and 2 game icons. Although Maan didn't recognize these games at all, he could still tell after a little tinkering that these 2 should be some kind of multiplayer games. Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be any social software on the computer. Besides these 2 game icons, the entire computer interface was quite clean. Maan opened the browser and tried to see if he had any search history. It was blank. Maan then opened another browser, but there was no search history at all. It was as if the user would delete his search traces regularly. He suddenly thought of something and searched directly, the Horror 5. However, all that popped up in the computer were messy things. Obviously, at least at this point in time, the Horror 5 was not something that could be searched online. At this moment, he also had a doubt in his heart. Is this his computer? Maan stood up and pushed the door to the living room. Completely different from the slightly messy style of the bedroom, the living room looked quite tidy, even a bit like a newly renovated new house. Maan then went to the bathroom, which also looked quite new. Maan walked to the window and opened the curtains. The scene outside the window was somewhat similar to the parade. Opposite was a towering silver building, and the shape of the building was completely different from the common ones today, with a very subtle arc. Maan lowered his head and looked. This place was probably nearly 1,000 meters above the ground. This was much higher than the building he remembered last time. And a few hundred meters below, there was also a slender track suspended in the air, and this time the aircraft shuttling through it were not just a few scattered ones. Almost every track had countless aircraft passing through at a very fast speed. And although there were quite a lot of aircraft, they all kept a distance of more than 10 meters, and no aircraft slowed down at all, and there was no traffic jam at all. Just as Maan was observing this world, there was a light knocking sound above his head. Chapter 827. Maan raised his head. However, there was nothing where the knocking sound came from, and the sound of a door opening sounded behind him. Maan immediately turned around and created layers of protective shields around himself and his surroundings, and was ready to break the window and escape at any time. The door was slowly pushed open. Standing in the front was a familiar figure, wearing a slightly outdated suit, a fancy top hat, and a cane tapping the ground. It was the magician he had seen not long ago. The magician walked into the room a little tired, threw his cane at the wall, and then sat on the sofa naturally. Seeing this, Maan immediately retracted his telekinesis. Just as the magician sat down, there was a commotion outside the door, as if a man and a woman were discussing something fiercely, and soon, they also walked outside the door. The first person to come in was a handsome young man with blonde hair. The final cannon will be fired in at least half a minute. We can definitely succeed. The last person to come in was a tall and cold woman. Then I leave you alone next time. After they came in, they sat on the sofa opposite the magician. But although they sat on the same side, they still kept a distance of friends. Watching the scene, Maan's brain was also working fast. When he escaped from the control bureau, it should be the first time he met the magician. In other words, they became some kind of friends after that. If so, then these 2 unfamiliar faces should also be his friends. Although from what the boy and the woman said just now, they seemed to be some kind of teammates, but Maan felt that they should be both. After all, at this moment, their expressions also looked very familiar to him. The magician poured himself a glass of water. If you keep talking, I might really keep you next time. The blond boy waved his hand in disbelief, but did not continue to speak. He turned his head and looked at Maan. Is it going well? Maan nodded. It's okay. He gave an ambiguous answer. They did not ask any further questions, but even if they asked Maan, they could change the topic. After all, this is just an imaginary space constructed by one's own memory. As long as one does not take the initiative to break through the boundaries of memory, it stands to reason that this space itself will not suddenly collapse. The magician looked at the woman nicknamed Grey Rabbit. Don't worry, you know the Duke is like this. The boy who heard this grabbed the drink bottle beside him and threw it at the magician. What are you talking about? The magician grabbed the bottle and looked out the window. It's never too careful to leave early than late. The boy pouted unconvinced. Humph, it's okay if you don't care about the baby, just don't miss my share. Hearing their conversation, Ma-en realized that the handsome blonde boy was the Duke. The change in appearance didn't surprise Ma-en. It's not particularly difficult to change one's image in the abnormal world, let alone the Duke, who has already demonstrated the ability to change his body. But the problem is, this guy's temperament is too different from the Duke he just met, right? It can't be the same name, right? Although it was strange, this guy should be the Duke who escaped from the control bureau with him, and the current situation was not difficult to guess. They did not part ways after that. They should have developed some kind of friendship because of this incident, and even become trusted companions. In other words, would the former self act together with these people? How is the situation? Ma-en asked tentatively. The magician leisurely put his legs on the sofa and laid down on his side. It's still the same. They were all fooled by us. Although they sounded dangerous, I can guarantee that everything is under my control. No one can catch the magician. The cold woman looked at Ma-en, and her expression was slightly relieved. It's okay. To be honest, I still left some time. You also said that. We have no chance to make mistakes. The boy showed a victorious look when he heard the first half of the sentence, but when he heard Gray Rabbit mention Ma-en's words he had said, his mouth, which had been opened, closed quietly again. Ma-en nodded, and then continued, yes, it's never wrong to be cautious. That sentence really sounds like something he might say. But what were they doing in this memory? Were they just chatting here? If so, maybe he had to think of some way to get them to talk about important things in this world, such as the members of the Terror Five. Although he had seen the fairy-like statue with his own eyes, he had no idea what the last member of the Terror Five was capable of, and she looked like the leader among them. Ma-en said while thinking about how to guide the topic. But the woman's face suddenly flashed a little nervous, and then fine gray dust suddenly appeared around her body, and the dust also flickered from time to time. Seeing Gray Rabbit's appearance, the others also started to act immediately, as if they had noticed something. The magician began to fumble around with his clothes, as if he was looking for something, while the Duke immediately stood up from his position. His body quickly expanded as he stood up, and instantly turned into a strong adult male. Ma-en also created a protective shield and observed their actions. Gray Rabbit's face showed a painful look. With the last flicker, the dust around her was completely extinguished as if it had never existed. She also laid back slightly, as if she had lost her strength. Shit! The Duke cursed. Someone blocked the space, magician. The magician kept taking out various props from his hat, but all the props were thrown away after just a few glances, and some of them even made a creaking sound as if they were stuck. Ma-en looked out the window. Something was approaching in the distance. He began to create a defensive telekinetic wall. The Duke clenched his fists. Since they have blocked this place, let's fight head-on. It doesn't matter whether it's the prison, the Federation, or the company, let them come, and soon they will realize that they have chosen the wrong opponent. We are as fragile as paper. All the mental walls shattered. The Duke stopped talking. A bloodthirsty smile appeared in the vision of several people, and his arm pressed on the Duke's terrified face at a speed that no one could react to, and then, like squeezing a tomato, easily crushed his entire head. Blood splattered on the face with a devil-like smile. Ma-en had never seen Xinsha smile so brightly. Chapter 828. After crushing the Duke's head, she waved her palm in the direction of the magician without even looking. The sudden terrible wind pressure instantly blew away the magician's hat, and the wall behind him was completely destroyed and turned into rubble. If the magician hadn't stabbed his cane into the Air Force, he would have been blown away by this terrible storm. Although Ma-en didn't understand the situation at this time, he had already started to attack Xinsha with all his strength when Xinsha appeared. However, it was as if he hadn't taken any action at all, and the scene in front of him didn't change at all. But Ma-en could clearly feel that the situation this time was completely different from when he stopped the blood flow. His telekinesis was working normally, but Xinsha completely ignored these attacks. Looking at the Duke who lost his head, Gray Rabbit's eyes also fell into a trance for a short time. Then, the moment she came to her senses, her face immediately changed from confusion to extreme anger, and then she roared at the strange woman who suddenly appeared, and the dust that had just dispersed reappeared. At the same time, blood began to flow from her eyes. It was obvious that she was forcibly breaking through her own limits. As the cold woman roared and released her power, an inexplicable scene flashed before Ma-en's eyes. The scene that was originally a living room suddenly turned into the deep space of the universe surrounded by countless stardust, and the cold feeling instantly overwhelmed his entire body. A crisp sound of fingers snapping sounded. The dark scene faded away, and Ma-en returned to the living room. The woman who was originally releasing her power was now lying on the ground with her eyes blank, and the left half of her body turned into flesh-red blood mud, as if it had been hit by a truck. Xin Xiao, who was watching this scene, licked the blood from the corner of her mouth and grinned a smile that was pure and evil. Then she turned her head to look at Ma En, with a bit of provocation in her eyes. It was like a beast playing with its prey. Something was wrong. The temperament of this Xin Xiao was completely different from what he remembered. She was not like the savior at all. For the Xin Xiao he was familiar with, this pure bloody stimulation should not affect her. She should have surpassed the desires of these mortals and animals. It was not that Ma En could not accept that the Xin Xiao in the past was completely different from the present. But it was not that he had never seen Xin Xiao in the past, and he had even seen Xin Xiao several times. Whether it was the Xin Xiao who had subdued him, or the Xin Xiao who fought side by side with Saran, the Xin Xiao he saw was very close to the Xin Xiao in reality at this moment. Only the one in front of him was different. Could this be some kind of monster that imitated Xin Xiao's appearance? But this terrible power. While his thoughts were spinning wildly, the magician took advantage of Xin Xiao's attention on Ma En, raised his black cane to her, and then pressed the secret button on the top of the cane. Eternal darkness gushed out. Crack. Ma En and the magician were completely unable to understand and react to the scene in front of them. Xin Xiao had just stood in a place submerged in darkness, but now she appeared behind the magician, and her right hand had been placed on the magician's cane without knowing when. To be precise, it was a cane that was broken in half. The magician's eyes showed a cruel look, and then he opened his mouth and said, "Sarah." Snap! A crisp slap hit his face directly, interrupting the terrible spell he was about to recite. Ma En, who had already exerted his full strength, stood there and watched these things happen. His newly strengthened ability had no effect on Xin Xiao. Then, Xin Xiao looked at him eagerly. "I'm waiting for you." Such words reminded Ma En of Saran. He turned and flew out of the window suddenly, and began to run in the direction of the crowd. At the same time, he used his telekinesis to release countless telekinesis cannons at the crowd below. He wanted to see how Xin Xiao would react. However, Ma En had just flown out of the window when he felt a light knock on his head, like a dragonfly touching the water. Then he saw Xin Xiao's disappointed eyes. Death came in a way he could not understand. Huh? Ma En exhaled heavily, and the scene in front of him gradually became clear. Bursts of noise rang in his ears, and it took him a while to hear those words clearly. "How is it? Are you okay?" I saw that the fluctuations were very intense just now. Ma En shook his head, stood up and looked at Selly and the others. "Pack up, Qinlan. See how many anti-psychic drugs we can copy with the remaining things. Kanya, you sort out all the information about the anti-psychic drugs for me. These drugs are not enough." After saying this, he summoned the control panel. Psychic Power 5-4. You have excellent spiritual power, and have a variety of basic spiritual abilities including clairvoyance, telekinesis, mental resistance, cognitive impairment resistance, and memory erasure resistance, which are naturally improving over time. There are 1,347 days left to upgrade to 5-5. Well, the countdown has been advanced by more than 30 days, and his plan seems feasible. After all, he didn't have a particularly deep memory this time. Thinking of this, Ma En began to recall the situation just now. What happened to that delicate and light attack just now? He clearly didn't feel any impact, but his head should have been directly blown off by that move. What happened to that Xin Xiao? Why did she have such an expression? And the details of her battle also revealed a personality that was completely different from the Xin Xiao that Ma En was familiar with. Even Saran didn't have the mentality of playing with opponents for fun. In fact, if you count the strong enemies he encountered, although they may have personality problems, these problems are rarely exposed in battle. They all have basic respect for fighting. However, that Xin Xiao didn't have it. It seems that the fun of fighting for her surpassed winning or losing. This is also the most difficult thing for Ma En to understand. For those who regard saving the world as their goal, how can such low-level fun be attractive? And according to other information he had obtained before, Xin Xiao also had an image closer to the present in the past, which means that this change was not caused by a fault. Or was she in some special situation at that time? Or was that guy not the real Xin Xiao at all? Countless questions emerged in Ma En's mind. If she was really Xin Xiao, why would she attack them? And if this was the normal Xin Xiao, it meant that this attack and the last attack should not have occurred in the same time period. Because the temperaments of these two Xin Xiaos are completely different. Also, if he met Xin Xiao here, then how did he survive in real history? Ma En suppressed the doubts in his heart. Thinking alone would not give him the answer. All the answers were in his memory, and there were no obstacles or dangers waiting for him. The problem was that now he only had one anti-mind potion. Chapter 829. After a simple arrangement, Ma-En determined that if all the resources that should be useless were consumed, 3 anti-psychic pills could be made relatively easily, but he did not choose to do so directly. After careful consideration, he not only extracted the ability of the anti-psychic pill, but also extracted Li Hu's physical ability and directly solidified it on his body. However, in order to achieve this, he had to consume resources to re-solidify Li Hu's ability to ensure that Li Hu would not be weakened in any way. Because he promised Li Hongyu not to hurt Li Hu. This would consume most of the resources, so that his remaining resources could only barely copy one anti-psychic pill. But even so, Ma-En felt that it was worth it. Because after these few times of returning to the past, he also deeply realized he was too weak. Especially without considering the Control Bureau, he could almost be said to be as weak as he could be, and he could not survive in the extremely dangerous past. So he had to strengthen his survival and combat capabilities, and in fact, when he was in his memory, the intensity of his telekinesis was also weaker than normal. Because in his memory, he didn't use at least a few 4th-level physical abilities, like he usually does. This also causes him to consider his fragile body too much when using abilities, like flying, and there are many similar situations. For this reason, Ma-En also solidified the 4th-level flesh and blood control, which is also the most worthy solidification among the 4th-level physical abilities he has, but he didn't need to solidify it before, and could use it all the time. Unfortunately, he does not have a truly suitable immortality ability. Many low-level immortality abilities are either too weak or have various fatal flaws. If they are solidified, they will weaken his strength. If he has the appropriate immortality and self-healing abilities, the exploration work should be much easier. However, this ability itself is very rare, and secondly, it is also difficult to grasp. In addition, he has a very serious problem in the memory space. That is, he does not have any handy weapons, which also greatly weakens the strength of his telekinesis. His telekinesis has the characteristic of not being good at affecting creatures, which is not obvious when he bullies weak enemies or uses telekinesis for assistance. When he can only rely on telekinesis, this problem is exposed. In the absence of weapons of the same level, the attack power of his telekinesis can only be at level 2 to 3 at most. If there are some handy weapons, this problem can also be solved, and in reality, Ma-En also has many 5th-level weapons that can be used, so this is not a problem. But in the memory, he couldn't take out the weapons in the abnormal Control Bureau, and he didn't have the weapons he might have at that time, because his physical state was the current state in reality. If possible, he'd better find some ability to make 5th-level weapons. This way, he can strengthen his attack power in the memory space without consuming too many resources. He must improve his ability in the memory space to more efficiently play the role of the anti-psychic drug. In other words, now he has to find a way to get more anti-psychic drugs. Or get more 5th-level items, decompose them, and use them to copy anti-psychic drugs. He needs to get the former by contacting the Federation, but it may not be so easy to get it through diplomatic means. Now the Federation's anti-psychic medicine that can be used for trading should be handed over to him. As for robbing the 5th-level items to make anti-psychic medicine, his current normal strength is far from strong enough to rob the 5th-level items at will, not to mention that this may cause him all kinds of troubles, and will only kill himself and the people around him. For Ma-En, doing this is almost courting death. But for Sarah, it is completely the opposite. Killing, conquering, robbing, destruction. These are all within the power of the King of Gods. He has the strength to almost rule the Southern Federation, and even has corresponding forces, which is enough for him to take the initiative to declare war on the Federation, not to mention grabbing some items of the same level. And unlike the actual situation, he seems to be almost immortal in the eyes of the outside world. The consciousness of the gods can be continuously transferred in the human body. If there is no race like Titan that can seal the gods to assist, or weapons like the god of death to target them, they can only be weakened, but cannot be completely killed. Although the Control Bureau cannot prevent Ma-En from using this characteristic, others do not know this. For a strong man standing at the top of the world, being considered immortal is already very useful. This information alone will dispel the idea of most people to be his enemy. With 2 goals in mind, Ma-En came here again. He pressed the doorbell. Almost half a minute later, the door was quietly opened. The woman standing behind the door had already prepared herself mentally, and the look she gave him was quite complicated. Ma-En opened his mouth, wanting to say his unacceptable apology again, but then he remembered the other party's reaction when they met last time, and after a pause, he closed his mouth. "Come in." After staring at him for a while, Tang Xuewan still said. Ma En followed her into the living room. Tang Xuewan sat down politely. Do you have anything else to do? Isn't what you want already in hand? Ma En also raised his hand politely. I want to talk to you privately, okay? Tang Xuewan shrugged and said in a nonchalant tone, whatever, the decision is yours anyway. Seeing this, Ma En didn't say anything more, raised his hand, and snapped his fingers. The world instantly fell into a strange darkness. Sorry, some words are not suitable for monitoring. Ma En said apologetically, I want to make some shady deals with you in private, provided that you are willing to listen. In fact, Ma En originally wanted to throw out a confidentiality agreement at the beginning of the conversation, but although he does not socialize often, his negotiation awareness reminds him that doing so may directly destroy the opportunity for dialogue. There may even be worse consequences. So although there are no insurance measures, Ma En still intends to directly reveal his thoughts to Tang Xuewan. And if there is really an accident, he can also erase Tang Xuewan's memory. There shouldn't be any problem. Tang Xuewan sighed. Just you say it, since I didn't kick you out at the beginning, it means that I will not directly reject you because of the past things. At least on the surface, I won't directly tear my face. Think about it carefully. After all, you are a strong man that I can never afford to offend in my life. And if you really want to say it, is there any way for me not to listen? Ma En blinked, not sure if it was his illusion. He always felt that Tang Xuewan seemed to have something else in her words. Chapter 830. Ma En put aside the strangeness he had noticed. My purpose of coming here is still the antipsychic drugs. I would like to ask you to help me find out how the Federation obtains these drugs continuously, and whether there are other antipsychic drugs in the Federation at the moment. Of course, I will pay the corresponding reward. Whether it is an abnormal item or anything within my ability. Saving people, killing people, or more complicated operations are all fine. And I will also erase the traces of your actions, and no one will find you because of this. Even if it really causes any trouble, I will provide you with protection. Tang Xuewan immediately asked back, provide me with protection, then what about my family? But just after saying this, she suddenly thought of something funny, and then shook her head. Forget it, go on. Ma En didn't talk about anything, pretending not to notice her emotions. In fact, it is basically impossible for anyone to find you. If possible, I am also willing to continue trading with the Federation to obtain the antipsychic drug. In this case, I also hope that you can help me contact the Federation, and if we want to leave traces, this is also the only situation they will know. I entrust you to see if you can trade more antipsychic drugs. Tang Xuewan can easily realize the important information hidden behind this sentence. If Ma En can't get the antipsychic drug by trading with the Federation, then he may think of other ways to get the antipsychic drug, and these methods may cause trouble. He doesn't care. The Federation did hand over all the available antipsychic drugs. Tang Xuewan said directly, they did not lie to you about this matter, but they do have some stocks. After all, they still have some experimental projects that require the use of antipsychic drugs. However, they did not deliberately increase this type of experiment to Connie. Although not all experimental projects must use antipsychic drugs immediately, this reservation itself is quite reasonable. Of course, this means that they may still hand over the antipsychic drugs. It's just that there are not many of these loose antipsychic drugs. As far as I know, there should be only about 2. And counting those that they can't hand over, there should be only 4 or 5 in total, and some are used to maintain the life of certain creatures. This kind of federation is impossible to hand over to anyone. Ma En did not ask Tang Xuewan why she knew so much about the antipsychic drugs before she started the investigation. He asked sincerely, do you have any suggestions? Tang Xuewan glanced at him. First of all, I don't recommend you to directly rob the Federation's antipsychic drugs, which is stupid. As for the 2 antipsychic drugs that are more in short supply, I can help you negotiate, and I will tell you the specific conditions. But you have already taken 5 antipsychic drugs. Is it still not enough? Ma En nodded. The more of this stuff the better for me. Basically there is no upper limit. Tang Xuewan asked seriously, so do you need a lot? Ma En nodded without hesitation. Yes. Tang Xuewan showed a thoughtful look. If you need a lot, I don't even recommend you to negotiate with the Federation, because the amount they can obtain each period of time is fixed. You should start from the source of their antipsychic drugs. Ma En showed a surprised look. So you know how they got the antipsychic drug? Tang Xuewan sighed. Yes, you are really lucky. I should have told you that I used to do business before returning to the Federation, yes. But that was when I just left the family. Before I came back, I had become a middle-level manager in the Eastern Federation Foreign Trade Company, and my career as an employee was promising at that time. If I were still there now, I might have become a senior executive. I didn't agree to come back until my sister died. Tang Xuowan paused when she said this, and Ma En didn't dare to interrupt at this moment. After a moment, she continued naturally, "That's why I know the source of the antipsychic drug." Ma En also guessed, "So it has something to do with the Eastern Federation Company?" Tang Xuowan nodded. "To be precise, it is the Eastern Federation Biotechnology Company, also known as the Eastern Federation Pharmaceutical Company. In fact, it is not difficult to imagine that they have a very advanced pharmaceutical industry when you hear the name." Hearing this, some vague memories flashed through Ma En's mind. Seriously, that should be his earliest memory. When he just woke up, he met an employee from the East Federation Pharmaceutical Company, if he remembered correctly. Both that guy and the company behind them seemed to be quite assholes. Tang Xuowan also noticed Ma En's strangeness. "You have heard of them too? Then you should know that they are a particularly bad company, although other East Federation companies are not much better. But they are the kind of company that will directly go to the streets to arrest people, and take them back for various biological experiments. Whether it is the former Coordination Bureau or the current Special Service Department, they often have to deal with the biochemical monsters that escape from their company. Although they are said to have escaped, in many cases they are deliberately released, and pharmaceutical companies will also collect data on them through this process, which is what they want. They are not monster manufacturers, but pharmaceutical factories. Whether it is these monsters, or the countless experimental subjects who die quietly in their laboratories, they are just side effects of their new drug development process. And the antipsychic medicine is naturally their mature product. The Federation has signed a long-term contract with them, asking them to provide a certain amount of antipsychic medicine every 2 months. Ma En showed a thoughtful look. "In other words, if I want to get the antipsychic medicine, I can also start directly from them." Tang Xuowan nodded. "Yes, you can find them directly to buy the antipsychic medicine, and you can also let them increase production. For mature products like this that have been developed, the East Federation Pharmaceutical Company should be able to expand production. But you have to be careful, they may ask for a lot. All Eastern Federation companies are the embodiment of greed." Ma En nodded. "Then how can I find them?" Tang Xuowan said, "By the way, this is also a place where you need to pay attention to safety, because their headquarters is in the Southern Federation, which is not very safe recently." Ma En replied with some surprise. "Southern Federation?" Tang Xuowan nodded. "It's actually not difficult to understand. After all, it is the most chaotic place in the entire Federation, and is most suitable for them to capture people for experiments. Don't think that the Federation has signed a contract with them, but if the Federation's Special Service Department encounters them arresting people in public, they will actually take action against them. Not to mention when the Coordination Department was still there, they were almost rats crossing the street at that time. I will write you the specific address later, but you should be able to find it yourself." Ma En nodded slightly and stood up naturally. "Thank you for your help." However, before he stood up completely, he suddenly thought of a very important question. He almost forgot to ask the other party what reward he wanted. The main reason was that the conversation progressed too fast. Ma En thought that he would negotiate the price with Tang Xuowan first, and then she would go to inquire about the information, but he didn't expect that Tang Xuowan knew the source of the antipsychic medicine, and she didn't propose her own price. After a moment of silence, Ma En still said, "What reward do you want?" Tang Xuowan looked up at him and said, as if she had just remembered, "Oh, I don't have any ideas for the time being, so then I owe it to you first." Chapter 831. It is not difficult to find information about the Eastern Federation Pharmaceutical Company. Almost all of the information about Eastern Federation companies is semi-transparent in the abnormal world. After all, they are not some secret cult that wants to destroy the world, nor are they some abnormal organizations that have some abnormal abilities that are not visible to the public. It can even be said that on the contrary, they all took the initiative to disclose most of their information, because these companies have different purposes for abnormal organizations. They really want to make money, and this includes any currency, whether it is the public currency issued by the federal government or the currency circulated within certain forces. Even the internal ratings of some secret organizations seem to be valuable to them. In general, anything close to the concept of currency seems to be accepted by them, including the points that the Federation once showed to Ma En that can be used to exchange for abnormal items. Of course, if an organization like the Federation wants to trade with companies using points, it must also open up certain exchange rights to them through signing a contract, and it seems that the level of these rights will also affect the exchange rate. Even if the contract between the Federation and the company is just a matter of time, Even if the two sides go to war, this kind of mutual communication clause will not be suspended, and at most it will slightly affect the exchange rate. It is said that there is something similar to shares between these Eastern Federation companies. They can snatch these shares from each other in a way that the outside world cannot know, and finally complete the merger and acquisition of other companies. It is said that these Eastern Federation companies have an ultimate goal, which is to acquire all other Eastern Federation companies. Based on the few words that the Federation communicated with them, it seems that after they complete the merger and acquisition of all other companies, they will form a phenomenon called super monopoly. Among the information that Ma En could find out, there was only one comment about what super monopoly was. That's a kind of doomsday. This was the answer the Federation got when it asked the prophet Shin Shao. However, when she said this, she didn't look worried at all, and according to the current situation, the Federation and any other forces really don't need to worry about the arrival of super monopoly. Because these Eastern Federation companies can be said to be evenly matched, and no one can do anything to anyone. Including the Federation, the former Sun God, and forces like Heaven will also balance their power through transactions with these Eastern Federation companies, so that they can't become stronger by devouring each other. Yes, Saran had frequently traded with various companies in the Eastern Federation, and the pharmaceutical companies in the Southern Federation were no exception. He even forcibly created a kind of internal currency of the gods that was not really in circulation in order to trade with these companies. In turn, he sometimes sent his men to attack all companies that had traces in the Southern Federation to ensure that they would not be too powerful. In other words, it was a common thing for the Sun God to bully Eastern Federation companies. Of course, normally, the attacks and transactions that Saran made for this purpose would not really shake the survival of any Eastern Federation company. And this also meant that he had better not destroy any Eastern Federation company too severely, lest other companies take the opportunity to swallow them up and bring the avoidable super monopoly doomsday to the world. Ma En also took the opportunity to check the things offered by the former believers of the Sun God. Unfortunately, there was no trace of the antipsychic drug, not even other high-level drugs. At least they don't know. After asking, Marn learned that almost all of what Saran bought publicly were medical supplies for ordinary humans, and he invested them in the construction of his own territory. As for the purchase records with other companies, either nothing was left, or some of the things were not known to these surrendered believers. He didn't really care about the kind of gods that believers were. For Saran, high-level believers were basically equivalent to replaceable bodies. And when they were needed, these humans were just slaves to him. This was also the perspective of Saran, who was once the ruler of the Sun dynasty, looking at his people. At the same time, he also regarded humans as important allies and foundations for himself and the gods. These were all humans in his eyes. However, although there was no antipsychic medicine in the warehouse, Saran's self-created currency was managed and controlled by these high-level believers, and there was still some balance. The specific number of incomplete currency was about 300 yuan. According to the believers, this was not much, but it was not particularly small. Usually Saran would keep this number at about 500. No one knows how this currency works. Some believers suspect that the Eastern Federation Company has a way to exchange this currency that can only be created by Saran for his treasures. Some people even thought that this currency can be used to make the gods attack other Eastern Federation companies. However, if it is a situation similar to the latter, this currency should not be effective. At the very least, it will depreciate rapidly among Eastern Federation companies. However, according to what Ma En learned, the value of this currency has indeed depreciated somewhat due to Saran's departure, but it is still within a reasonable range. In other words, if the price is right, he can even use these currencies to buy the antipsychic medicine. And this can only be done by Ma En. If Sarah suddenly wants to buy the antipsychic medicine, this suspicious situation will instantly reveal a lot of information. Even if they can't fully realize the truth at first, they will speculate that they have a close relationship with the new Sun God. Or, if the antipsychic medicine inventory of the Eastern Federation Pharmaceutical Company is enough now, he can also play the role of the bandit Sun God and directly rob their company. He should be able to take the opportunity to get a lot of 5th level items to copy the antipsychic medicine. But obviously only one of the two can be chosen. After all, if he, as Ma En, just asked the price of the antipsychic medicine and found that the price was too high to buy it, the Sun God Sarah attacked the Eastern Federation Production Company, and the antipsychic medicine disappeared. Even if this situation cannot be directly inferred that there is a problem, it will definitely arouse the suspicion of many people, and it will also be dangerous when linked to various situations in the past or future. But this does not mean that Ma En must make a decision at this moment. That's right, He couldn't ask about the price of the medicine as Ma In, but he could temporarily ask about the price as Sarah's subordinate, or as Luna's subordinate. As long as the price was right, he could immediately transform into Luna's friend Ma In, and then ask Luna to help him get some money from Sarah to buy the antipsychic medicine. On the other hand, if the East Federal Pharmaceutical Company was unwilling to trade with him, then Ma In would not appear, and there would only be the sun god Sarah, who was angry because his subordinates returned empty-handed. Of course, this reason was not very sufficient. But who made him the sun god? Chapter 832. It is not difficult to find the address of the East Federal Pharmaceutical Company. All abnormal ability users can easily find out their high-end reception center, and anyone can quickly meet with them as long as they follow the procedures to make an appointment, without any waiting or queuing. After all, there are not many people who are qualified to discuss big business with them, and they have enough staff to receive them. And there will not be any ordinary ability users who are blind enough to make trouble. After all, the East Federal Pharmaceutical Company is a notorious large organization, and even abnormal ability users can still take away experiments. Even these low-level ability users are more precious experimental subjects to them. Wearing a suit and carrying a briefcase, Ma In, who was dressed more decent than ever before, walked into the spacious door. The color tone of the hall is quite simple, but whether it is the spacious space that is almost extravagant, or the various objects that look like they are from top designers, or the overall coordinated temperament, it shows that this place is expensive. Ma In walked to the front desk and looked at the woman with a natural smile behind him. "Do you have an appointment?" The receptionist's tone was gentle and polite. "I am the spokesperson for Mr. Jungwoo." Ma In nodded. The receptionist looked down at the screen, then smiled and replied, "Well, welcome, sir. Ms. Lee is waiting for you on the 46th floor." Ma In followed her instructions and entered the elevator. Then, with a few waves of space fluctuations, the number on the electronic screen changed to 46. The elevator door slowly opened, and the scene inside was like a high-end reception room. Unlike the vegetarian tone downstairs, the reception room looked quite warm, and even had some cute plush toys. But the face of the woman standing behind the door surprised Ma In a little. Because the person standing there was Li Fin, the company employee he had met when he just woke up, and if he remembered correctly, he had clearly killed her. And given the situation she showed at the time, even if she survived, she should not be here. But Ma In's doubts did not last long. Because Ms. Lee immediately said quickly as if by reflex, "To prevent some misunderstandings, please allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Li Tinglan. You may have seen women with the surname Li who look exactly like me in the past, or even several of them. But they are not me, nor are they my clones, and there is no mental network between us. If you meet them, you may notice that their personalities all have some defects. This is because they are all my clones. You can understand this as some kind of experiment in our company. We will create clones for suitable members, implant false memories in them, and observe their reactions in various environments. Of course, this is not all the content of the experiment, but some of it is the company's confidential information. To prove that everything I said is true, we have also prepared a contract and agreement. Please take a look." Ma In took the contract and agreement and took a look at it. Taking advantage of this time, Li Tinglan continued to show a somewhat creepy standard smile. Although the clones we use for experiments have various genetic defects, they are already the early versions of this technology. Now our clones are basically perfect. Not only can we clone your perfect replica, but we can also make fine adjustments at will, such as changing your appearance to your favorite look, and we can also make various modifications. Height, voice, and details of various parts are optional. And we also have extremely mature soul transmission technology. Here we have to thank our partner, the Eastern Federation Afterlife Company. With their help, we can produce soulless clones and transfer anyone's soul to their body. We can also keep your original body for you so that you can go back at any time, or if you want, we can also create a body of the sample you provide, and you can experience anyone's body. We even launched a cooperative service with the Eastern Federation Security Company, Replacement Life. We can guarantee that you completely replace any life, and find a way to restore the situation to its original state after you leave. If you are not interested in replacing your body, don't worry, we have better services. You can name any creature, we can make clones of him, her, or it, and implant corresponding false memories according to your requirements. We guarantee that such products are not cold dolls, all of them have living souls. And we are now on a 20% discount promotion. If you have any needs, you can always consult me. After saying this, she also took out a brochure specifically introducing this product. Listening to Li Tinglan read these words in one breath, Ma In realized that there might be a very important reason why the East Federal Pharmaceutical Company would make these clones. That is advertising. He originally thought that this was just a way to save money, but it turned out to be a project to make money. And listening to her description, Mayan estimated that this project should be very popular. At this time, he also had a clearer understanding of the so-called company. They do have dangerous places. I am not interested in these things. Mayan did not take the booklet. Hearing this, Li Tinglon still took back the booklet with a smile. Okay, we still have a lot of very good projects. Do you need me to introduce them slowly? Or do you want to put forward your needs first, and then let me carefully select them for you? Mayan said, no, take out your catalog. Li Tinglon said with a little surprise. Oh okay, but we have a lot of catalogs. I am afraid that we can't read them in a short time. Do you want us to get you the catalog according to the category? Mayan replied indifferently. No, I have time, and I read very fast. Li Tinglon smiled and nodded. Okay, then what currency do you plan to pay in? We can also help you convert the price. Mayan replied briefly. Sun coin. Li Tinglon showed a little surprise, not knowing whether it was true or false. So that's the case? No wonder it's called Lord Noon, the one you represent is. Mayan nodded. The ruler here? Can this money still be used? Li Tinglon nodded. Of course, although for reasons you know, this money has depreciated a bit, but recently because of Lord Sarah's behavior in the Southern Federation, the value of this money has also recovered a bit. Many companies regard it as a valuable financial product. If you want, you can also wait for the price of Sun coin to rise before spending. Please wait a moment, I will prepare a catalog for you now. Mayan didn't understand it a little. Obviously, his record and strength should not affect what this money can buy, and in fact, Sarah's death should not affect it either, but these two things have affected its price. But if the value of this money is really too low now, he doesn't plan to wait. Chapter 833. As Li Tinglon said, the entire catalog is indeed too much. Although many of them are low-level items, it is enough to show the richness of the products of the Eastern Federation Pharmaceutical Company. However, although the content is quite complicated and huge, it is not a problem for Mayan. His reading speed and memory ability are enough to handle such information, and he has enough patience. And through the process of looking for antipsychic drugs, he is also screening whether there are other items that can be used. First of all, Mayan also noticed a lot of drugs that can heal mental trauma, but these drugs are not level 5, and 70% of them are marked with symbols jointly developed with other companies, and they specifically emphasize that if there is a problem, the loss cannot be determined entirely according to their responsibility. Obviously, the mental field is not their main business. The Eastern Federation Pharmaceutical Company is better at exerting various influences on the physical field. At the top of the catalog are the things that Saran has bought before. They are all large quantities of packaged medical supplies, but some of them also contain certain side effects, which Mayan directly skipped. However, the prices of these items have already revealed some problems. The prices of all the items he saw were almost double the original prices, and they did not increase at the same rate. Some of them were even more than 10 times the original prices. Even if the prices fluctuate, is this change normal? Mayan did not put this question behind him, but directly asked the high-level believers through the Control Bureau. They also gave an answer immediately. In the past, the prices of these drugs did fluctuate, but they basically increased at a lower rate. Although I don't know what the current exchange rate is, some of them have doubled, and some have increased by more than 10 times, which is not unusual. It seems that the East Federal Pharmaceutical Company wants to take this opportunity to raise prices. This also makes Mayan feel a little incredible. In order to make more money, they have to risk offending the Sun God. Is there any reason in this? With this thought in mind, Mayan continued to look down. At the middle level, there are all kinds of practical things, and many of them can even be used in the battle between the gods, but Saran has no record of buying these items. Mayan basically has no demand for these. After all, consumables can almost be said to be the most unsuitable abnormal items for the Control Bureau, and they can't play the advantages of the Control Bureau at all. There are indeed some non-consumable abnormal items that can be used, but they are not worth spending money on for him. And Mayan also noticed in the process that many of their products are for non-ability people, or more accurately, many of their products are for people who master currency. Many of them are not psychics, and their needs are different from those of ordinary psychics. For example, the body replacement service she just advertised is obviously not something most psychics would consider. Perhaps only some psychics can use clones as replacement parts, but for most psychics, leaving their bodies will have a negative impact on them. There are not many psychics who just need clones. Weak psychics cannot use them, and strong psychics can easily change their bodies without using clones. Those who really need this kind of service are basically non-ability people. There are also many good things in this kind of product. They are indeed very useful for non-abnormal ability people, and fill the gap of various special items in the entire abnormal world. But mine can't use these at all, because he can turn any ordinary person into an abnormal ability person. After reading these, he set his sights on various 5th level items. Although it is called various, there are not many of them, because many items are out of stock. Ma-En immediately sorted out this list for high-level believers. And they immediately gave him an answer that surprised him again. That is, the other party obviously deleted some more precious items that had been strongly promoted to Saran from this list, and the high-level believers immediately gave an explanation. In fact, at the beginning, the list they got was not particularly complete. But even so, it is not very reasonable to change the authority to the original state, and can this be of any benefit to the East Federal Pharmaceutical Company? Although he couldn't figure out why they did this, Ma-En vaguely felt that it might be related to making money. But don't they think this might offend the new sun god? Or do they think this problem is not worth mentioning compared to their profits? But even if enough currency can allow them to achieve the so-called super monopoly, and assuming that the members of these Eastern Federation companies are noble enough to put this goal above their own personal interests, this idea still seemed short-sighted and stupid. Thinking of this, Marn raised his head and looked at the smiling woman opposite. Are they all crazy? Is there anything I can help you with? Li Tinglan asked with a smile. While Ma-En was looking through the catalog, she stood there almost motionless, and the iconic smile on her face was not stiffened by time, but it made people feel a little weird. No. After answering casually, Ma-En continued to look. Among these abnormal items, which were mainly consumables, some things also caught his attention. After getting rid of Victor, and asking the Federation to destroy the weapons against the Sun God, Ma-En actually had enough self-protection ability at this time, and did not need these consumable abilities that looked suspicious. But it was different for Ma-En in the memory world. Not only was he weaker in the memory world, but the past world was also far more dangerous than now. There was no doubt about that. After all, Xin Xiao, who could move freely in the past world and attacked him, was completely sealed in their current world, not to mention that there might be more dangerous things in the past world. For example, the flying knife warrior he met showed a level of more than 5 to 4, and the flying knives he threw were obviously the same as those of other martial arts masters, with some unusual characteristics. Even if he was at the level of 5 to 4, he must be the more dangerous one. Not to mention the man who stood at the top of martial arts, whom he had not seen yet. Maybe he was stronger than the current Xin Xiao. Of course, the past Xin Xiao might be stronger than the current one. And for this reason, Ma-En was searching for things that could help in the memory space, wanting to see if he could find anything useful. And he really found it. Chapter 834. The products of East Federal Pharmaceuticals are basically consumables, or they are various service products that can only be used smoothly with their entire system. There are also many transformation technologies that can give others superpowers. Even if there are some side effects, this is still a very powerful technology. However, this kind of product can basically not be obtained by snatching, and they often require the assistance of experts and equipment from East Federal Pharmaceuticals. Therefore, Ma-En also completely ignored this kind of product. Among the consumables that can be used alone, there is a series of products called Chameleon. According to the introduction of East Federal Pharmaceuticals, this set of products is inspired by some creatures in nature that can protect themselves through various characteristics, imitating various life-saving potions made by different creatures. Of course, in fact, this connection is a bit far-fetched, and it is closer to a kind of marketing method. The key is to allow people who buy these products to understand these drugs smoothly, but some products seem to be like that. For example, there is a transformation service called Snail. The effect is that the user can actively become extremely hard, and can defend almost any material and energy attack, but when the effect is triggered, the transformer will lose consciousness and become an indestructible living statue. Although the opponent cannot harm the transformer in this case, they can directly move him away, and then quietly wait for the effect of his ability to pass. Unless he can be rescued during this period, the consequences will not be any different. If you look at these effects alone, it seems okay. After all, if federal politicians or people of similar status can really rely on the effect of the snail to avoid fatal attacks, they may really be rescued. But this is not the only problem with this transformation. In the description of this service, there is a paragraph of almost indistinguishable small words, which read, "Due to the inevitable minor defects in principle, the transformation may have a long-term decrease in reaction power to an uncertain degree, and each use of the ability will strengthen this side effect for a certain period of time. It may be alleviated after treatment. Other things also have some side effects. For example, the drug called porcupine that Ma En is interested in. According to the detailed description of the Eastern Federation Pharmaceutical Company, as long as you take this drug, you can master the function of creating extremely strong spikes in the body and firing them out. According to their description, the hardness of this spike is at the level of level 5, and its sharpness can indeed damage things with level 5 defense strength if the speed is fast enough. All of these have been perfected by the Eastern Federation Pharmaceutical Company. However, this drug has two problems. First, it does give the user the ability to generate spikes in the body and shoot them out of the body. But it does not give the user any self-healing ability, which means that if an ordinary person only takes this drug called porcupine and accidentally uses this ability, he will be stabbed to death by himself. Of course, this problem is easy to solve, and there are even drugs in this series that provide self-healing ability. But after reading this series, Ma En found a new line of small words. Please do not use multiple products in this series without expert advice. For specific circumstances, please pay for consultation. And there is a second problem with this drug, that is, the spikes it shoots out can indeed pose a threat to the 5th level life at a sufficient speed. But it does not have enough speed. If it is an ordinary person within a few dozen meters, and a person with the ability without physical enhancement, the porcupine's ability can indeed easily solve it. Of course, the premise is that the user must be proficient enough to use this ability. Of course, these details are not directly written in the instructions for this product. Ma En determined these through various details and almost indiscernible small words. If you just take a rough look, you may be deceived by the ability it claims. If you don't look carefully, it is easy to understand that taking this drug can pose a threat to the 5th level ability. It is estimated that someone should have been deceived by their carefully arranged product instructions. However, these problems are basically not a problem for him. He has flesh and blood control, and does not need to worry about the damage caused by these spikes to himself. As for the problem of too low speed, that is even less of a problem. And this thing is perfectly adapted to his current situation. In reality, such props are completely useless to him. After all, he has many better weapons than this. For example, the Spear Chaser Sun that he used to deal with Saren at that time, even if its characteristics were not mentioned, it must have stronger hardness and lethality. But in his memory, this thing could help him a lot and solve his problem of lacking a handy weapon. Moreover, the potential problems that the drug might have were not a problem for him. If these problems were separated from its ability in terms of abnormal nature, then he could completely consume some resources to extract the negative characteristics. And if its potential problems and characteristics are completely integrated, it doesn't matter. As long as this characteristic is not something like instant death, then Ma En can directly extract this ability from his body after using this ability to explore the memory space. Basically, any side effects can't really affect him. The actual problem is the price. The price of this drug is relatively low in this series of products. Even the East Federal Pharmaceutical Company knows that this thing can't be sold too expensive. But even so, at the current exchange rate, this thing costs about 100 yuan. After seeing this price, Ma En was not optimistic about the next situation. And the situation is indeed the case. He quickly found the location of the antipsychic medicine in the catalog. And the price marked on it is 140. That is, even if he doesn't buy the very useful drug porcupine, he can only buy 2 antipsychic medicines here if he spends all his wealth. And according to the information Ma En got, this price is not a normal price. After a simple calculation based on the current price, high-level believers can basically guess what the original price of the antipsychic medicine is. If it was at the original price, he could buy at least 7 or 8. This is with the porcupine. And this number might be enough for him to consider buying. Then, he could let other gods plunder other places in the Southern Federation, and it would be possible for him to restore his memory to level 5. But now the price has increased several times. This can almost be said to be robbery. And the robbery is from the current ruler of the Southern Federation. Therefore Ma En also looked up at Li Tinglan. Are you kidding me? Chapter 835. Li Tinglan was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly explained, Is there something we haven't served well? Ma En frowned and said, As far as I know, your previous prices were not like this. Although he had basically decided to take action, Ma En did not show this emotion. After all, the current Eastern Federation company was in his territory, which did not mean that it would be in the future. If they realized that the Sun God was going to take action against them, they would definitely not resist. But they could escape from the Southern Federation. And now, he has not figured out the situation of the other party's warehouse. You know, their headquarters is in the Southern Federation, and it is impossible for all their inventory to be placed here. Even the part of the inventory in the Southern Federation must be scattered all over the place. If the antipsychic medicine and porcupine are not in the Southern Federation, then it would be almost stupid for him to expose his attitude now. Only when attacking should he let the opponent know his hostility. The standard smile on Li Tinglan's face seemed a little subtle at this moment. Yes, but you also know that business is not easy to do, and we have problems with obtaining raw materials recently. To be honest, our company's business in the Eastern Federation has some problems. These things are still relatively confidential in the current abnormal world, but if you are the spokesperson for Mr. Noon, I am willing to provide you with the details of this matter. According to our investigation, some of our members have been replaced by some kind of fungal life, and the object of their loyalty has changed from the great company cause to a kind of collective consciousness, and they even secretly embezzle company resources to satisfy their new masters. This is something we cannot tolerate. So we launched a big purge against them, and launched a counterattack against the forces that infiltrated us, but they also used the company's resources to strengthen their concealment capabilities. So this is a long tug-of-war, and therefore a lot of our resources have been consumed, and a lot of resources have been wasted by them. So we are indeed going through a difficult period now. So although I'm sorry, we do have reasons to do this. We definitely don't want to offend the ruler of the Southern Federation, the Supreme Lord Noon. This is happening in the Eastern Federation, and it is indeed being carried out in a secret way, but if Lord Noon is willing, there must be a way to verify the authenticity of what I said. If you want, you can also confirm this matter and negotiate with us later. Ma En didn't have any intention of confirming this matter. Li Tinglan dared to say this to himself, so this matter must be happening, but there is still a problem here. This matter is true, but it doesn't mean that the reason for their price increase is true. And the reason for their price increase is true, and it doesn't affect his need to get enough antipsychic medicine. Ma En said, "No, it's not important to us. My master won't think so much. You can have all kinds of reasons, but your current behavior is provoking him. I hope you can show more respect to the King of Gods. You can reason with me, and I am willing to listen patiently. But the decision is still made by him." Li Tinglan thought about it, as if he was seriously pondering what Ma En said. Then she nodded sincerely. "You are right. We did not fully consider the feelings of customers, especially our future big customers like Mr. Jingwu. I thought about it, and we should be able to give you a discount. But I can't finalize the specific number for the time being. It may be around 20% off. If possible, you can leave a contact information. We will notify you as soon as we discuss a suitable discount. You can also take this opportunity to verify our statement. What do you think?" Ma En said seriously, 80% off does not show your respect for the King of Gods. And in my opinion, many of the numbers in your catalog are a bit too high. Although you can use the reason that this part of the raw materials is scarce, you should have realized it to some extent. He doesn't care about your reasons. Li Tinglan quickly showed a humble look. Of course, we understand the thoughts of the excellency you represent. We really haven't thought about how to show our respect to him. Ma En stood up and nodded slightly to her. Just no. He was not optimistic about the discount the company would give. Ma En had basically made up his mind to rob it. But now he had to find out the exact location of the antipsychic medicine first, and this was indeed a difficult problem. At least without using secret weapons, this problem was very challenging for him. Yes, Ma En had a secret weapon that could easily find out these situations. It was Fengshen who was sleeping at home at this time. She had the intelligence ability to cover the Southern Federation. As long as Ma En said a word, she could find out the inventory of the entire Eastern Federation pharmaceutical company in an instant, and then he could destroy and plunder these places in an instant. The problem with this matter is not whether it can be done, but the price to be paid. He did not want the Wind God to be too deeply involved in this matter, because if she participated in this war in a way of monitoring the overall situation, it might expose some doubts. If he went to these places alone, it could be interpreted as Sarah's anger. But asking the Wind God to count the inventory is completely different, not to mention what kind of suspicion will be aroused by the priority of snatching the antipsychic medicine if a fight breaks out. Although Ma En has already trusted this subordinate a little, and she looks very naive. But he has not forgotten that this girl with a seemingly harmless personality is an ancient god who has existed since the existence of dragons, and is a war machine that has slaughtered countless titans. That human-like appearance is just a skin covered by a terrible monster. And Ma En also has secrets that cannot be exposed to the Wind God. He can even let the Wind God know that he is something like the Abnormal Control Bureau, but he can't let the Wind God have any chance to realize that he is actually a human. Maine couldn't imagine what the Wind God would do if he realized that the Sun God was now a human. But her evil monster nature might bring terrible danger. Even if she could barely accept it, or didn't realize it, if this news somehow got to the sea god or other gods, the disaster that would be brought would definitely be terrible. And it was also easy to infer the existence of the Abnormal Control Bureau. At that time, he would become the common enemy of humans and gods. So he couldn't easily call the wind god to participate in this matter, unless he created a convincing reason. And this is what Main planned to do next. Chapter 836. Li Tinglon opened the curtains, and then tapped the dark glass. The outside world gradually emerged from the window. From the inside, it looked like a window on the third floor, and the street outside the building was visible. Ma En walked out, and headed in the direction of leaving here. As he moved forward, the window followed him. The scenery began to change with Ma En. When he passed several intersections, he disappeared instantly. Li Tinglon, who saw this scene, also showed a bit of relief on her face. Then she walked into the elevator, and pressed the first floor. After several space jumps, the elevator door slowly opened. "What's the matter?" The receptionist looked at her curiously. Li Tinglon did not return, but walked to the main door and pressed a few buttons. Then with a dull creeping sound, the place where the door was originally turned into a dark wall instantly. The receptionist looked at her in confusion. "Level 3 alarm should only be issued in an emergency, Miss Li." Li Tinglon ignored her and continued to press a few buttons. The receptionist's face changed when she saw this scene, and then she jumped high and wanted to rush towards her. However, her body hit the wall directly like a rag doll being thrown out, and when her lifeless body fell to the ground, bright red blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Then Li Tinglon leaned over, took out a glass tube with a mechanical needle from her arms, and stabbed it deeply into the neck of the receptionist, and bright red blood was instantly drawn out. "Human, no signs of infection." A few words appeared on the glass tube. Li Tinglon nodded with satisfaction, then left the closed lobby and returned to the elevator. This time she pressed the button for the 74th floor. Screams also flashed in her ears. The elevator door slowly opened. The dried blood was painted on the walls and ceiling like paint, and there were more than a dozen broken human corpses lying on the ground within her field of vision. In the middle of the corridor, there was a creature that looked like a mixture of wild boar and lizard. There were three things like sharp horns on its head, and there were traces of being hit and pierced on the wall. However, this giant beast that seemed to have killed the company employees also lost its life at this moment. In the corner of the ceiling, there were dense white spider silks, and several oval nests composed of spider webs were hung upside down. When she walked near the nest, there was a faint crawling sound around, as if she had scared away all the spiders around the nest. But she could not see anything. Li Tinglon squatted down and looked at the corpses lying around, confirming their identities, but she didn't pay any attention to the huge monster corpse, but stepped over it and continued to move forward. As she went deeper into the interior, a few more human corpses would appear on the ground or somewhere else from time to time, and Li Tinglon would squat down and check carefully every time. After checking several times, she arrived at her destination. In the middle of the corridor, there was a dark human statue, and a look of fear appeared on her face. Opposite her stood a bald woman covered with silver powder, who looked a bit like a toy. When Li Tinglon walked behind the silver woman, the sound of spiders crawling was getting closer and closer. "Is it done?" asked the strange bald woman. "If we follow our original idea, it is indeed done." Li Tinglon replied, "I gave him a price that was completely unreasonable, but he seemed a little dissatisfied with our price, so I offered him a discount, but said that we need to discuss it internally for a while, and asked him to wait a little." The silver powder woman nodded. "Very good, it may take us a few days to take over the warehouse, and then we will propose a price to him. By the way, how much do you think we can earn from him? Can he develop into a big customer, as we expected?" Li Tinglon replied, "The other party has not yet thought of inventing currency or collecting wealth, but I believe that as long as he has hinted, he should be able to think of this soon. After all, this is not difficult for the sun god. But do you think his dissatisfaction could be a problem? I'm a little worried." The silver-powdered woman nodded, then talked to him slowly. "It's okay. You can slowly get familiar with this job. Don't worry." Li Tinglon nodded and looked at the statue opposite that looked exactly like her. "Boss, how is she? There won't be any accidents, right?" The silver-powdered woman replied, "It's okay. I'm watching her here. And this place has become the nest of soul-eating spiders. No matter when she is petrified, she will be eaten by them instantly. And she can't hold on for much longer. Their web has covered her. Soon, we will be able to completely control the company." Li Tinglon nodded. They also sent news that the suppression and cleansing of the Eastern Federation branch has been basically completed. Basically, all senior executives have been cross-checked, and it can be basically confirmed that none of them have been parasitized. It is estimated that it will not take long for them to resume normal operations. But it is said that some fungi have successfully escaped, and they have threatened to retaliate. Perhaps we should find a way to mobilize more resources for them after the situation here stabilizes to prevent their retaliation. After all, our situation is very unstable now, and we can't make any more mistakes. The silver-powdered woman who was called the boss also nodded. Very good, how are the other floors? Li Tinglan replied. Everything was done before I received the guests, leaving only the alarm unprocessed, but I went down to kill the alarm before I came up just now. This building is completely under our control. You are now the new chairman. The silver-powdered woman nodded with satisfaction. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. Hearing this, Li Tinglan couldn't help but smile. And her eyes looking at the silver-powdered woman were also quietly shining. No, without you, I am still their slave now, and I can't become a real employee. Being able to continue to help you is the greatest reward I can have. The silver-powdered woman shook her head. What belongs to you is yours. Just treat it as a bonus, and this is just the beginning. Next, we will continue to swallow up other companies, and get their technology and capabilities. Next, we will liberate our compatriots. Hearing this, Li Tinglan showed a yearning look, but she seemed to suddenly think of something, and her face quickly became serious. I almost forgot, I just encountered a very strange thing. The silver-powdered woman turned around and looked at her curiously. What? Li Tinglan said with some confusion and worry. I don't know why, when I just talked to the body of the spokesperson of the Sun God. He didn't respond. Chapter 837. My body didn't respond. This sentence immediately made Ma En realize that the situation might be much more complicated than he thought, and he immediately remembered what the Titans had shown him and something they had mentioned. Walter and Victor had shown Ma En the existence of pure flesh and blood life, and revealed the truth that flesh and blood consciousness is hidden in the human body, but there was a small accident in that explanation. They had originally planned to let Ma En talk to his own flesh and blood consciousness. But they unexpectedly discovered that Ma En did not have any flesh and blood consciousness. And the scene at that time was very similar to their conversation at this moment. This also allowed Ma En to vaguely judge their situation. The two women who were talking were obviously some kind of soulless flesh and blood life. In fact, he had already noticed something strange. Although he did not actively detect, he could still realize that something was wrong when he was talking to Li Tinglan just now, because he could not sense the other party's spiritual existence at all. It was just that Ma En originally thought that this was because they had some powerful anti-psychic device. He felt some weaker anti-psychic device on the receptionist downstairs, and Ma En naturally thought that Li Tinglan must have a stronger anti-psychic device. Of course, maybe the Li Tinglan who turned into a stone statue at this moment really had some strong anti-psychic device. Because Ma En could clearly see many pure white mind spiders lying on her body, trying to break through some obstacles and drill into her mind, and weaving some spider webs with mind properties around her. Obviously, she must have some kind of anti-psychic defense ability now. Either she has some anti-psychic props, or she has undergone some transformation, or her current state itself has mental resistance. But now it seems that her fall is only a matter of time. What do you mean? The silver powder woman turned around and looked at Li Tinglan in surprise. But she ignored the figure surrounded by silver stardust behind her. Li Tinglan actually didn't fully understand what was going on. She looked quite puzzled. I'm not sure either. I simply didn't receive a response from the other party. Maybe he just kept silent, but this has never happened before. Compared to silence, I feel that he is more like dead. The silver-powdered woman showed a serious look. Dead. If that's the case, the matter is serious. Seeing her worried look, Li Tinglan quickly comforted her. Maybe it's just an accident. After all, there is everything in this world. It is possible that something caused his physical consciousness to die or lose the ability to communicate. Even, this may have been a corpse? The silver-powdered woman asked. Do you think he looks like a corpse? Li Tinglan pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No, deep down I still think he should be dead. The silver-powdered woman nodded. You are right. This may be just an accident, but it is also possible that the Sun God has mastered the method of killing the physical consciousness directly without the soul, and you may not know the other party's motives. According to some of the intelligence I have obtained, the gods may want to destroy us, soulless flesh and blood creatures. I thought this motivation would disappear with the death of Iran. But I thought too simply. This technology may have spread among the gods. Ma En brushed off the spider that climbed onto his shoulder in confusion. What technology? The silver-powdered woman's eyes were cold and firm. The gods want to destroy their enemy, the Titans, and the Titans want to use us to fight the gods. The gods who realize this will definitely study ways to deal with pure flesh and blood consciousness. We are the middle ground of their war, but we have no choice. The gods are destined to be our enemies. After all, we can't provide them with power, and our lives are not worth mentioning in their eyes. And if our existence threatens the human soul, they will definitely stand on the opposite side of us. So it's not surprising that they would create weapons that can kill the flesh, and they may have used this weapon on their own members, which is why his flesh and blood are already dead. I can only hope that he didn't find anything unusual, otherwise he might find a way to unite the gods to launch a full-scale attack on us, and we should withdraw from here immediately after gaining control. We are not fit to fight them head-on for now. We must create more partners and penetrate the world more deeply. Li Tinglin nodded. Then how should I deal with him? The silver powder woman pondered. You can drag him first, and give it a little every time he asks, but never let him think that he can start a deal now, just give him some hope. As for the specific situation, we have to wait until we completely take control. If we figure out his conditions first, if we have sufficient resources, we can find a way to make a complete deal with him and deal with it. If we have less resources, we can also find a way to hold up the deal. Anyway, we will withdraw from here soon, and you have to pay attention to the most important thing. That is whether he has noticed our abnormality. Li Tinglin realized what she wanted to say, if he has noticed it, but has not had time to figure out the specific situation. The silver powder woman said, then we must find a way to make him disappear slowly and quietly after withdrawing from here. There should be something in those warehouses that can cause people to die slowly and accidentally. Li Tinglin nodded, with a firm and fanatical tone. I will pay attention to his situation, and will never let your plan go wrong. The silver powder woman nodded. Very good, you can go on to deal with other things. I want to watch her die here with my own eyes. After all, she is my creator. Li Tinglin turned around and walked straight towards Ma En behind him. Then she passed through his body. Ma En couldn't sense these flesh and blood creatures through his psychic ability, but conversely, it was difficult for them to detect him in a semi-psychic state. But this also made his original plan a little bit unsuccessful. Ma En originally wanted to see if there was a way to find humans with fragile minds, and then enter their minds to find information about the warehouse. But now there are almost no living people here. But there is good news. That is, for these flesh and blood creatures, he is invisible to some extent. This means that even if he has some mental fluctuations during the invasion, it is difficult to be detected, and even if he is detected, it is almost impossible to be caught by them. Thinking of this, Ma En looked at the statue. She does have a strong mental resistance, and can indeed create a lot of obstacles for those little spiders. But it is absolutely impossible to stop the moon god. Chapter 838. In the pure darkness, time seemed to be as long as eternity. Perhaps it was a moment, or perhaps it was several years later, she heard the sound again. Running, shouting, gunshots, all mixed together. Then, the dim light hit her eyelids, and after more than 10 seconds, she felt that her body seemed to be shaking with the seawater, and the sound gradually became clearer. Are you okay? Can you feel your body? Then, Leafin realized that she was being shaken, and in a trance, her mother's face appeared in front of her. She seemed to have returned to the carefree time when her mother would wake her up. However, when the scene in front of her gradually became clear, she saw a male face that she was not very familiar with. Then, she opened her eyes as if she had woken up, and quickly returned to reality. What's the situation? She asked concisely. Ma En breathed a sigh of relief, but his eyes were still alert to the surroundings. The vicinity should be safe for the time being, but we haven't completed the suppression yet. Leafin climbed up with difficulty. Do you know how to get to the emergency room? Ma En hurriedly supported her. I don't know, I don't have the authority, to be honest. I still don't quite understand the current situation. Leafin looked at his tactical equipment. You used to be a security company? Ma En nodded. Yes, what's going on now? I saw someone slaughtering our colleagues, and some things even looked like hallucinations. Did some psychic entities invade the company? Or did the problem of the Eastern Federation break out completely? Leafin shook her head. No, it's not the parasites of the Eastern Federation. A few of them sneaked in, but it was clear long ago that this place is not something that ordinary psychics can break in. You know what people and equipment we have. Go this way, I show you the way. Ma En helped her move forward. What is that? Leafin's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. We clone the bodies for replacement. I don't know how they gain consciousness. Someone must have made a mistake in the manufacturing process, and mistakenly created clones with souls. I don't know how it happened. Didn't they go through the standard inspection process? After listening to her, Mayan also confirmed his speculation at this moment. Sure enough, Li Tinglan and the Silver Powder Woman were clones created by the East Federation Pharmaceutical Company, not the flesh and blood titans, who had long lost their souls underground, or the humans who once had souls. This can actually be slightly inferred from the conversation between Li Tinglan and him. In fact, now that I think about it, she was so enthusiastic at that time. The cloning project is probably not for the purpose of making money for the East Federation Company, and it is not difficult to realize if you think about it carefully. That project must be very profitable, and countless money masters will be attracted by it. In other words, this project does not need discounts or recommendations at all. Instead of doing this, what the East Federation Pharmaceutical Company should really do is to send specific advertisements for this cloning project to everyone who can afford it, and then countless wealth will flow into their pockets. This is probably already their hot-selling project. Their real purpose is probably to take the opportunity to replace real people with clones. After all, if the body and consciousness transfer technology are handed over to them, these guys may very likely take the opportunity to leave the original body with soul here, and let the clones return to society to increase their influence. Although certainly not everyone can be replaced by them, as long as some of the people who implement this project are continuously replaced by clones, their power will continue to grow. Li Fan also looked puzzled when she said this. Oh, I remember. A clone said something before I imprisoned me. What was it? Oh, she said something about liberating flesh and blood and saving her compatriots. And it stands to reason that even if they were mistakenly created as conscious living people, they should be under the management of the control center. Is there something wrong with the control center? Yes, it is possible that there is something wrong with the control center, which made her mentally ill. That's why she said such crazy things. But it doesn't matter what they think. What we need to do now is to end this farce. I hope it's not too late. This also reminded Ma En of what the Silver Powder Woman said at the time. She seemed to have learned in some way that the gods might hate them. Without thinking deeply, Ma En knew that it was Victor, who was now imprisoned, who gave them this information. And it must be Victor who made them awaken their consciousness. It is estimated that he originally wanted to use these clones to do something, but now he has no way to continue to carry out his plan, and this matter is probably gradually getting out of control. How should we deal with him? Ma En asked. By the way, they seem to have controlled most of the company, and even some biochemical beasts have been released by them. Li Fan replied calmly, if we are lucky, we can reset the control center. If it doesn't work, I may have to consider other ways. As she spoke, many creatures that looked like miniature pterosaurs flew out of the corridor in front. Ma En quickly raised the gun in his hand and started shooting. Some invisible things quickly burst forward in the air and bit these biochemical monsters that were specially used for small wars, like living things. Then, they lost power and hit the walls and ceilings by inertia, but they did not fall to the ground, but stuck to them tightly. Under Li Fan's guidance, Ma En continued to move forward and solve several monsters that blocked the road, and finally arrived at their destination without any danger. A door that looked no different. Li Fan walked to the door, verify, unlock the follow-up permission, and start soul scanning. Destroy all non-soul living things. There were several short beeps from the door, and then it slowly opened in front of him. Ma En followed Li Fan in. Li Fan's footsteps did not stop at all, and quickly came to a computer that looked complicated, but she did not walk forward to operate it specifically, just pressed a few buttons and started talking. Check the control center. A steady male voice came from the computer. The control center is normal. Li Fan closed her eyes slightly. It's over. Ma En asked, what? Li Fan looked at him, then took 2 steps back. Start decision 48. I'm sorry, we don't have time. This is for the benefit of the company. We can't let these things leave here alive, even if the price is our lives. Chapter 839. When she said decision number 48, the door outside was locked, and from her behavior of saying the name of the decision first, it was obvious that she was a little worried that Ma En would want to stop it after knowing the situation. After all, this decision seemed to kill them, and the clones here. Ma En might put his life above the company. But this is what he was confused about. In other words, the real company executive in front of him put the interests of the company above her life, and was even willing to pay the price of his own death to eliminate these rebellious clones. And Ma En knew very well that this was not because she had any way to survive. She was really determined to die. He could feel it. Not through her expression, but he directly felt Li Fan's thoughts. Although he had not completely destroyed her defense line, he was in her mind at the moment, and as the moon god, the lord of the South Federation, He could also vaguely touch the edge of her mind. Ma could confirm this with his spiritual senses. But this was what he was puzzled about. If the former members of the Salvation Alliance sacrificed themselves for their ideals, Ma could understand it. He could also understand that the human members of the church had a certain awareness because of their faith. The devil sacrificed himself for revenge, which was also within Ma'an's understanding. Even if there were members of the Federation who had such awareness, it would not be unreasonable. But Leifin was a senior staff member of the East Federation Pharmaceutical Company. In his understanding, even if the East Federation Company was not so greedy, it was not a pharmaceutical company. Whether based on Tang Xuelwan's words or the information he got, this company was considered bad among its peers. For the sake of profit, they can do anything, even human experiments are minor. And Ma can feel that she has not received mental transformation, that is, her behavior at this moment is completely normal, and these are her own decisions. Could they have any noble ideals? If we talk about so-called ideals, it may be the so-called ultimate monopoly. But no matter what, Ma can hardly imagine what the ultimate monopoly is, which can make a guy like Li Fen, who obviously has a moral bottom line, pay for it. At least in his understanding, it should be something that has huge benefits for them. And this kind of benefit should not be enjoyed after death. But the answer to this question is not important. He has already got the information he wants. While he was thinking, the surrounding environment began to undergo some quite subtle changes as Li Fen expected, and a kind of pale yellow light began to flow on the wall. And when it flowed out of the wall, it instantly filled the entire building. Li Fen lowered her head in confusion. Why am I not dead yet? So you are willing to give up your life to solve the rebellion problem? Ma asked. She raised her head suddenly, and shouted with a look of doubt. Start the annihilation program, aim at the object in front of me. But the computer did not respond at all. Don't worry, I'm not your enemy. Ma explained gently. I'm not one of those clones who are trying to seize the company, and you didn't really escape. Li Fen stepped back and looked at Ma warily. What did you do to the computer? Seeing that she was still a little nervous and resisting, Ma walked to the computer and took out a knife. Then he cut the computer with a knife in front of Li Fen, and held the cut pieces horizontally with the knife and showed them to Li Fen. Whether it was the cut surface of the small piece or the cut surface of the computer, there was cake with blueberry jam inside. Don't be nervous, you are not in reality. Ma took out a plate with the cake and handed it to her. This is your spiritual world, your body is still trapped in the corridor and can't move. What is it called? Turtle type 4, this should be what you call it in your memory. Li Fen quickly raised her hand to cover her head. What did you do to my memory? Ma repeated. It's okay, don't be nervous, I didn't go deep into your heart. Remember, Turtle Type 4 has a very strong anti-psychic defense, although it is estimated that it will not last long. When Ma said this, the walls around them began to become transparent. Then, the original position of the wall emerged with the scene of the outside world at the moment, and they looked like they were staying in the heart of Li Fen's body. The silver-powdered woman who looked like a giant was waiting in front of her, and there were many translucent spiders of different sizes lying on the surface of her body, trying to invade it, and countless spider silks had already entangled her. You don't have to worry about what I will do to you. Ma continued, these soul-eating spiders will eat your mind first before I do it, unless I risk exposing my existence to stop them. But I won't do that, so you don't have much time. Looking at the silver-powdered woman, Li Fen showed a look of disgust. D17. When she showed a look of disgust, Ma could also feel the fluctuations in her heart, and could detect that her emotions were very complicated. Her disgust seemed to be accompanied by a feeling of being blasphemed and offended. What did this guy blaspheme? Life? What is she? Ma asked gently. Li Fen hesitated for a few seconds, and was about to answer. Ma's words just now had already disintegrated many of her almost instinctive defenses. But in the end she still said, since you don't intend to stop them from killing me, what reason do I have to tell you? Interesting. Ma specifically mentioned that these spiders would kill her in the future in order to break her mental defenses by threatening her with death. But when her consciousness reached the edge of surrender, she suddenly regained control. It was as if some kind of defense mechanism had just been triggered. Although in this process Ma could feel that she remembered a lot of anti-psychic training she had received, and the turtle state also erupted with strong anti-psychic power. But these are the results, not the causes. There is something that Ma cannot touch, which has just made her regain her sanity. Seeing this, Ma did not continue to ask her to give up resistance, but asked gently, don't you want to deal with them even at the cost of death? If you help me, maybe I can help you deal with these rebellious clones, and even save your life. I really can't disintegrate your mind without being exposed before they invade. But I didn't say that I can't rescue you secretly before they invade. As long as you cooperate. Chapter 840. After hearing this, Leifen's heart was shaken for a moment, but her face did not change at all. She deliberately put on a cold expression during business negotiations. Really? But then, you shouldn't need to know about D17's situation. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but she is indeed our company's top secret, and she shouldn't be your target, right? You invaded our company. There must be other reasons. When she said this, her tone even became more questioning. And there was resistance and hostility in her heart, and she obviously realized that Ma-En had bad intentions. Of course, this might also be a negotiation skill for her. Ma-En shrugged indifferently. Yes, but I'm not in a hurry, and you are not my only choice. To be honest, I really don't need to know about D17's situation, just like I don't need you to be alive. I don't mind dealing with clones. Hearing this, Leifen's heart fluctuated more violently. She looked at Ma-En in silence for a moment. After hesitating for a few seconds, she still gave in on this issue. Leifen said calmly, D17 is our secret advanced product. To be precise, she is the body of a super project, and normally this body should not have any consciousness. It may be that there are spies in our company, or clones have replaced our colleagues, and they want to create their own kind in this way. Ma-En interrupted. You are wrong, there are no clones or spies. There is no problem with your manufacturing process. She is the flesh and blood body that you mistakenly thought was unconscious. You overlooked something obvious. This sentence also caused Leifen's heart to fluctuate again. She moved her mouth and almost asked what was going on. But in the end, Leifen resisted the urge to ask. It is not a wise decision to expose your needs in negotiations. She ignored what Ma-En said and continued to explain. In general, D17 is not what we originally wanted to make. Our ultimate goal is to create a biological weapon called a super salesman. Although it is not yet a complete form, this guy has a strong ability to persuade and infect. I'm not saying how charismatic she is, or how eloquent she is. This is an abnormal property. In our rational calculation, the complete form of this thing can help us sell anything, and no human can refuse her sales promotion. Even if the price is the life and soul of those humans. So you better not contact her directly, otherwise she is likely to manipulate you. Although we haven't completed its manufacturing yet, and we can even say that we are only in the early stages of this plan, D17 itself is the main source of this abnormality, and she is still quite dangerous. Ma-En said, that is to say, she has a property similar to psychic ability, which can affect the judgment of others. But that's not psychic ability, right? After all, as a flesh and blood life, she does not have the concept of mind. Leifen nodded. Your understanding is okay. That's right, this is not a psychic ability. Even if you are a very strong psychic, you shouldn't get close to her, but don't worry, as long as you can understand how her influence works, you can avoid the harm she causes to a large extent. First of all, her strongest ability is language. Don't let her talk to you no matter what, and don't try to interpret her behavior. If you clearly understand what she wants to convey, you will be influenced and controlled by her. For example, if she asks you to commit suicide, you will really do it if you can't bear it. And you will use all the methods you know to achieve it. This is not some kind of hypnosis or mind control, so she doesn't need to know how you can die. As long as you have a way to kill yourself, you will consciously achieve it. And this is just the simplest way to use her power. This feeling is a bit like the unmemorable. After hearing this, Ma-En suddenly realized that his behavior just now seemed quite dangerous. Although he and Leifen were not clear about the strength of the silver powder woman, he was still too confident just now. He thought that he had the power of the moon goddess and was watched by the people of the Control Bureau, so he would not be afraid of any mental attacks, but the situation was not like that at all. Fortunately, the other party did not notice his existence, otherwise he would have been attacked by the other party after being exposed to her language, and this might even cause the employees of the Control Bureau to be affected by her language. Perhaps it was the influence of the sun god that made him a little arrogant. But it might also be that he simply relaxed after getting enough power, or it might be that he was too eager to improve his most important power, which made him unconsciously underestimate the East Federal Pharmaceutical Company. At this moment, Ma-En also recalled that this was a very dangerous world. Of course, fortunately, he was still enough cautious, and did not really fall into any dangerous situation while using secrets to cover his tracks, but this also reminded him to be more careful. And he might be able to resist D17's influence. After all, he has mental power with various resistances, is a 5th-level mental entity, and has the support of the Abnormal Control Bureau behind him. But the power possessed by the other party is indeed beyond his cognition. You must not provoke a dangerous battle just because you may win. Besides, this is not a war he has to fight, he can obviously choose the time and place. Thinking of this, Ma-En also calmed down, and immediately notified the members of the Control Bureau to prepare a contingency plan to deal with verbal attacks, asking them to find a way to provide combat and tactical support to themselves without directly receiving external information, so as to avoid potential risks of being attacked. Then he continued to ask, if you don't listen to her language, can you stop her influence? As expected by Ma-En, Li-Fen shook her head. Of course, it's not that simple. Her influence is beyond language. Language is just the most efficient of all primitive influence methods. Apart from that, anything she causes can affect you. Movements, expressions, and things she affects can also convey this influence, such as the words she wrote and the images she drew. Even without her doing it herself, her portraits will have the same effect. If you are considering dealing with her, then her tactics, strategies, and actions all have the help of this influence. Even if she makes a tactic full of loopholes, it may eventually work smoothly. Because when you understand her tactics, she is talking to you. At this time, she can convince you to act according to her tactical plan. That is, if you can easily see through her stupid tactics, it will be a very bad thing. This means that your absorption of her language will be very efficient. In this case, if she thinks you will do something stupid, you may do something stupid. If she thinks you will fail, you may fail under her influence. Li-Fen emphasized seriously, this is not a wish come true, but these things can constitute a kind of communication, and when you communicate with her, you may be persuaded. The specific effect depends on your weakness and understanding ability, as well as her method, ability, and efficiency of persuading you. Chapter 841. You see the silver powder on her body, right? Its secondary effect is also to cooperate with her power. First of all, it can make anyone immediately attracted to it, and this image will eventually form a widely recognized symbol, and in the end this image itself will have power. Even just printing her image can have great power, and it doesn't matter if it is a cartoon or any other stylized image, as long as the observer can understand it, it will work. Even if the influence system and power she has built are sufficient, she will be able to spread her influence through the objects and lives she touches. In our expectation, by then, our company's employees and various equipment on their bodies will be able to spread her power. Although this derivative will be weakened by the transmission efficiency and distance, in the most ideal case, it is enough to cover the entire planet under our feet. Hearing this, Ma-En felt that this was not about the silver powder woman, nor was it Li-Fen's inference and expectation of the silver powder woman through data. Her extremely clear and confident tone was like talking about something she had seen in person. Li-Fen suddenly stopped talking here, because she realized that she had said something. She quickly explained, of course, don't worry, I'm exaggerating a bit. I'm actually talking about the company's expectations for her final form. She's not that scary now. The most dangerous thing about her now is her language. First of all, her power has not reached the ideal situation, and even if she can do it now, it may not be able to run smoothly and directly, because she doesn't know how to do those things. Even considering that you are a psychic, maybe you can resist her verbal attack to some extent if you are well prepared. Of course, it's better not to try it. Of course, Ma-En would not do such a stupid thing. And in fact, if he thought about it carefully, he had already thought of many countermeasures in his mind, such as the simplest one is to launch a sneak attack like now. Although the opponent is very capable, he obviously has no combat experience. If Ma-En had similar abilities, he would definitely speak all the time to ensure that any creature that can hear his language is affected and create a layer of language defense network. And if the opponent does not have this awareness, it should not be difficult to launch an attack. In fact, Ma-En can easily think of a solution to persuasion, such as carrying out a continuous attack in an indiscriminate range that he cannot stop. With the power of the Sun God, most enemies in the world should be destroyed. Although the fact that it cannot be stopped may require a little research. But the destructive power, range and continuity are all things he can do easily. It sounds like as long as you know her ability. Ma-En asked tentatively, she is not an opponent that cannot be defeated. Her danger is more based on the unknown. But Li-Fen smiled bitterly after hearing this. You are right, provided that the situation is just what I said, but as I said, she is just a step in our final product, and that is where the problem lies. We don't have a complete final product, but we have already taken several steps. This includes various modifications and enhancements to this body. Ma-En immediately thought of the fact that the main business of this company is biotechnology. What specific modifications did you make to her? Li-Fen said bitterly, you see, our technicians are very professional, so they can realize what kind of weaknesses the power of this body has, and under what circumstances they can better exert their abilities. Therefore, at the beginning of cultivating this body, we tried to give this body strong enough self-healing ability and immortality. Although it took a long time and a lot of resources, we did make some small progress. Well, we really didn't expect her to come back to life on her own. When she said this, her expression was like a naughty child who got into trouble. Hearing this, Mayan also began to feel a little overwhelmed. To be honest, he was not so afraid of enemies with high self-healing ability and immortality. He even looked forward to such an opponent giving him the same power. But the premise is that such an opponent must have a spiritual world. Because he also has a killer in the spiritual field, the power of the mind can completely restrain immortality and self-healing ability, and this is the problem. This silver powder woman has no spiritual world. Ma-en continued, then where's her limit? Let's take the sun god as an example. Do you think the continuous burning of the sun god can kill her completely? Or the gravity attack of the sun god or something? Many immortality and self-healing have their limits. Leafin lowered her head and said, you asked the point. We have also considered this, and plan to create a super creature that can move freely in this level of attack. Of course, we didn't succeed in implementing this technology on her. To be precise, we probably can't achieve this level at a reasonable cost in a short period of time, even if we join forces with our other colleagues. With her current self-healing ability and immortality, if the sun god can be prepared to ensure that he continues to attack her with all his strength, then he may be killed in 5 to 10 minutes. But we also realize this problem. Not only the sun god, but many experienced strongmen can use similar methods to solve our level of immortality. So we changed direction. Since we can hold on for 5 to 10 minutes, then we should find a way to solve the problem during this time. So we made a lot of modifications to her. First, we created many vocal organs in her body, and also modified her self-healing system. She will prioritize self-healing these organs. Then, we joined many ancient organizations, and used magic to strengthen her vocal ability, giving her a powerful speaking ability that can transcend material barriers. That is to say, even if she was attacked fatally, she still had the time and ability to speak. Finally, we traded with many powerful people including Saran, and pieced together a not-so-complete dictionary of the Gurama language, which is also called the language of nature. The words that make up this language are the most direct description of the world itself. They know what the real name of water is, and what the property of burning is. You just say the word burning in Gurama, and nature will respond to your call. Burning will appear in a certain way. It is this language that constitutes the cornerstone of Gurama magic. So even in that case, she will have the ability to fight back. Ma-en asked, didn't you leave any backdoors in her body? Leafin shook his head. If we left any backdoors and weaknesses, others might also target us. He covered his forehead and said, so you created a monster that you can't control and defeat? Leafin spread his hands innocently and said, we didn't expect or think about the current situation at all. In the final analysis, we just want to make money. Chapter 842. Ma-en could hardly understand how there could be such a stupid person in the world. At least if he had mastered similar technology, he would never do such a stupid thing. Even if we don't mention the unpredictable situation of awakening flesh and blood consciousness. Haven't they worried that the consciousness originally planned to be implanted in this body would have problems? Haven't they worried that this body would be seized by their enemies? And countless possible problems. This should be quite foreseeable, right? How could anyone be so stupid as to create a monster that they can't control? And if it was just someone who made the decision, this could be explained by simple stupidity and short-sightedness. But there should be countless professional members of the East Federal Pharmaceutical Company who can realize the danger of doing so. Not to mention making money, even if it is to save the world, this behavior seems a bit stupid. And the worst thing is that now, they are the ones who clean up their asses. Yes, Ma-en did not intend to give up. Although D17 was dangerous, he was not an unsolvable opponent for him now, at least according to the information known now. Yes, after he realized the danger of the world, the meaning of raising his mental power to the limit became even greater for Ma-en, and it was different from all the powerful powers he had now. In fact, mental power was his only ability to restrain D17. Although it was almost never used, Ma-en did not forget that there was such a description in his mental power. You have mental power different from ordinary people, and have many basic mental abilities such as clairvoyance, telekinesis, and mind control resistance, which will naturally improve over time. However, due to the attack by the unmemory, the strength of this characteristic has been significantly reduced. The cognitive impairment resistance based on adaptive generation is healing itself. Yes, his mental power has the ability to adaptively generate resistance, And it is this ability that allowed him to survive under the influence of the unmemory. And the example of the unmemory also proves that this resistance generation is beyond the scope of the mind. Because the ability of the unmemory is also non-mental, he has tried the power of the unmemory on creatures without souls, which can also in turn confirm the supramental nature of cognitive impairment resistance. In other words, his adaptive resistance generation will definitely be useful to D17. In this case, combined with his mental ability, Marn has the confidence to fight this guy. If not, he might have considered giving up the East Federal Pharmaceutical Company. And it is obvious that trading with D17 is not a wise decision. Obviously, the other party now has a strong hostility towards the gods he represents, although nearly half of this hostility is based on misunderstandings. But Marn can't explain to her that he doesn't have the technology to kill the body, because that would inevitably expose him to the other party's communication, and if it was indirect communication, it would also lead to the members who communicated on his behalf being controlled, and they would be even less likely to resist the influence of the other party. Secondly, although the main problem was based on misunderstanding, Ma'an did not think that the other party's attitude would be much better after the misunderstanding was resolved. After all, in her opinion, the two sides might have inevitable reasons for opposition. At least in her eyes, the gods and the soulless are destined to be hostile. That's why she wants to strike first. Therefore, even if she has to give up this place, it's better than continuing to negotiate with her. Of course, he has a better choice. The premise is that Leifin has nothing to hide. Is that all I need to know? While asking, Ma'an was also observing her mental fluctuations. Leifin nodded. Yes, this is all the procedures we have completed. But if you want to deal with her, you have to do it as soon as possible. Because she shouldn't have mastered the Gurama language. After all, we didn't directly implant this ability into her body, but when I met her, she had already mastered some words. Obviously, she is gradually gaining control of the company. If this continues, she may make more changes to herself, and even after completely gaining control of the company and making stable income, she may continue the plan we once made. And she is likely to deviate from the original plan and become some kind of super monster. She revealed some worry in her words when she said this. But Ma'an could feel that what she was worried about was not the appearance of the so-called super monster, but the disappearance of the super salesman. You are right. Ma'an nodded, but there is a problem. Why should I deal with her? He looked up and cast a puzzled look. Leifin was stunned for a moment, and her mind began to disperse, and then she almost began to give in. But in an instant, her eyes suddenly regained clarity. You know the reason yourself. You must have your own goal to appear here, and this goal must be incompatible with D17, otherwise you would not have talked to me for so long. Even if you consider that there are risks in talking to her, it's not right, because being hostile to her is more risky. So you must have some purpose that can't be achieved through her, and you need me to help you. If you think about it carefully, you already know that D17 is dangerous, so you must have a particularly urgent need. I'm right? This instant awakening is exactly the same as when Ma'an tried to invade her consciousness just now. Deep in her heart, there is a kind of protection mechanism that can resist her own bewitching, but what mechanism has not been effective until now, and Ma'an has not noticed any signs of mental ability at all. Is this some kind of oath or contract? But no matter what it is, it can resist the influence of her mind so accurately, I'm afraid it's not simple. Seeing this, Ma'an also nodded. Very good, it seems that you understand the current situation, so now it's your turn to answer me. Are you qualified to make decisions on behalf of East Federal Pharmaceuticals? Leifin looked around. Maybe not so much before, but now it should be. After all, the other senior executives of East Federal Pharmaceuticals are almost dead, as long as you can let me leave here alive and disintegrate their control. Ma'an nodded. Very good, I will help you leave here and help you regain control of the East Federal Pharmaceutical Company. And when this is done, I need to calculate the current exchange rate of Sun coins, which is worth at least 30,000 currency, and I need you to produce what I need for me. In addition, I need this to be kept completely confidential. Even after the matter is over, you cannot remember the existence of this matter in any way, and the goods must not be leaked. After hearing that these conditions can be exchanged for her life, Leifin did not show a look of surprise. Are you crazy? 30,000 yuan? She widened her eyes. Ma'an took out the contract from his arms. Either sign or die, you decide? Leifin first looked at the contract in his hand with suspicion. I have a contract here. It may be better to use my documents. After all, this is the spiritual world. After saying this, she stretched out her hand and made a twitching motion in the air, and then with countless faint golden lights flashing in the air, a contract appeared out of thin air in her spiritual world. Then she said very firmly, I can agree to your other conditions, but I absolutely cannot accept the price. If this deal turns out to be such a mess, then I would rather die here. Chapter 843. The next step was a fierce and rapid negotiation. After all, they didn't have much time left. During the negotiation, Ma-En also noticed that the strange situation of sudden awakening was still constantly reappearing, as if restraining her from making huge concessions. She would rather die than be a threat, a negotiation technique, or a decision made by Li Fan after careful consideration. That was something she couldn't go against. Obviously, there was an ability outside the spiritual realm that was affecting her, and even made her prefer to pay the price of her life rather than let the company suffer huge losses. And this was obviously the reason why she decided to sacrifice herself in the illusion. Ma-En even suspected that this was why the members of these companies would create monsters that they could not control. If there were some reasons for them to ignore their own safety, then it would not be surprising. Anyway, they didn't care about their own life or death, so destroying the surroundings was nothing. This should be due to some abnormal properties of the company. But it was true. If there was no such constraint, people like him would try every means to make profits for himself through the company if he entered the East Federation company. People like him would even form a group and eventually completely seize control of the company. In the end, both sides made considerable concessions. First, the currency that Ma-En had asked for was reduced to about 6,000. Although it was 5 times lower than his original price, it was actually because he was asking for an exorbitant price. This amount of currency was already quite valuable. At the current price, he could even buy nearly 40 pills of antipsychic medicine, which should be more than enough for him. Of course, the premise is that the East Federation Pharmaceutical Company has so much inventory. Although Ma-En does not intend to use the transformation technology of the East Federation Pharmaceutical Company, these currencies themselves can also be converted into resources for the Control Bureau. He estimates that the remaining currencies can at least create several 5th-level ability users. Or, he can also use these remaining resources to solidify stronger abilities in himself. And what is really important is that his other 2 requirements have been basically met. First, under Ma-En's absolute insistence, Li Fan fully agreed to his confidentiality principle. When Ma-En spends almost all the currency, he will completely disappear from the records of the East Federation Pharmaceutical Company, and will not even continue to exist in Li Fan's memory. Secondly, they must give priority to producing what they need for themselves. If the Federation obtains the antipsychic drug at the speed, this amount of antipsychic drug is estimated to take several years to be successfully produced, so efficient and low-efficiency production is also very important. In other words, as long as he helps the other party solve the problem of rebellion, he can get antipsychic drugs that are enough to increase his mental power to the peak of the 5th level. And with this amount of antipsychic, he can also make the attempt he discussed with Kanya. He planned to rely on the Abnormal Control Bureau's ability to concentrate the power of the mind-reversing drug and take it at the same time. In this way, although the mind-reversing drug would still be consumed, it could be absorbed more efficiently. According to Kanya's speculation, this might enhance the effect of the mind-reversing drug, and even help him enter the depths of his memory that were originally unreachable, and also enhance the speed of his recovery ability. But the specific situation still needs to be tried to know. Now he has to solve the problem in front of him first. After the deal was reached and the contract was signed, things became quite smooth and simple. Under the protection of the contract, Li Fan gave up her mental resistance to Ma-En, and then he used his mental ability to fabricate the illusion of gradual death, and then directly took her mind to transfer. According to Li Fan, as long as her soul survives, she can regain the control of the company after solving these traitors. Of course, Ma-En also took this opportunity to obtain the current location of the warehouse. After completing the transfer of her soul, Ma-En did not leave just like that, nor did he go directly to the warehouse, where he had already known the specific location. He still stayed here, observing the situation of the silver powder woman. Of course, he did not just stand beside her stupidly. First of all, Ma-En and the Abnormal Control Bureau have developed a set of indirect observation methods, and they divided different members into different observation levels. Members at the highest observation level will be completely exposed to all information, that is, they will observe the scenes that Ma-En sees and hears in normal circumstances, without any changes from normal surveillance. Members at lower observation levels are different. They will reduce the exposure to different information according to the situation. For example, some members will not receive visual information at all, and some will not receive auditory information at all. That is, these 2 ways of members cannot know the information received by the other party. Moreover, this reduction in intake is carried out gradually. Some members may be exposed to partial visual information and complete auditory information, while others will be exposed to partial auditory information and complete information. In even more extreme cases, there will be members who are only exposed to some auditory information or only exposed to visual information. In addition to this situation, there will be members who are not exposed to any sensory information of Marn. They will not directly watch the screen showing Marn's senses, but will monitor the members of the Control Bureau with higher observation levels. There will even be members who supervise these indirect viewing members to weaken D17's dangerous persuasive power through layers of weakening. As the observation level decreases, the authority level of these Control Bureau members will continue to increase. Those completely exposed members have almost no authority, at least they cannot affect Marn. After all, they are likely to be affected by D17. There are even some completely exposed members who are level 0 employees. They are indirect information sources who have no authority at all and are only observed by other employees. And the members at the end of this observation chain are naturally the people Marn trusts the most, and they also have the highest authority in the entire observation chain, and can pull Marn back to the containment room of the Control Bureau at any time. In addition, Marn also asked Selly to form a special team, all members of which were equipped with memory erasure ability and fourth-order psychic ability, and all of them were transformed by their own minds to reduce their efficiency in taking in various unnecessary information, so as to ensure that they could perform their tasks perfectly. That is to enter those important observation rooms affected by D17, and then use psychic ability and the erasure ability of the unmemory person to eliminate the influence of D17 as much as possible. And everything other than the mission is unnecessary information that they cannot feel. Chapter 844. The same situation happened to Ma-In. While continuing to observe, he also used his psychic ability to build a countermeasure system specifically for D17 in his heart. First, he agreed to prepare the erasure ability of the unmemorable to ensure that if necessary, he could erase as much information as possible that affected his judgment. Although Ma-In did not fully understand the principle of D17's ability, directly erasing the memory of receiving her information, even if it could not completely offset her influence, at least it could weaken it. In addition, he also built an automatic response mechanism in his heart. That is, when he realized that D17's language was about to affect him, and before he fully understood the other party's language, he forcibly closed the other party's information intake. In order to better achieve this, Ma-In also strengthened his judgment of the former, and weakened his originally good understanding ability through psychic ability to prevent him from understanding the other party's meaning too quickly. And when he realized this, he would first use the small psychic animals he had used before to store the information he had absorbed, and at the same time erase this information from his mind. This way, he could ensure that he would not be affected while also saving the useful information released by the other party. At the same time, he was prepared to continue to expose himself to the other party's language to a relatively low degree in order to stimulate his mental strength to form resistance to D17. After making these preparations, Ma-In slightly released his suppressed perception ability, allowing himself to normally observe the silver powder woman who was waiting outside for Li Fen to die. Soon, he completed the simulation of Li Fen's death. As countless soul-eating spiders drilled in, Li Fen's statue also collapsed directly on the spot. Seeing this scene, D17 nodded with satisfaction. I can finally rest assured. After hearing this, Ma-In immediately turned his attention to the depths of his heart, and then quickly realized that he had actually felt relieved for the other party. In fact, when she was talking to Li Fen just now, she was also affected accordingly. And he didn't even notice the existence of this influence. Then D17 turned around and walked outside. Now it's time to deal with other things. Talking to herself is quite natural for her, and even in Ma-In's opinion, she should even talk to herself all the time. However, it is definitely a good thing for him that the other party will not act like him, and this level of self-talk can just help him cultivate his resistance to persuasion. D17 quickly came to the elevator, and pressed the 5th and 7th floors. Go! Darkness instantly engulfed Ma-In. When he came to his senses, the elevator door had already opened, and D17 also walked out. The sudden darkness just now was not an attack from the outside world, but the countermeasures he prepared just took effect. He cut off his perception of the outside world and erased part of his memory. For what she said, he only remembered one word in his mind now. Looking back now, Ma-In suddenly realized that when she said this word, she did not use any language he was familiar with, and he could understand it very smoothly. Begin the experiment. Ma-In sent a signal to the Control Bureau, and then encapsulated the stored erased information into a psychic creature and sent it back to the Control Bureau, and asked them to release it into the body of a level 0 employee. Soon the Control Bureau sent a message. Verified as a malicious attack. The verification members of the Abnormal Control Bureau did not clearly state the effect, which was also to weaken the possible impact of this power, so as to prevent Ma-In from understanding the other party's language in this way. It seems that she will still carry out defensive verbal attacks, but the frequency of her use is a bit low. While following, Ma-In also opened his own information. Mental Power 5-4. You have a good mental power, including clairvoyance, telekinesis, mental resistance, cognitive impairment resistance, memory erasure resistance, etc., which are naturally improving over time. Trying to generate anti-truth resistance. The situation is basically exactly the same as Ma-In expected. However, he did not expect that there was an attempt before generating resistance. This statement is as if the mental power is trying to figure out how to fight this power. What's the situation? D17 took a few steps, and several figures appeared in front of her. They all looked like employees of the Eastern Federal Pharmaceutical Company, but when they saw D17, their faces showed an expression between admiration and trust, and they all had no souls. Well, we have basically taken over the equipment we are familiar with. The man in the front reported to her very seriously. Members of the business department have also begun to connect with the original guests, and they have basically obtained the information needed by the main body. Our existence should not be exposed. Apparently, they are all clones of employees of the East Federation Pharmaceutical Company. D17 nodded. Well, you should pay more attention. Actually, this matter doesn't matter. Most people don't care whether the employees of the East Federation Company are clones or real humans. They just want us to produce normally. But now you must pay more attention to this matter. I suddenly noticed some other problems. If we expose the situation now, it may attract the attention of dangerous guys. We can't take this risk, at least not now. Remember what I said? The people opposite her nodded seriously. Okay. Ma-In also felt that this sentence became more stubborn in his mind. If he didn't have the ability to erase memory and psychic ability, he might really find it difficult to forget what she said. Is there anything else we need to do? A young man looked at D17 with shining eyes. D17 showed a thoughtful look. You really reminded me. While you are counting our equipment, I need you to help me find if there is any transformation surgery in the company that can take effect quickly on me. I need to strengthen my ability to fight the Sun God in a targeted way. A young woman showed a worried look. Boss, is the Sun God a threat to us? Looking at her questioning expression, Ma-In could feel that they did not treat D17 as a superior at all, and there was no burden in the conversation with her, and Li Tinglan was the same. Of course, this is probably the result of her influence. D17 nodded. Yes, he is indeed our biggest threat now, and he is likely to try to hurt us, but only now. I will soon dissolve his threat. The young woman showed an indignant look. Is there anything else we can do to help you? No matter what the price is. D17 showed a sincere smile. Don't worry about me, you just do your current work, I know you all. Pure darkness drowned her voice. In fact, Ma-In also thought of several more rigorous methods, but felt that telling a story with those methods would be too long-winded, so Ma-In finally didn't think of those methods. Chapter 845. Don't worry about me, just do your current job. I know you all love me, so you care too much about me, but don't let your worry affect your judgment. D17 said to them with a smile. She knew without any words, hugs, or any form of communication. They loved her, and more than they loved themselves. More than they loved their parents, family, and partners. Okay. The woman's face was filled with happiness. I remember your words. D17 nodded slightly. Very good, I go deal with Li Tinglan's problem first, you guys continue to do it. After explaining the task, she turned around and left under the eyes of everyone. They didn't love themselves in the most ordinary way, and this kind of love itself was far beyond the feelings between ordinary humans. Because their love is not only healthy and conscious, but also frank and passionate, and even pure and flawless without any filth. No one will be jealous or painful because of their love for her, and no one will be tortured and twisted by this eternal love for her. This is a peaceful happiness for both of them. And what's more important to her is that this kind of love is unrequited. Although these people who love her will be happy and satisfied because of her response, they also have the awareness of selfless dedication. Although it's a pity, she really has no way to respond to these companions who love her. It's not that she doesn't have the ability to express and release love, but the gap in the number of both sides will inevitably become larger and larger. And this pure and unequal love is what she really needs. Although strictly speaking, she has not been awake for long, or even born for long. If it were not for the pre-implanted memory, she would be quite ignorant and naive at this moment. But even so, D17 has figured out what she longs for. When she rescued her compatriots, Their eyes had made her figure out what is really important to human-like intelligent life, and the databases in her memory also confirmed her thoughts. Compared with the short-term pleasures such as the sense of accomplishment of self-satisfaction, the rise and fall of desire, and blind worship, the happiness composed of continuous love is a higher-level experience. That is why, if possible, she hopes that everyone can love her. And it just so happens that she has such ability. In fact, D17 doesn't care much whether the one who loves her is a soulless clone or the souled humans who now dominate the world, because they both express love in the same way. Under normal circumstances, they are all equally clumsy or timid, but after talking to herself, the feelings they can establish with her are exactly the same. At least, she can't tell the difference. If there is any difference, it is that the latter has two consciousnesses at the same time. But this does not affect her feelings, and she also masters these two languages. This is why she finally decided to let all the human flesh and blood consciousness in the world fall in love with her first. The guy who gave her the flesh and blood language did not realize how serious a mistake he made, and she deliberately did not let him notice the existence of this matter. After she mastered this language, no matter what the guy's original purpose was, what would happen next was completely out of his control and expectation. Because what he gave her was a language. And language is the most powerful way for her to release power. And languages like flesh and blood language and Gurama mantra, which have power in themselves, are perfect tools for her. These things are completely different concepts in her mouth. For example, Gurama mantra is a language that communicates with the essence of the world. Its characteristics are the most important cornerstone of Gurama magic. If she can have the opportunity to obtain the relationship between this language and magic, as well as more magic information, she will definitely become a very powerful magician. Because the essence of Gurama magic is the composition of the world, and her communication ability must be far stronger than those normal magicians, and she may even become the most outstanding magician of the contemporary era. It's a pity that there seems to be very little information about the Gurama Empire, let alone systematic magic knowledge. Moreover, the person who was most likely to possess a large amount of magical knowledge in the world was the former sun god Saren, who had just died in battle not long ago. No one else publicly possessed a large amount of magical knowledge. But as long as she was given the opportunity, she could achieve great success in this regard. Now she has sent her companions to search for information about this language. As long as she is given enough time, she will definitely find this magical knowledge, and then she can also achieve her other goals. But before that, she still has to rely mainly on the flesh and blood language obtained from the Titans. This door is also quite powerful in her hands. Although other flesh and blood consciousness can also master the flesh and blood language, it is still quite difficult for them to communicate with their own kind. Although this is a more efficient language than the Federation Common Language, the consciousness of both parties who can use this language is still closer to normal humans. They can talk to each other, but it does not mean that they can convince each other. It is even possible that quarrels will break out, and these quarrels may even turn into collective hostility in the end. After all, there is not much difference between these flesh and blood consciousness and today's humans. But she is different. As long as she wants, she can make all flesh and blood consciousnesses coexist peacefully, and even make these flesh and blood consciousnesses and their souls coexist peacefully. She can easily create this kind of peace. D17 did consider the scene, but she also clearly realized that it was not easy. Because today's humans will not allow themselves to do this, and obviously they have the ability to resist, it is difficult to completely conceal her influence after it reaches a scale. Of course, she can convince them to keep it secret. But the problem is that most of these humans do not have such professional abilities. After she implements this plan, there will definitely be a counterattack from humans and their allies. Apart from anything else, the Sun God, who had just taken control of the Southern Federation, would definitely want to kill her. After all, he could not accept that the humans who belonged to him were controlled by other lives. Not to mention the soulless lives that were close to blaspheming the gods themselves. Even if the Titan was exaggerating, considering the nature of the gods, he would definitely not like her. And now his men had come to her. Although he might not have really noticed anything, she still had to find a way to deal with this matter. It would be best if she could directly influence the Sun God through him. And if the Sun God's consciousness is not changing, she can also take the opportunity to control him alone to ensure that she can launch a counterattack against the Sun God at any time. Of course, all these must be done after she leaves the Southern Federation. In fact, if the opponent is only the Sun God, D17 actually feels that she may still hesitate a little whether to control humans and flesh and blood consciousness at the same time. She feels that she still has a chance of winning against them. What really dispelled her idea was not the Sun God, but the current Federation, or more accurately, the Federation that is now imprisoning Xiao. If the Federation realizes that she is trying to control the whole world, then they will probably give up the current confrontation with Xiao and directly release her to end herself. The controller of the Federation must be the same as the Sun God, and will not accept that she controls them. Although D17 is very confident in herself, she has also heard about Xiao's deeds. If she can still consider how to win against other enemies, then she will never have the desire to challenge an opponent like Xiao. That is not something she can possibly defeat and control. If she had to be an enemy of Xiao to achieve her goal, she would rather give up her current goal. After all, many people loved her now, and even if the whole world didn't surround her, she could barely accept it. Of course, she didn't really intend to give up this idea, because the current situation was not like this. The situation she assumed actually existed not long ago, to be precise, before Xiao was imprisoned. At that time, she shouldn't even have such an idea. But now Xiao is a prisoner of the Federation, and she can't use her power at will. So as long as she is not noticed by the Federation, it will be fine, which is not difficult. D17 has made plans. She is ready to give up those souls temporarily, and unite and control the flesh and blood consciousness first, and the latter is much simpler than the former. Because these flesh and blood consciousness are prisoners, who cannot escape her words, she can easily persuade them, and even brainwash them in a very complex and in-depth way. Due to the characteristics of the flesh and blood language, these are quite simple for her. First of all, the flesh and blood language is quite efficient, and it also has the characteristics of being fully understood by the flesh and blood consciousness, and it is almost imperceptible to humans. That is, she does not need to worry about her behavior being detected by the soul during this behavior. And when she controls all human consciousness, she can proceed to the next step. That is, continue to control humans or, as she said to other clones, free all flesh and blood consciousness, and this process requires her to find a way to destroy the human soul, or seal the human soul. As for how to do this, D17 has already figured it out. She will use the resources and equipment of the Eastern Federation Pharmaceutical Company to continuously produce similar people, and obtain complete clones of senior scholars in various abnormal fields as much as possible. Then use them to study a technology that can allow flesh and blood to regain control of the body. Then spread this drug or something to all humans, and then let those flesh and blood consciousnesses that have been completely united and are determined not to fear death rebel against their souls, and seize control of the body. The situation at that time may be completely opposite to the current one. That is, the flesh and blood consciousness regains their bodies, and the souls are trapped in the flesh and blood. Of course, it will be very simple for her to do anything she wants at that time, such as taking this opportunity to control all these souls again, just like she controls the flesh and blood consciousness. And this war is likely to be won, because the place where the flesh and blood consciousness is located is the body of the soul, and most souls cannot exist without the flesh and blood consciousness. So they are a group of soldiers that cannot be defeated by humans. Not to mention that they will be far more united and resolute than humans at that time, and her soldiers will have all kinds of the best virtues in the world, and will be invincible on the spiritual level. Even this scene itself can restrain Xiao to some extent, because at that time she will cleverly avoid the end of the world, and even make the victory of mankind closer to the end of the world, so as to weaken the power and hostility of Xiao. However, the plan is very beautiful, and she still has to deal with the problem at hand. First, she had to rewrite and seize control of the Eastern Federation Pharmaceutical Company, then she could withdraw from the Southern Federation, and then consider whether to brainwash the servants of the Sun God or do something else. Then, it was her beautiful vision. While thinking this, the elevator door slowly opened. Behind the door was a corridor with a width of 8 meters, and less than 80 meters from the corridor, there was a mechanical security door that looked quite difficult blocking their way forward. In front of the door, dozens of fully armed clones were on standby. Li Tinglon was also making plans at the door, and giving orders to other clones. When she saw D17 appear, she quickly raised her head and smiled in surprise. You are here. D17 patted her shoulder with a smile. Don't be so reserved. You know you don't have to be like this in front of me. Li Tinglon said a little embarrassedly. Yes, but after all, you saved my life. D17 did not force anything, but asked, how is the situation? Are you ready? Li Tinglon nodded. Completely ready. All the combat members here are biologically modified. Most of them have the ability of flesh and blood transformation above the standard, and we all bring the combat equipment they used before. Although there may be many dangerous enemies inside, I believe we can definitely solve it. The most difficult problem now is that we can't open this portal. They should have realized our problem and completely closed the door in one direction. We may not be able to activate this portal by invading. We may have to find a way to create more senior engineers, but we don't have enough equipment and raw materials. D17 said confidently, "It's okay, just leave it to me." Li Tinglan suddenly realized something. "By the way, my original body is..." D17 nodded. "Yes, she is dead. You don't need to worry about her existence anymore." Li Tinglan smiled. "That's good. At least we have complete control here. We don't need to worry about her affecting our control through authority." D17 nodded, then turned and walked to the portal. She raised her head and said to the equipment used for monitoring and communication, "Open the door." Originally, she wanted to rest because she was too tired from taking medicine, but she still held on and persisted again. Chapter 846. 2 words from the Gurama era were forcefully uttered. However, the portal did not respond immediately. What they welcomed was a long silence. But everyone present was not impatient. They had great patience and had unparalleled trust and tolerance for the silver woman standing in front of them. In other words, it was love. Indulging in such emotions, D17 also felt peaceful happiness. To be honest, she had to admit that she was in great need of love from others, at least more than the normal humans in her memory. In fact, there was an explanation for this phenomenon in the database in her mind. If the newly born clones were not professionally transformed, they might have a higher desire for the projection of external emotions. Just like a newborn baby. But the amazing thing is that she has an adult brain. But this is not a bad thing for her. On the contrary, she enjoys this comfortable feeling, as if her whole body is immersed in warm water, as if she has returned to the time before she was born. After nearly 5 minutes of dead silence, the mechanical door suddenly started to operate. The clone in charge of controlling the portal quickly tapped the keyboard in front of him and shouted, "No problem." The mechanical door did not open, but projected a faint white light in front, which formed a pure white arch outline. Seeing this, the first few clones also rushed in. Less than half a second later, a clone rushed back, safe. Hearing his words, the other clones also walked in. D17 was also among them. The scene after passing through the portal was exactly the same as what they expected. The first clone who came out had turned into a 3-meter-tall giant and raised the gravity shield that had been prepared long ago. However, at this moment, they were half kneeling on the ground. Because right across the corridor, there stood a terrifying monster with a lion's body, like the chimera in mythology. It just gently raised its front paws and slapped over, and the shield wall composed of giants began to tremble. Seeing this scene, D17 walked forward with a gentle look, and then raised her hand to make a soothing gesture. "Calm down," she said in Gurama. The hideous monster that was originally spraying poison mist, and waving 3 snake heads and tails suddenly closed its bloody mouth full of sharp teeth, and then laid down like a well-behaved puppy. D17 walked to his side and whispered to it softly, "I, my friend, help." Then she paused, patted its forehead and said, "Before, master, kill." After the voice fell, the chimera turned around and looked in the direction behind it, revealing a slightly ferocious look again, but after only a few steps, it let out a painful wail. Obviously, the other party had a plan for betrayal. The intense pain made Chimera collapse directly on the ground, and she looked at D17 weakly. She walked over and leaned over and said, "You can overcome this pain, hold on, stay awake. Don't be afraid, be strong, kill them." The last few words were in Gurama. Although he couldn't fully understand what she was saying, Chimera obviously felt her emotions, stood up firmly, and then stood up while enduring the pain in his body. "Next time, ignore it," she said while supporting Chimera. Then D17 made a gesture that all clones could see and understand. Then she began to mobilize the modified vocal organs in her body, and said with enough strength to cover the entire building, "Death." Real silence drowned the building. Then they began to move forward cautiously. And for a long time, the building did not give them any new response. About 30 minutes later, a sound came from the depths of the corridor. However, what came out of the darkness and appeared in front of them was not a terrible monster, but a fully automatic mechanical soldier that they were very familiar with. Obviously, the incomplete survivors here also realized the ability of D17. But this kind of mechanical soldier can't even beat the modified clone army, let alone fight against Chimera. After all, they say that biochemical transformation is their main business. Most of these are low-level weapons purchased, and it is impossible to stop them. There must be more dangerous and more biological weapons here, but if there are still survivors and have the authority to dispatch these weapons, it is estimated that there is no possibility of having the courage to do so. After all, without targeted preparation, most creatures cannot resist her ability. But for the East Federal Pharmaceutical Company, if they want to target their own abilities, they must make careful preparations long in advance to be able to research biological weapons that can fight against her. To be precise, only in this way can they research weapons that are not too afraid of her. However, the other party also knows that it is difficult for them to kill themselves now. The next thing is very simple. After she killed most of the opponents in the building with death, the incomplete enemies basically could not prepare an offensive that could threaten them. The most dangerous situation was when she raised the walls in front and behind to isolate D17 from several companions around her and release super poison gas and high-temperature lasers. However, neither of them could pose any threat to her. The poison gas could not affect her body that had undergone advanced transformation, and the laser could not even pierce her skin. She did not even start to heal herself. After seeing this scene, the other party seemed to have given up resistance. On their next journey, they did not encounter any threats. Soon, they came to the front of the main control room. Before her companions began to invade, the door of the control room opened by itself. What caught the clones' eyes were neatly arranged human corpses. Most of them were sitting on chairs, and they seemed to be working before they died. Some of them slipped to the ground, but they did not seem to have any external injuries. But there was another area where several dead people looked much more miserable. They all had obvious external injuries. Obviously, there had just been a civil strife here. It seemed that they should be the members who opened the door for her at that time, and after they betrayed, others killed them. Don't look, I'm the only living person here. D17 raised his head and walked towards the voice. It was a man who looked quite embarrassed, but to D17's surprise, he did not run away, nor did he sit in front of the computer to prepare. He was sitting by the wall of the control room, and his face was also reflected in the miserable black. Aren't you running away? D17 asked curiously. The man sneered. I can't even stand up. Why do you want to torture your grandfather? Or do you want to get something out of me? Do you think I will betray the company? A clone without a father. What? Are you scared by me? You still have to thank me. After all, I opened the door for you. Chapter 847. D17 squatted down with a gentle look, raised his hand as if to comfort a frightened animal. It's okay, I won't hurt you, relax. Can you tell me what happened here? The nervous man was stunned for a moment, looked at him in surprise. Like I just said, I opened the door for you, they killed my companions, and then injected me with poison and imprisoned me here, waiting to kill you before dealing with me. Heh, but you can see that they obviously didn't succeed. It seems that except for a few people who escaped, the others seemed to be killed by you. D17 said curiously, so weren't you dealing with us just now? The man said with a cold face, can't you see what I look like now? I said that I was imprisoned by them, and the ones dealing with you were the ones who injected me with poison, but most of them died here too. It seems that a few guys ran away. D17 nodded slightly. Thank you, Lar. Check on his condition and help him prepare the antidote. By the way, do you know how they survived? And how did you survive yourself? The clone named Lar came to his side and began to check the situation. The man did not resist and let the clone fiddle with his body. Although he did not have the strength to resist, it can be seen that he has indeed lost the desire to struggle, otherwise he should at least say a few swear words symbolically. His expression also eased a lot. I know your ability. I was lucky to survive. The paralytic they injected made me lose my perception when you took action, so no matter what you said at the time, I didn't hear it. As for why they didn't all die, it has something to do with why I opened the door. You did affect my mind, but I was going to let you in. D17 showed a curious look. Oh, why is that? The man first showed a look of disgust, and then looked at the other companions who died in the process of opening the door with a bit of sadness, as if he thought they were two completely different groups. His voice was also slightly low. They thought I didn't notice it, but I had already discovered their invasion. Except for members, like me who have advanced anti-parasitic transformation, this place has basically been occupied by mimics. Except for me, all other senior executives were quietly killed or imprisoned by them, and they also wanted to deceive me that nothing happened, and use my authority to help them gain control of the company. I also deliberately pretended to be stupid and cooperated with them, but delayed time as much as possible. These days, I have been preparing to dismantle their invasion plan, until we began to lose contact with other branches one after another. At that time, I noticed that the problem should not be with them, because their performance looked like something else was invading the company. But I didn't expect it to be you, D17. D17 asked, is that why you let us in? The man's face turned cold again. If I have to choose, you are more suitable than them. At least you have similar thinking to me. Although these mimics are similar to us, when they exist independently, they are fungi after all. Not to mention that they also have the existence of the supreme will, which can connect these fungi and make them a kind of collective consciousness by building a mental network between them. This is why they can resist your persuasion. They are not just themselves, but an extremely complex consciousness network. Although you can directly let them commit suicide, it can also take over control. And it is difficult for you to directly cause a particularly serious impact on the supreme will. Although your ability is non-mental and can exert influence on most psychics, considering their mental abilities alone, they cannot resist your persuasion without advanced preparation. And even if they are well prepared, it is difficult for them to fight against you. But some mental entities will have certain properties, which are not the strength of mental abilities, nor are they only possessed by psychics, and not all psychics will have them. That is, some creatures may have special consciousness structures and volumes, both of which may affect your abilities. After all, your abilities are essentially born to persuade humans. But some consciousnesses have structures that are completely different from human consciousness. In some of the worst cases, communication is something completely different for them, and there may not even be the concept of communication. For example, for the supreme will, its communication is completely different from ours. Although we say that it has built a mental network, it is not communicating with its own fruiting bodies through the mental network. No, it is not a human being. To think that this is a kind of communication is to use human experience to understand it. Although these fruiting bodies seem to exist independently, first of all, the fruiting bodies are not the main body of this fungus. The fruiting bodies are their organs, and their true consciousness is outside the fruiting bodies. Moreover, these fungal consciousnesses themselves are not independent individuals. They are the same overall consciousness as the supreme will. And it is not that they constitute the collective consciousness. To be more accurate, they are the existence of the entire collective consciousness. The term collective consciousness is more created for us humans to understand them. What you can really affect is their fruiting bodies, but that thing is like the dense and tiny tentacles on the body of this behemoth, and it can't cause any harm to it at all. And these fruiting bodies are completely controlled by it, that is, they are a pile of tentacles that it can precisely control, and the damage you can do to them can only attack them. D17 showed a curious look. Even if there is no concept of communication within the supreme consciousness, doesn't it have the ability to communicate with me? As she spoke, Lal had already taken out a syringe and stabbed the man. The man's breathing gradually became more stable. His tone began to become more peaceful. Of course, it can communicate. Most creatures can be influenced by your persuasive ability. Even the supreme will is no exception. After all, you can see that it is interacting with the outside world. Only those completely self-enclosed life forms will not be affected by your persuasive ability, but such life forms often do not have the ability to absorb and interact with the outside world. They will not pose a threat to you. Chapter 848. But the supreme will is completely different. You should have it in your memory bank. In the public information, it was mentioned that the fungi were so terrifying that they were incredible. The supreme will also has such a terrifying size. As far as I know, it at least covers the territory of the entire state, and it does not have a brain like us. It should be said that its entire body, and these independent fungi, are the carriers of its consciousness. This can actually show that the supreme will as a fungus is completely different from us animals. There is an insurmountable gap between them and us. And the size of its body can be regarded as the carrier of its mental system. To be honest, the thinking speed of a spiritual creature like it is already very fast, but it is nothing compared to its huge consciousness. When you talk to humans, they will hear it, but when you communicate with the supreme consciousness, this sentence will not be absorbed into all its consciousness parts in the first place, and even if it is willing to absorb it, it will take a long time. At least this time is enough for it to realize that there is a problem in its consciousness, and make countermeasures. And such a huge consciousness can already form a certain resistance to your persuasive ability in other aspects, not to mention that its consciousness structure is also trying to weaken your power. So it is quite difficult for you to hurt it directly. You were not created for this. He smiled when he said this. D17 saw that he wanted to arouse her curiosity. He seemed to imply that she was created for a special purpose and mission. But she did not ask. She didn't care at all. So I don't have any way to deal with it. Do you have any suggestions? The man was stunned, not expecting that she had intuitively skipped the question. But he immediately gave an answer. No, although it is difficult for you to cause harm to it, it is not without the ability to fight back. After all, it can't deal with you personally, and can only rely on these fruiting bodies to attack. Of course, I'm not saying that the Supreme Consciousness can't fight personally. It has strong mental abilities, and can use them through these mimics. In this case, it should also try to attack you. But if I'm not mistaken, you should have no mind, right? D17 nodded. Yes, you can think of this? The man shrugged. I warned them a long time ago, but they ignored this risk. But to be honest, I didn't think you would really stand up. I thought the problem would be much smaller than this. I just thought it might cause disharmony between body and soul. D17 asked, so you are a biological expert? The man did not deny. That was in the past. Now I haven't participated in development and production work personally for a long time. None of this matters. Let's get back to the point. Because it can't attack you mentally, the Supreme Will can only use its tentacles to harm you. Although you can only attack its tentacles, you can also dissolve its influence. The key is how to dissolve this attack. Although you may be a non-mental life, and your companions may not be mental lives, it can also parasitize on you. After all, when the mimicry parasites, it kills the soul of the original host, and the fruiting body they use to replace the original body is actually a soulless consciousness, and if the Supreme Will wants to deal with you, you should not be able to stop it from parasitizing your companions. After all, your language cannot affect the spores, and even they themselves cannot affect how they will parasitize you. Although your ability is terrible, it is also very biased. At least in terms of offensive means, if you encounter a lifeless existence or an existence that is difficult to understand your language ability, you will not be able to launch an effective attack. And in the face of attacks like the Supreme Will spreading spores, although your modified body can easily resist this parasitism, you can't stop it from parasitizing other people, but maybe I'm just talking too much. After all, you may not care about those clones that can be produced at will. I care. D17 answered decisively. Her words once again exceeded the man's expectations. He simply couldn't understand why D17, who had just woken up, could be so determined about this matter. As if to answer his doubts, D17 said, You may have misunderstood. I am not a cold-blooded monster. They are my kind. Of course, I don't want them to die like this. I will definitely do my best to protect them. This is the truth. She needs them. And she doesn't have to worry about her own life or death. D17 is of course afraid of death, but her super-modified body can almost allow her to survive in any harsh environment and attack, and there are not so many bad environments in this world. If it was an attack, she could use her super persuasiveness to stop the other party. Therefore, she hardly had to consider her own safety in most cases. If it wasn't for the guy who came to them recently, who represented Sarah, the top combat force in the Southern Federation, she wouldn't even have the idea of avoiding it. Most things can't threaten her, and they should even try to avoid her. This is her innate intuition. The man hesitated, and then said, If that's the case, then the situation should not be easy for you. Although our company has various transformation measures to counter parasitism, first of all, most of the equipment has been destroyed by them. Secondly, transformation takes time and resources. We used to only perform this level of transformation on senior members. It's not realistic for you to perform it on all your members in a short time. D17 interrupted the man who was thinking for himself. It's okay, I will take care of these. I want to ask you a question. At this point, she looked into the man's eyes and said, If we provide you with treatment and protection, and let you regain resources, can you help me continue to manage the company and those equipment? We need a practical expert in the field of biology. She stretched out her hand. The man looked at her in surprise. Can't you just let me do it for you? And your companions have no objection to me? At this point, he suddenly realized that the second half of his sentence was a bit stupid. They can't have any objections if D17 doesn't want them to. D17 replied, No, if you don't want to, you can leave after the cure, as long as you sign a confidentiality agreement. You don't have to think if I'm talking about some tricks, because you know I don't need it. How about it? Are you willing to do it for me? The man hesitated for only a moment and stretched out his hand. Of course. D17 smiled. Sure enough, this way you get more love. Chapter 849. Not easy to deal with. Although some information was skipped by Ma In, he almost finished watching the process of D17's recovery of the company, and he did not notice any weaknesses of the other party. On the contrary, he just felt that this guy was really difficult to deal with. It was like a chewing gum stuck to the soles of feet. It was difficult to get rid of it no matter what. Ma In was not without a chance of winning. In fact, he still felt that he had a good chance of killing the other party, and he could even say that he had at least 70% chance of killing this guy smoothly. But the problem came, the remaining 30% of the situation was likely to be an irreversible defeat. Unlike most of the enemies in the past, he often faced the situation in the past that either he could almost stably kill the opponent, or he had almost no chance of winning. When the situation was the latter, Ma-En would find a way to delay time, and then turn the situation into the former. But this time was completely different. It was almost difficult for him to guarantee to kill the other party, because when fighting with this guy, he could not keep the continuous input of external information, that is to say, there were many situations that he could not control at all. In this situation, it is almost impossible to win. Even in the current situation, the probability of his failure should be said to be quite high. It is not that Ma-En has never taken risks in battles. For example, provoking Gulen is also a very dangerous behavior. But at that time, he was facing a very urgent situation, not the current situation that is not at the limit. Unless it is absolutely necessary, this level of risk should not be taken lightly. The probability of 70% is a very low probability for matters that determine life and death. If he is the kind of guy who would take such risks, he would die after a few similar attempts. You know, there are countless things in this world with similar life and death probabilities. Multiply it by a few times, and he is basically doomed to die. Math doesn't lie. And doing nothing is not the right answer. Now D17 already feels that he may pose a threat, which means that if he does nothing and allows D17 to accumulate enough power, he may also suffer a very terrible attack. Maybe he will be killed by this guy before he realizes what is happening. Even if he is not killed, he may also become the opponent's puppet along with the entire control bureau. In other words, to avoid this situation, he has to find a way to ensure that he will not be dragged to death by her, and the way to fight her is actually very obvious. If he does not kill her immediately, then what he can do is to quickly improve his resistance, so that at least he can be immune to the damage she causes to himself, and then it will not be difficult to defeat her. And this tracking also brought some small results to Ma-En. Mental power 5 to 4. You have excellent mental power, including clairvoyance, telekinesis, mental resistance, cognitive impairment resistance, memory erasure resistance, and many other basic mental abilities, which are naturally improving over time. You have generated weak anti-truth resistance. But the problem is here. If he wants to continue to generate resistance, the best way is to expose himself to the opponent's ability for a long time, which is a very dangerous behavior. At any time, he may be seriously injured, and even without the opponent noticing him, she may cause him quite serious harm. And there is a serious problem in prolonging the time. Now he does have a chance to kill D17, but this is based on the premise that he is in the Southern Federation and has the power of the Sun God. Although there are mimics fighting against her now, it is only a matter of time before she conquers the Eastern Federation Pharmaceutical Company. At that time, she will immediately escape from the Southern Federation. At that time, the initiative of this battle will fall completely into her hands, and her situation will become quite dangerous, which means that he still has to solve this problem. It is this all-round danger that makes Ma-En feel that she is quite difficult to deal with. And the information she showed during the entire tracking process also made Ma-En quite vigilant. Although D17 did not often use language skills for defense as Ma-En was most worried about. But she also looked unusual in many places. For example, her communication with the survivor of the clone was completely beyond Ma-En's understanding. She could obviously get what she wanted in a more efficient and safe way. But she was talking to them in a tone similar to that of a leader. Why is it necessary? If it were me, I would definitely control them directly, and use the most unlikely order to make them execute my will to ensure that no potential information is missed. At least in Ma-En's opinion, many of D17's words are a waste of time, and may also make her miss some important intelligence. Could it be that her behavior can satisfy some needs that she cannot understand or know? In any case, this strange behavior makes Ma-En more vigilant. Of course, Ma-En did not fail to think of countermeasures. In fact, he had already thought of several ways. The first is the simplest and fastest one. Except for the anti-psychic potion that he kept for copying, he should use up all other anti-psychic potions, and try to raise his mental power to the peak of the 5th level with all his strength. Although it seems that after he did this, he had no reason to help Li-Fan kill D17. But the situation is not so. He can indeed stop helping Li-Fan. But this definitely does not mean that Ma-En should pretend that D17 does not exist. Because even if there is no need for anti-psychic potion, she has already posed a threat to him. Although this is a so-called misunderstanding, Ma-En has no chance to clarify this misunderstanding. Doing so will only make himself directly controlled by her. Communicating with D17 is extremely dangerous, and must be carried out under certain strict standards. And Ma-En also knows that his necessary behavior of avoiding communication will eventually continue to strengthen D17's suspicion and hostility towards him, and eventually make this war inevitable. so he must get rid of the other party. Therefore, this matter is actually the other way around. What he has to do now is to use the antipsychic medicine to increase his power to the peak of the 5th level, and if his mental power is improved, it will in turn strengthen his resistance to D17's ability. At the same time, this will also give him the ability to get rid of D17 outside the Southern Federation. If he can reach the top of the 5th level, his telekinesis can also restrain the undead in many ways, not to mention that he can also strengthen his ability in this regard through various weapons and characteristics. Of course, more importantly, it takes almost no time to improve mental power. Therefore, it was also ranked first by Mon. And just when he just released the tracking state, he had already gone to the warehouse in Leifen's memory and retrieved 3 antipsychic medicines again, as well as the top products produced by the Eastern Federation Pharmaceutical Company. Porcupine,